Hi, can anyone hear me?
Testing, one, two, three. Testing, one, two, three. Testing.
Testing, this is Lily, interpreter. Can you hear me?
Hi, Lily. Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, good morning. Good morning. We were just
Morning.
checking. Do you have
No
another
worries.
interpreter? Laura, just wanted to make sure she was on already. We were just making sure.
Yeah, let me go ahead and allow her in really quick.
She will be starting interpreting first, verse 30, and then I will continue.
Perfect. She should be in now.
Laura, can she be able to hear me?
She's muted right now.
Oh.
She should be able to unmute herself, though.
Now, when we go on, just like last time, now it's the audience that would only be listening to us, correct? And yourself? Are you still there?
Yes, we're still here.
Oh, okay. Who's this? I forget. I'm sorry. Your name again.
This is Jorge.
Jorge. Yes. So, Jorge, is it going to work the same way where the audience will be hearing us and yourself, correct?
Yes, correct. Unless they choose just to hear the Spanish track.
Okay, because making sure that if there's
So, are
anything.
you able to get into the Spanish track now?
I don't see the option.
Can you hear me, Lily?
Yes, I can hear you, Laura. Can you hear
Perfect.
me?
I can hear you perfectly.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so I'm just looking for the option to get into the translating.
The little world.
Let's see here. I don't see it, Jorge.
Interpretation, I see it.
Oh, here we go. Interpretation. Okay, transfer to Spanish, and let me see. Can you still hear me, Laura?
I can hear you, yes. And I already, can you hear me in Spanish? That like I went into the interpreting the little world.
Yes, it says Spanish. So, ¿me puedes escuchar?
Sí, perfecto. It says Spanish, yes. So I think we're ready, right? Can you hear me, Lily? I cannot hear anything.
Can't hear me?
Now I can hear you, yes. Can you hear me?
So are both of you in the Spanish channel? It looks like you guys are both still in the English channel.
We went into Spanish.
Yo estoy en español. He says Spanish.
It says Spanish too. In my end.
Mine too. Is it the opposite if we hit English? I don't know.
You change it?
Yeah, and then we.
It says Spanish.
Yeah, mine too. Jorge, is that your picture? Is that you, Jorge?
Brinkman Jorge, I think.
No, él es el moderador.
Oh, okay.
You're working on that, Jorge, right? Yes. We only had that special swearing in the other day. Usually it's the same.
I'm trying to see if they're on the Spanish channel.
Hi, Lily, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so this is Jorge? Jorge, we're back to Jorge, ¿verdad? Jorge, can you hear me? Laura says, the other interpreter says that I guess she's out. the panel. But she's the one that's starting interpreting first.
They have the channel open now. Lily, hello, can we hear us?
Yes.
Are you in the Spanish channel? Yeah, it doesn't look like you're in the Spanish channel. I should see a sign that says that you are now in the Spanish channel.
Yes, and Laura just texted me. She said that she's been booted out or something. She's the one that's starting the interpretation first. I'm in the Spanish channel.
But why can't we speak? So it doesn't say ES next to it.
So you have to accept entering the Spanish channel interpretation.
Spanish. The Spanish. Okay, you have been assigned Spanish. Okay.
He's in the channel now.
Lily, this is the clerk. Since Laura got kicked out, can you go ahead and start for us the interpretation in Spanish, please?
All right, welcome back. It is January 12th, Tuesday at just after 10:30, about 10:40, and we are reconvening the Monterey County Board of Supervisors for January 12th. Could we get a roll call, please?
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Alejo, Phillips, Lopez, and Adams appearing via video conference, and Chair Supervisor Root Askew appearing in person.
Fabulous. Just a couple housekeeping items. It looks like we need to bring Supervisor Luis Alejo in from the attendees list. So while we work on that, I added him. Okay, thank you for getting that done. It looks like we've got it pronounced.
Thank you, Wendy. Madam Chair, I was trying to raise my hand, but thank you for noticing that.
Okay, perfect. Did you have anything else you needed, or are you good now?
We're good.
Okay, fabulous. Thank you. That's how I found you. Okay, perfect. So we'll go ahead and call for the Pledge of Allegiance. And if I could ask County CAO Charles McKee to lead us.
The flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Great, thank you. Let's see here. We would like to ask for an announcement of the Spanish Interpreter Services by Jocelyn Martinez.
Buenos días, Jocelyn Martínez, intérprete de español. Se les avisa que tenemos interpretación en vivo vía Zoom y selecciona el globo en Zoom abajo de su pantalla y selecciona el lenguaje español. Puede accesar eso.
Wonderful, thank you. And for anyone who's listening, Spanish Interpretation Services is available via Zoom by clicking on the globe icon at the bottom of your screen. At this time, we do not have Spanish Interpretation Services for those that call into the meeting, but that is something that we will continue to work to make available. I would like to remind everyone who's in the chambers with us today that to please keep your masks on at all times and to maintain social distancing. Do we have any additions or corrections on the public agenda?
Yes, there is one correction to the consent calendar for the Health Department, and that item is item number 30, which is in receipt of a revised board report.
Is there any public comment on that correction to the consent calendar? Okay, wonderful. So seeing no public comment, it does not look like we need a vote for this, so we will be moving right along. For the consent calendar, we have items number 28 through 40. Would the Board of Supervisors like to pull any item from the consent calendar for questions or comments? If you could use the raise hand feature on Zoom, that would be very helpful for me. All right, any members of the public who would like to pull an item from the consent calendar, if you could use the raise hand feature on Zoom, or if you're calling in, you would be pressing *9 to raise your hand. Okay, great. And it looks like we have a couple questions. So seeing nothing from the Board of Supervisors, I'll move on to the public. Jacqueline Nickerson, you may unmute yourself to pull an item from consent calendar.
Good morning, Chair. This is Jacqueline Nickerson with Housing and Community Development. We would like to pull item number 39 for the metal detection prohibition. We would like to make additional changes before introducing it back to the board.
Okay, thank you. Next, so we're pulling item 39, and that's you're requesting that we pull that for a later date?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. We also have a public comment from Richard. If we could unmute Richard, and what item would you like to pull?
Hi, actually, it's not about that. It's about when I look at the meeting agenda, it still has the wrong Board of Supervisors listed, and Jane Parker is still listed as District 4. I just wanted to make that note. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. We will make that correction. Absolutely. Much appreciated. So I don't see any other public comment for items to pull. So back to the board. Is there any discussion on on the consent calendar, or
Consent.
I'd be happy to entertain a motion?
Move consent.
I'll second.
Okay, and to be correct, is that consent excluding item number 39?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes.
All right. So we have a motion from Alejo. I didn't catch who made that second.
Adams.
Adams, from a motion from Alejo, a second from Supervisor Adams to approve the consent calendar items number 28 through 40, excluding item number 39. Can we get a roll call by the clerk?
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
All right, the motion carries. We will move right along to ceremonial resolutions. So we have one ceremonial resolution on our agenda today, item resolution condemning the violent, seditious actions at our nation's national capital incited by President Donald Trump. We would like to invite Supervisor Alejo to make a few comments, and then we can go to public comment. Supervisor Alejo, all you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hold on, let me just pull up my comments here. I'm having the technical difficulties here.
Chris, you're going to have to get over there and help him.
You got to do what you got to do.
No speaking off the cuff?
Not today. Okay,
Supervisor,
I got
you
it.
ready? Okay.
I'm ready. Thank you, dear colleagues and county residents. I bring forward this resolution today with a heavy heart and certainly with no joy. But last Wednesday, January 6, 2021, our nation witnessed what we thought would never be imaginable in our lifetimes. We witnessed the President of the United States, Donald Trump, his family and staff incite a loyalist crowd in the thousands that day and on the social media on the days leading up to the event. He incited them to ultimately take violent actions and an attempted coup by destroying, defiling, and seizing the halls of one of the most critical branches of government, the legislature at our nation's capital. It was a total assault on our democracy. It was truly a violent, seditious, and domestic terrorist insurrection to overturn the results of our fair and free elections and deny the inauguration of President-elect Biden. It was the most un-American of acts that anyone could commit in modern times. The terrorist mob not only vandalized our Capitol, but they attacked our law enforcement officers, they looted our legislative offices, and sought out to do even worse violent acts against members of the House of Representatives, the United States Senate, and the Vice President of the United States. In the end, 5 people were killed, including 2 Capitol police officers, and it was truly preventable. Reports continue to come out about explosive devices being found inside and outside the Capitol, and assault rifles, Molotov cocktails, and ammunition being found inside vehicles. Our nation is fortunate that the day did not end up even worse, with a lot more lives lost. There was a total lack of security, and reports confirm that calls for the National Guard to be deployed were repeatedly denied early on. It was a true travesty of our national security. Even after the Capitol was under siege and after failing to call the National Guard, President Trump responded to these treasonous acts by going on TV and calling the mob special people, quote unquote, and telling them that he loved them, affirmed their anger, and continued his false, stolen election narrative. Words by our president and his administration do matter. That is absolutely clear after last Wednesday's events. But for sedition and treason to occur with limited moderation by our law enforcement, with sustained occupation of our nation's capital, does place our democracy in danger around the world. Our nation who once, other nations who once looked to the United States for hope and as a model for democracy, all watched in horror. Just yesterday, I received a copy of a letter by my friend, Salvadoran Congress member Damian Alegria, and signed by several other Congress members of El Salvador. It was sent to our Congress member, Jimmy Panetta. It stated, and I quote, "As I watch your Congress being overrun and the seat of your democracy being vandalized, I was saddened for you and the world. I never imagined anything like this could happen there." Just last week, I, like all of you, once again took the oath when we were all sworn into public office. That oath clearly states, "I do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, and that I will bear true faith and allegiance." But that oath was violated by the very person in our highest office in our democracy. It is now imperative that as local elected officials that we call on for President Trump and all those responsible to be held accountable to the fullest extent of the law, and that Congress bring and approve articles of impeachment against the president. Some say that there's only a few days left in his presidency, but our government has a legal, ethical, and moral obligation to hold the president accountable for the sake of our future generations, so that no other president will ever think that he is above the law and that there will be no consequences for his egregious actions. For the sake of our democracy and our most sacred principles of justice, we must all speak out today and approve this resolution. We may just be one county government, but history will judge us harshly if we don't take a stand, if we don't speak out, if we don't condemn these most American of actions that we just finished witnessing. Lastly, I do want to thank those brave law enforcement officers who placed their lives on the line for the sake of our nation. Yes, there was many officers who failed to carry out their duties, aided the mob, and some have already been fired, but it should not overshadow the many more brave and courageous officers who did their very best to protect our democracy with limited support, just like Officer Eugene Goodman, who held the line and moved a mob away from the Senate chamber doors. Colleagues, thank you for always being strong leaders in support of justice, and I urge that we support this important and historic resolution today for the sake of our democracy. We must never allow this to ever happen again in America. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. I think I'll go to other supervisors for any comments before we go to the public. Are there any other supervisors who have comments in regards to this resolution? Okay, seeing no comments from the supervisors, I will go to the board, to the public. We have Susie Translations. If we could unmute Susie. We do have a handful of folks who are hoping to speak. We typically allow 3 minutes for public comment. I will ask you to please track carefully the timer that will be on the line, and we will unfortunately need to cut everyone off at 3 minutes so that we can get through our meeting today. Perfect. Okay, so, oh, did we lose? Okay, we'll move right along to Susan Schiavone. Susan, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. I just want to concur completely with Supervisor Alejo's comments. I am shocked, I am angry, and I do not ever want to see this happen in this country again. This president, if you can call him a president, needs to be removed immediately, and everyone involved in aiding and abetting this action should be charged. I am absolutely appalled by what has happened, and I totally support your resolution, and I'm very happy to see that you're making it. And I'd like to, I'll lower my hand, but my husband would like to speak as well. Is that possible?
Yes, let's go ahead and have him
Yield
speak
my
next.
time to him, okay? Thank you, go ahead.
Yes, I would just like to say I appreciate Supervisor Alejo bringing this before the board, and I support it completely. We do need to stand up. We do need to take a moral stance on this, and so I hope the vote is unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your public comment. Next up, we have Richard. Richard, you may have 3 minutes to speak.
Yeah, hi. I respect Senor Alejo. I think he's a very smart person, but he must have seen a different set of events than I did. I watched the videos, and we've run facial recognition software on the people who enter the Capitol building. The folks doing the destruction are Antifa. We saw them all summer. He didn't make such a speech when they were destroying businesses in Portland and Seattle and Kenosha and Louisville. So I'm confused. Maybe it's just that it's the Capitol building now. We need to stamp out Antifa. We can't wait. And blaming Antifa on President Trump when he was still in the middle of his speech, when they were already smashing in windows, that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. No, maybe it's because I'm an engineer and I pay attention to numbers and I pay attention to timelines. Senor Alejo, I maybe we can discuss this later over a cup of coffee. But you know, this whole, let's reduce the heat. Let's reduce the heat. We know it was Antifa. They came in, they joined a demonstration that was peaceful, and they turned the thing into a riot, but it was only small numbers. And you can see them entering the Capitol building. There's plenty of video. Some of them even were confused. They thought they were being let in. There's lots of public comment that'll come out. The election was stolen, and there's overwhelming evidence for that. And I don't want this riot at the Capitol to overwhelm our senses. We need to pay attention. If you have 1 million more mail-in ballots show up than were printed, there's a problem. All right, that's all I wanted to say. And thank you for the time.
Thank you for your comments, Richard. Next up, we have Vicki. If we can unmute Vicki and allow 3 minutes for public comment.
Hi, my name is Vicki Norden, and I would like to address this issue today because I want to say that the resolution in the way that it's written does not represent my voice as a Monterey County resident. As stated in the resolution, it says it represents all citizens of Monterey County. Well, I've been a resident of Monterey County for over 30 years, and I don't consent or stand in agreement to stating all the residents. As government officials, I trust you would acknowledge it will take some time to gather the facts prudently and carefully and sift through some of the rumors, the conspiracy theories, the slanted media reports and data to get to the real truth regarding what took place at our nation's capital on January 6, 2021. whereby we should not jump to the conclusions of this stated resolution. Also, I would like to say, in your eagerness to be the first local government to take up such a resolution, it lacks thoughtful leadership. And I would encourage a no vote on this resolution. Fellow Americans should be very concerned about what has taken place across our nation this past year, including the violence at the Justice Center and the federal courthouse in Portland, and the lack of leadership by officials to restore order and protect their city. We should also be concerned about the violence following an August event at the White House, and now the violence in breach of our Capitol in Washington, D.C. There's a clear difference between a riot and a peaceful protest that exercises freedom to assemble and freedom of speech versus violence, looting, arson, and vandalism. I do not support or encourage violent uprisings, anarchy, or disorder. I do not support the tearing down and the destroying of national monuments, looting, setting fire to and destroying businesses, taking over cities, taking over streets, stealing people's personal property and destroying government property, or encouraging false media narratives. We are a nation of laws, and when we become lawless and without accountability, we have lost our Republican freedom as we have known it. America is at a crossroads of her freedom, and how we move forward will determine our future. Government has boundaries and should be by the people and for the people, not one of control, personal agendas, and corruptions. It should not be about party politics, but I have to ask, is it? We voted for representatives to represent the people and uphold the Constitution. We did not vote for a supermajority party nor an agenda. Rather, we the people want our voice to be heard. I would encourage a no vote on this resolution. Thank you.
Hi, Jeff. We've.
Oh, I did not hear you announce me. Thank you.
Sorry about that. You have 3 minutes. Thank you. And I wanted to let you know we have also received your written correspondence.
Thank you. Yes, I'm calling today representing just myself. Like Vicky, I'm a resident, longtime resident of Monterey County, and I don't think this resolution is a good idea. I understand the concern about what happened at the Capitol, but as is shown in my written correspondence, there are two main things to note. One is the cause of protests and riots over this past 12 months is a common problem in the United States. And I don't think adding fuel to the fire with Luis Alejo's proposal is a good idea. Second, 46,000 people, I had a typo in my letter, 46,000 people voted for Donald Trump locally. Their concerns shouldn't be minimized. This resolution. And Luis Alejo is a tarnished character when it comes to nationalism and ethnic strife. He's the founder of the Brown Berets in Watsonville, which is a nostalgic look back at the Chicano movement of the 60s. And that entity that he sponsored has a revolutionary library that has books about revolution in it. It's a liberation movement. I really think the Board of Supervisors has plenty on its plate without dabbling in partisan and national politics. So I would encourage you to vote no, and I appreciate you giving me the time to speak.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Susie Translations. We will unmute you and allow 3 minutes for public comment. Thank you. All right, moving right along, Mark Gonzalez. You will be unmuted and have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you. All right, so just to be clear, so we are at public comment. We will unmute, allow Mark Gonzalez to unmute and have 3 minutes for public comment. Thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. Mark Gonzalez here. I just want to say that the election was not stolen. It's a lie that keeps being perpetuated. We've heard it today, and somebody always has to be first. And I'm glad I live in the Monterey County because they've taken positions out front in other things before other areas of the country have done it. And I am appreciative that Supervisor Alejo is bringing this item forward, and I fully endorse it, and I would ask that you guys support it as well. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much for your comment. Next up, we have Aurelio. If we could unmute him and allow 3 minutes for public comment. All right, Aurelio, it looks like you have permission to unmute yourself and speak for 3 minutes.
Can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
Thank you. Aurelio Salazar Jr. I live in Northeast Salinas and also currently serve on the Hartnell College Board of Trustees. I'm calling to voice my support in favor of the resolution. I understand how difficult this may be considering that it is in regards to the highest held elected position in the United States as an elected official. What keeps running through my mind is that we all take the same oath and we all take our responsibility, our fair share of responsibilities in our respective elected position. And as information continues to come in regarding this incident, it's becoming more and more disturbing as to the actual intent. And so I do support today's resolution because I think what it speaks to is our Monterey County Board of Supervisors stating that racism at any level is unaccepted and it's divisive, and that we do have greater issues at the table that need to be handled, and that nowhere are these actions supported in any way, shape, or form. We've lost the lives of several individuals, including a federal police officer. We've seen our government at its most vulnerable level. And I think this resolution speaks to the kind of standard that we want to see with our U.S. citizens, and that we uphold and defend the Constitution as stated against all enemies, foreign and domestic. And it's a real national tragedy that people are finding a level of acceptance in any of this. And so it's disturbing, it's divisive, and I applaud you for making an attempt to send a clear message and to bring not only our county, but our nation together. So thank you for the work. Thank you for considering this resolution. And I hope that it gets forwarded to the city of Salinas and our respective school districts, because our young people need to learn a very valuable lesson here in terms of what it means to be a U.S. citizen. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment today. Next up, we have Cesar Laura. We do have Cesar Laura. You will be unmuted and allowed up to 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, members of the Board of Supervisors, for this timely conversation. And, you know, Donald Trump incited a mob of right-wing extremists to breach the Capitol in an attempt to derail our democracy. This was an outrageous act of domestic terrorism, and I want to praise the Board of Supervisors for taking action, and would suggest that you forward this to the cities and jurisdictions within Monterey County to follow suit. History will show that those that attacked the Capitol were on the wrong side of history, and it's a sad point in our democracy that this happened, and this act of domestic terrorism. And for those that think it's a conspiracy, I'm saddened to hear that, but I want to thank the Board of Supervisors for taking this timely action and are supportive. We as a Labor Council, and I apologize if I didn't introduce myself, I'm Cesar Lara, Executive Director of the Monterey Bay Central Labor Council. We did pass a resolution last week. We were actually meeting Wednesday night as this was unfolding, and took action and forwarded to the members on the Board of Supervisors, and we're supportive of this action and want to thank for doing this and hope that it's a unanimous decision today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And once again, I'll just mention we have still a few more comments on Zoom. For anyone who is calling in via telephone, you may raise your hand by pressing *9. And it does look like we may have a few people in the chambers as well. So we will continue with public comment. working our way to Wayne Kelly. If we could unmute Wayne Kelly and allow no more than 3 minutes for public comment. Thank you. All right, Wayne Kelly, you may need to take action to unmute yourself, and you will have 3 minutes to speak.
Hello? Are you there?
Yep, we can hear you. Go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate the time to speak, and I just want to say that I really appreciate this resolution. I think it's important for people to know what's right and wrong, and it to be said and stated. I think that facts and educated guesses and logic are really important in this world, and I feel that this resolution solidifies that. I think to say that Antifa is responsible for something when Donald Trump is right down the street pushing this whole thing, making it happen, is absolutely ludicrous and ridiculous. And I think it's really important that people know what happened, to set history straight, and you know, to question our election results when you know, if you've ever worked with elections and this and that, it's, you know, this vote is for this name, and it's really hard to fake. And I just, you know, anyway, I really appreciate that y'all are taking a step to represent the truth and our democracy. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Great, thank you for your comment. Next up, we have Phil Wellman. If we could allow Phil to unmute himself and speak for no more than 3 minutes.
Hi there, Phil Wellman here. I just wanted to thank you so much, Supervisor Alejo, for speaking up. I mean, it takes courage given the kinds of comments that we've heard today and heard across the country from people who have a very difficult time discriminating between truth and fiction. It is just, that is the national tragedy, that we've actually reached a point where people can't accept the truth. I strongly support your resolution, and I also want to register my disappointment with so many in this country who have fallen victim to the big lie that Donald Trump continues to perpetuate. So again, thank you so much, Supervisor Alejo.
Thank you for your comment. It looks like that is wrapping up our online Zoom comments. Is there anyone in the board chambers who would like to speak on this item? If you could approach the front, we will set the timer for 3 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning. Name is Eric Peterson. First, I'd like to thank Mr. Alejo for coming forward with this and for what he said a few minutes ago. I've been to a few demonstrations, including a couple in San Francisco with a 250,000 close personal friends that were 100% peaceful. It can be done. Unfortunately, a certain person isn't getting the message. This morning, Trump what he said was absolutely, he basically defended himself and went on to condemn people in Oregon and other places for what happened last summer. So we need to proceed with this, and I really appreciate it. And boy, I can't wait till the inauguration. Although the FBI has notified, every state to expect violence. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Anyone else in the board chambers who would like to speak on this item, if you could stand and approach the podium and we can move forward. I will mention that we have received a number of written correspondence in regards to this item. For anyone who would like to communicate with the board in writing regarding this or other issues, you may send an email to cob@co.monterey.ca.us. With that, I see one more online comment, so we will go ahead and do that final comment and then move it back to the board. We do have a lot of stuff on our agenda today to work through. So if we could unmute Tammy Jennings and allow 3 minutes for public comment. Thank you.
In the interest of time, I just want to say that I agreed
with what Vicki had said, that the wording of this resolution that includes all residents of Monterey County needs to be changed. So I would vote no for this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your comment today. So with that, we will bring it back to the board. Are there any other supervisors who wish to comment on today's ceremonial resolution before we take action? I see Supervisor Phillips and then Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I looked at all of us. I don't think any of us in America could look at this and ever feel anything other than just hurt, shame, and angry about it. And I mean, this was an affront and attack on the citadel of our freedom. This is where you take your kids to go and see how government really works in the world. And to me, it's pretty clear that the actions and words of the president contributed to this, and it in all likelihood wouldn't have happened without his words and the things he did and said. And so I think it is an impeachable offense. His words do matter, and especially everything that had gone on before that, and not intervening in the process after it. Even one of his big contributors and supporters, former Governor Chris Christie, said on the air that was impeachable. Whether this is appropriate for us to weigh in and do it, it may well be. The rhetoric in the proposed resolution is a little heated, a little harsh, but these are times when you do that. I would wordsmith this a little bit. I think the people do have a valid thing when we saw the residents of the county. May not be, but I'm sure most of us would concur in this. Whether impeachment is the best thing, I have a real question about that. From us, when we saw what happened there, and you saw even the people who were supporting the president in Congress, they kind of came together and said, okay, enough is enough. And so I go back and I can see the reasons for the impeachment, but whether that's going to further inflame things, I don't know. And then when we have a new president coming in and we're going forward with the impeachment process, after that, it just may give more fuel to the people that are continue to support this president. Why, I don't know. So those are my comments. If the rest of the board feels this is appropriate way, like I said, I have mixed emotions whether, even though it's impeachable, whether he ought to be impeached or not, whether that's good for the country. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Phillips. Supervisor Lopez, and then Supervisor Adams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I concur with both my colleagues. I keep coming back to the oath that I stood on the dais that you're sitting on today, and what I promised to do, what I swore an oath to do, which was to protect and defend the Constitution of these United States and the state of California. And with those words echoing in my head over the last week, I have to support this resolution, understanding that for me, the Constitution is the very basis upon which our democracy is founded. It's the people who give the right to their government to represent them through free and fair elections. And even with this election, I volunteered. I sat out there in the cold in the middle of the night, helping to move ballots, and knowing that everyone who does that does it out of a love for this country. And you know, the reality is that the election was not stolen. And I know that people want to repeat that, but standing here today, my confirmation of the oath that I stood on that dais and spoke to the citizens of Monterey County requires me to support this resolution, and that's where I stand today. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Lopez. We'll go to Supervisor Adams next, and then I'd like to make some comments, and then we'll move on to Supervisor Alejo.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Madam Chair. So many of us have stood in those hallowed halls in Washington, to stand in that rotunda, and you feel just absolute pride and awe at what has gone forward to allow us to have the freedoms that we have here. And to watch those trampled last week was heartbreaking. I concur with Supervisor Phillips when it was hurtful, without question. I was really just struck by how our country is so split, with people who can go to the most sacred place that I think we have as far as government goes and abuse it as we did, attempt to take people's lives. It was really a horrifying situation. I think in my opinion, what we need to do from this is we need to take a lesson from it, seeing that the Congress people from the left and the right, Republicans, Democrats, were all put into a room to shelter. And I believe that there was some good that came from the horrors, in the simple sense that everyone united around one cause. And I think that as we move forward ourselves, that we have to be conscious of what the words actually mean. Some other people have said that as well. Words can be hurtful and they can be good. In my mind, what I'm taking away from what we saw is, thank God, it appears as if we will have a return to civility in just a very few days on June 20th. And my hope is that all of us will be able to take that as an example and strive harder to be able to get along with one another. Reach out to people who have a different opinion than we have, and try each in our own way to bring our country back together again. I will be supporting the letter today. I think it's important that we stand up and make a comment. I may not agree with all of the language, but I agree with the intent, and that's why I'll be voting to support it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Adams, for your comments. Just personally, I want to thank Supervisor Alejo for drafting this language. I'll be honest, I was left feeling like I didn't have any words to describe how I felt or to explain what I was seeing to my young child, who had questions for me, who then had fears about my own work here in the county. I think that we have a duty to use our voice and to speak out when we see things that aren't right. That's what I tell my kid, and that's what I strive to do. But sometimes when things feel so wholly unprecedented, there's a loss of words, and so I'm grateful to Supervisor Alejo for putting these words in writing so that we can take action and use our voices in the way that convey what is right. And I just also want to reflect on, our democracy is fragile, and the duty that we all have here as electeds and as residents and as citizens and as voters, it matters, and it will determine how we as a country move forward. So I, again, just thank you for bringing this forward. With that, I'll pass it along over to Supervisor Alejo for any final comments and entertain a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to all my colleagues for your comments. And I first of all want to thank the public, all those who came to speak in support and those who disagreed. Your comments were all respectful. And so I just want to thank you, because as Monterey County citizens, even if you disagree, you exemplify that you could express yourself respectfully here in our chambers or on Zoom. And I think that's a testament to the great citizens who we have in our county. It's okay to disagree, and it's important for us to be able to hear all points of view on any issue of importance to our county and to our nation. but this issue couldn't be any more timely. As we know, tomorrow the articles of impeachment are likely to be deliberated in our Congress unless it's changed. But we also know that some of the comments made today are not true. I mean, the investigation has been done. It wasn't Antifa. The over 100 people that have been arrested are ardent President Trump loyalists already. That's been made clear. So we need to continue to get the facts straight and not repeat things that are not false and not based on any evidence. And I did also want to say that if what we witnessed is not grounds for impeachment, if after seeing the violence and the destruction and the attempted coup, something that honestly none of us thought we'd ever see in our lives, it's something that we thought happened over hundreds of years ago, but never did we think we would witness it in our lifetime. And I think that it's imperative that all levels of government weigh in. Today, we're telling our Congress member, we're telling our 2 U.S. senators how we feel. And even though it has that language for all our residents, that's a standard language that we have in every resolution that we do. And many other resolutions that we've done, we haven't said, oh, because we have a few people or not everybody agrees, we have never taken that language out of our resolutions. We speak in a representative democracy on behalf of our citizens when we approve these types of resolutions. And as a point of personal privilege, I wanted to address some of the comments that were made about me personally. I go, in fact, as a 19-year-old young person, I became a young activist, and I focused on the pursuit of racial and ethnic studies. I built coalitions, and even in my term in the California legislature, I built and we progressed a lot of landmark legislations with that legislators of all colors, all points of life, and especially with my Republican colleagues. I reached out and got Republican colleagues to support controversial issues such as comprehensive immigration reform, to be joint authors on my driver's license bill for immigrants, on my ethnic studies bill curriculum. So even when I left the legislature, most of my outgoing comments were by my Republican colleagues. So I want to just point that out, that I in my career, I've made an effort to not only build multiracial coalitions, but also to find bipartisan solutions to address the issues confronting our state and our local government. So I wanted to make a motion to approve this resolution today. I just wanted to make 2 minor edits because in trying to get this out before the deadline. The last paragraph, it's just the language that says who we are sending copies to. I forgot to put before the resolved word, it should say be it further resolved on that paragraph. And then just a correction on our U.S. Senator Dianne Feinstein, the autocorrect had changed it to Diana Feinstein. So just with that correction, I'd make a motion that we approve this resolution and send it to our legislative leaders listed in the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. And do we have a second? I would be happy to move second on this item. Thank you. And I will just mention there is one more hand raised in the Zoom comments. We have closed public comment on this item, but you are always welcome to contact the board at cob@co.monterey.ca.us with any additional thoughts or comments on this or any other item. So we have a motion from Alejo, a second from Askew. And could we get a roll call from by the clerk?
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye.
Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you. So with that, the motion carries, and we will be moving right along to appointments. We have appointments today, items number 3 through 15. Are there any supervisors who wish to comment or question any of the items from today's appointments? Please use the raise hand feature so I can see you. Are there any members of the public who wish to comment or question any items from today's appointments? I see one handful of members from the public. And just to be clear, the appointments that we're talking about are, bear with me. These are appointments to county boards and county boards and commissions that are made by each of the supervisors' offices. So this is not the item for the Board of Supervisors committee appointments. This is for community volunteers who are being appointed to serve on commissions, county commissions. So I see all of our hands dropped off for public comment on that. So we will move, so seeing no public comment on the appointments, do we have a motion from the board?
I'll move to approve the appointments.
Second.
Lopez, seconds.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. So I hear a motion from Supervisor Adams, a second from Supervisor Lopez for appointments 3 through 15. Could we get a roll call vote by the clerk?
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye. Okay, the motion carries, and we will be moving right along to other board matters. First up on other board matters is board comments, and we'll just go by district number for board comments. Supervisor Alejo, do you have any board comments today?
Yeah, Madam Chair, just one. This was something I had requested from our staff since mid-December or third week of December. But we know that vaccinations were coming, and we knew that there's still a lot of education to do around vaccinations, not only on our rollout, but just questions about the vaccination itself, its safety, the science behind it. And so I'm glad our staff were able to put a town hall, the COVID-19 vaccine informational town hall this Thursday. I want to welcome the public to join us on Zoom. It's from 5:30 to 6:30, and the staff has suggested that any questions could be sent in advance. That way, those panelists, our expert panelists, could address those in their comments. So this is a good forum to get the information out. There will also be a Spanish translated version simultaneously. But this is the most imperative thing right now. If we want to get back to normalcy, to our regular everyday life, these vaccines are going to be a critical part of it. And we want to make sure our residents got all the information that they feel safe taking these vaccines, but also hear from you on how we could roll out a more successful vaccine program in our county, as we know that it's going to be deployed to many more residents all throughout the state in these coming weeks and months. So we invite you to participate in this, and I thank staff for putting it together. I hope that it will also be streamed on our YouTube and our Facebook and Twitter channels as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. Supervisor Phillips, any board comments today?
Oh, just that I concur in Supervisor Alejo's comments, and I think it is a good thing that we're getting more information out. Frankly, a lot of the people have been asking, they just don't know and they keep hearing horror stories. And we had some drop balls when we were doing our testing. And so I think it's important that we reassure people that we are moving as fast as we can on the vaccine, and we have the places set up where we can get people inoculated. So I concur this is a good thing. People have been asking about it. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Phillips. Supervisor Lopez, any board comments today?
Well, it seems like we have a theme here, so I'm going to jump in and just say, if you're part of the community and you receive an email that wasn't intended for you with a link to sign up for a vaccine, don't do it. We need to make sure that the people in the correct tiers are getting access to this vaccine so that they can be the ones administering it in the next phase. Please work with us. We know that the phases are out there with the different tiers. Adhere to them. Don't sign up for anything that's not intended for you. It's critically important for all of us to make sure that we move through the vaccination process as quickly as possible. And secondarily, I wanted to just mention for the community that we know that during these critical times, mental health is a very tough topic to talk about, and also a tough topic to deal with if you're alone. And so I just wanted to share a phone number. That's 831-649-8008. That's 831-649-8008. That is the suicide prevention crisis line for Monterey County. and 211 always has access to resources. And so we ask that you reach out if you need help. There's always resources available even through these critical times, and know that you're not alone. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that reminder, Supervisor Lopez. I have in chronological order, I have a couple board announcements. I did just want to remind the board and all of our staff members that we do have a board policy that requires a resume to be included with all board appointments. My recollection is that the intent of this policy was really for resumes to be included only for full board appointments, but the way the policy is written does require a resume for all appointments. So unless and until we decide to change that policy, I just wanted to give everyone a heads up that my office will be asking for those resumes to be in alliance with our standing policy. In District 4 news, East Garrison Community Services District Advisory Committee will be meeting on Wednesday, January 13th at 6 p.m. Via Zoom. For anyone who would like to participate or needs more information about that, please do contact my office. And I would like to again mention the Monterey County Town Hall on COVID vaccines that will be held this Thursday at 5:30 p.m. And I'm assuming that we'll have more information about that in our COVID update today at 1:30. Supervisor Adams, any board comments?
Thank you. I'll be very quick. Talking about going back to business as normal, I just want to make sure that people are aware that there's a Big Sur multi-agency advisory committee meeting this Friday, the 15th at 10 a.m. and Zoom information is available on the county BISMAC webpage or by contacting the District 5 office. And then so that we don't lose track of the theme, I also just really want to thank the staff for all of the work that they're doing to put together the public webinar that we're going to be having this Thursday at 5:30 on the vaccine, on planning and the schedule. I think it's really important that we, as everyone else has said, that we get as much information to as many of our residents as we can as soon as possible. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Adams. So with that, we will move right along to our County Administrative Officer comments and referrals.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate all the comments today by the board members and the public so far. We've been respectful, I think, as Supervisor Alejo pointed out. And Supervisor Lopez's comment about the vaccine, and if you get an invitation to go get a vaccine, if it's not the tier that you're scheduled for, you should be in. Please don't go. It does then potentially prevent somebody else who is in that tier from getting the vaccine. And at this point, it's the critical healthcare workers, paramedics, those kinds of people who are on the front line. And we just urge everybody to, we understand the urge to want to go get the vaccine, but cutting the line isn't going to help us here in Monterey County get the vaccine out efficiently, effectively. And so we're just urging everybody to, do the right thing and, make sure that it's your turn to do it. And to that end, we're going to make sure that nobody is left behind. Anybody who wants to get a vaccine, when the time is right, it will be available. There's going to be, you'll hear about it later today, the potential, or not, but a web way to sign up and to register for you individually and also with any places that you work so that we can have this done orderly and effectively. And with that said, I also want to encourage everybody to continue doing the right thing about how to stop the spread, because we know our healthcare workers at our hospitals, on the front lines, they are, they're getting tired because they're working constantly trying to take care of us. And you don't want to have you or a loved one who maybe they don't have COVID, maybe they have a heart attack or maybe in a car accident. We want to make sure that they have a space at the hospitals. And so doing the right thing to help to stop the spread of COVID is what we want everybody to do at this time. With that, I also turn to referral this week from Supervisor Alejo, is to devise a comprehensive plan in collaboration with the agricultural community, the employers, the unions, and with healthcare professionals to come up with a vaccination plan to vaccinate our essential agricultural workers here in Monterey County. And I would just note that we are working on that. We are contacting and working with all of those groups. Our health department, led by Elsa Jimenez, is making sure that she and her staff are making contact with those organizations, and we'll bring back something to the Board of Supervisors for making sure that there's a, that that we're working on it, and the supervisor is asking for it to be brought back in 2 weeks. I think he wants to make sure that that it's brought back in a way that shows that we're working on it. We may not have all the final details, but it'll, we'll keep informing the board and the public of where we are with that. And with that said, I know there are many other industries out there that are critical to Monterey County. I think some board members may have thoughts about the hospitality industry and other industries that we want to make sure that everybody gets the vaccine in a fast, timely, and efficient way. So because we know that stopping the spread of coronavirus is going to be the fastest way to make sure all of us can get back to normalcy and get back to work, especially for those who are not working at this time. So we are pleased to process that referral. Thank you.
Thank you. CAO McKee. So I've been informed that we do need to do public comment on county administrative office or comments and referrals. So there are a couple of hands already raised. Oh, I'm sorry. Before we do that, let's go to Supervisor Phillips and then Supervisor Alejo for any additional comments on the CAO officer comments and referrals.
Yeah, I just question, because I think this is good, and I know the ag people and the Teamsters and Taylor Farms are working already to start putting something together in conjunction with the health department. So I guess my question is, we have the same question about with the hospitality. Do Supervisor Adams and I need to do a referral to keep things moving there, or is that something that you'll take notice of, and we don't need to do a board referral for that?
Thank you, Supervisor Phillips. No, you don't need to do a referral. We understand the needs of all those industries. We're going to work with them closely and try to get them moving through the tiers appropriately where they're supposed to be. And the health department is ready to meet with and has met with representatives of both agricultural and hospitality, and will continue to do so.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, I just wanted to just clarify that the resolution was a joint one by Supervisor Chris Lopez and I. But I know there. I want the public to be clear, because there's a large group of essential workers all in this next tier of Phase 1B, and plus Californians 75 years and older. So I think all of them are equally important to get vaccinated. That's going to be a commitment. The intent of the resolution is that ag workers are the largest workforce in the county, and sometimes there's some additional challenges, not only because sometimes their immigration status or language barriers, but also just the sheer size requires early collaboration, including on issues, for example, having a database where workers could be pre-inputted so that they can make the reservations, and then they could document once they get their vaccination. There needs to be some real logistics and thought behind having a successful rollout, and certainly communication. When we're asking perhaps a lot of immigrant workers to come in, there is some concerns about coming in, and so that's why it takes some planning. It takes some education to get out there in the communities in multiple languages, so that we could hopefully get as many of our ag workers done. Also, that we know there's waves in agriculture. When there's at certain points of the year an influx of thousands of more workers come in. That's certainly unique to agriculture. But I agree, hospitality and other industries are just important as well. And from whatever work we do with ag, we hope that those lessons could carry over to other industries, so that we could be successful in vaccinating as many of those as possible and quickly. The key is doing it quickly. We haven't vaccinated enough Californians in the current phase, a tier that we're in. The data speaks for itself, but we have to do better, and that's what we're committed to, and that's what we're trying to push with this referral. And thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Lopez and then Supervisor Adams. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor Alejo, for for just clarifying that I was a co-sponsor on this particular referral. And I just wanted to highlight your comments in terms of why this was needed in terms of the focus for this particular industry and the unique challenges it faces. Again, I know I've been asked questions about, are you asking to move them up and down? That's not what we're trying to do. All we're trying to do is make sure that there's a robust plan around the unique challenges we might face with getting the vaccine into this particular portion of the population. When we get there, we want to make sure the plan is ready. So thank you for the opportunity to speak on this, and I will turn it back over to you, Madam Chair.
Right, and Supervisor Adams.
Thanks. I very much appreciate the intent of the referral, and agree that the whole thing is about the plan, how we're going to get everybody out as quickly and as efficiently as we can. And to underscore Supervisor Alejo's comments, we have a lot of the same issues within the hospitality industry with the with the food workers who are undocumented and are difficult to find. So I really applaud having a plan that's going to work forward for everyone. And then, of course, I must admit that there are so many people within my district who are 75 years of age and older. And it's going to be very important that we really take a look at how we are able to ensure that we reach those people and that they have an easy way of getting vaccinated also. I think what this really underscores, though, is the importance of us as a board of supervisors really advocate to the state for ensuring, and to the federal government, that we get as many vaccines as we actually need, that we aren't having a whole plan set up and a whole group of people who are ready to go and then not have the vaccine to deliver. So in my opinion, that's going to be one of the basic things that we have to keep our eye on. Thank you.
Thank you for all of the comments. And I would just add, education is in one of our next upcoming tiers, and we do have a lot of work to do to get to plan and be prepared to distribute this vaccine to everyone who's in our upcoming tiers. So I do look forward to our presentation at 1:30 today, where we will be getting an update on vaccine planning and distribution. With that comment, I'm going to go to public comment, since I believe we are required to include public comment on this item. There is one hand raised for public comment. I suspect it could be for a later item. This is public comment right now only on the issue of the CAO's comments and referrals. If your comment is not for CAO comments and referrals, we would push that to the next item. But seeing hands still raised, Esther Malkin, do you have a comment on the CAO comment and referrals? We'll allow you to unmute and speak for 3 minutes.
I have a comment regarding the whole COVID thing that you were just discussing. It's really brief. I just wanted to suggest to the board to possibly rethink putting out numbers titled recovered daily, because when the public sees that, it almost implies that the recoveries are numerous, and there's no definition to what you are considering recovered cases. And we all know that just because someone gets out of the hospital doesn't mean that they've recovered. So I think it's giving a little bit of a false impression and almost minimizing the severity of the problem by releasing daily recovered numbers. Some of the media was doing that at the beginning and dropped it because as time has passed, we now know that there are people that are, suffering the problems that they got from the initial infection for many, many months. So I just wanted to put that suggestion out there, because it's really, without a definition of what recovered means, it's a little misleading. Thank you.
Thank you, Esther, for that comment. So we are running far beyond our time this morning, and I am going to suggest that we push item number 21 off until after the COVID briefing this afternoon. I would like to see if we can push through and get through the approval of our committee assignments before we break for lunch. So having said that, next up is item number 18, consider approval of the assignments of members of the Board of Supervisors and county staff to serve on boards, committees, commissions for the calendar year 2021. Do we have a staff presentation on that?
Yes, Chair Askew, this is Annette Diadamo from the County Administrative Office. I'll be providing the presentation on this.
Fabulous. Go right ahead.
Okay, great. So as you know, the chair of the board makes a proposal of appointments of board members to serve on various county committees and ad hoc committees, and also to a number of external boards and committees. And these appointments are valid for the calendar year unless they're modified by subsequent action by the board. The chair requested that each board member submit their preferred assignments, and we brought those to the board last week, and they were submitted and discussed at that meeting. The chair has taken these preferences into consideration and proposes assignments for calendar year 2021 as outlined in Exhibit A in your packet. Exhibit B is a memo from the chair recommending 4 changes. The first is to modify the charge and the name of the board's Health, Housing, and Human Services Committee to the Health, Homelessness, and Human Services Committee. The second recommendation is to form a new board standing committee on affordable housing. The county administrative officer supports efforts to raise the importance and awareness of homelessness and housing in Monterey County. And if the board approves this recommendation, he lays out within the report how he will support those efforts. The third recommendation is to form a new board COVID-19 communications ad hoc committee. And the fourth is to adopt a practice of rotating the appointment of board members to serve on LAFCO. Additionally, it's recommended that 3 committees be disbanded as they have completed their assigned functions. Those are the Fort Ord Committee, the Ad Hoc 2020 Census Steering Committee, and the COVID-19 Non-Hospital Medical Personal Services Ad Hoc Committee. That concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And as the chair making recommendations, I just want to really appreciate the open conversation that we had last week. And I really do appreciate and see the deep commitment that my colleagues and I share for engaging in this important policy committee work. I do really wish that that the Brown Act would have allowed me to have very more in-depth one-on-one conversations with each of you to understand more about the work that is being done on each of these committees. But in this case, that was not an option. So I heard your desires and our comments for the status quo in terms of appointments, and by and large recommending that with some minor changes to better balance the workload and to ensure that each district is equitably represented in appointments. 2 appointments that I want to just make comment specifically on in terms of LAFCO. I do feel that Supervisor Adams' suggestion to depoliticize the LAFCO appointment and rotate it makes sense. So I am formally proposing that. In regards to housing and the work of committees on housing, Supervisor Alejo, I did really appreciate and think a lot about the comments last week and want to recognize and thank you for the leadership role that you have taken on this board by bringing focus to the county's work on housing by adding it to the Health, Housing, and Human Services Committee. To be clear, I'm not necessarily insisting on any particular committee structure, but I do really feel strongly that we as a board made a commitment to doing the work and providing leadership needed to bring focus to our regional affordable housing supply. So I believe the formation of an affordable housing committee that is focused exclusively on amplifying this work would be important. Alternatively, we could look at expanding the role of the Housing Advisory Committee and adding a supervisor to its membership, or simply re-engaging and doubling down on the work that the 3H committee is doing. My recommendation to transition the Health, Housing, and Human Services Committee from housing to homelessness would leverage the important role that sitting Supervisor Alejo plays on the Coalition's Leadership Council, as well as allow for close coordination with Health and Social Services to ensure that we deliver on our county's commitment to the shelter at Laurel and other critical homeless housing issues that we need to deal with. A standalone Affordable Housing Committee could ensure that the board is able to move quickly and push appropriately when changes to housing policy are directed by the state. For instance, I suspect that it should not have taken as long as it did for our county to update our ADU ordinance. I know there's a lot of work being done and would like to see us be able to structurally focus on supporting that work. So having said all of that, it is my responsibility as chair to make a recommendation and our job as a board to have this conversation and to come to a final conclusion. So I will pass comments over to the board. And I think what I'd like to do is run comments in reverse order, starting with Adams. We'll move through and then take public comment. It is 11:52, so I do believe that I will, I saw a lot of public comment come up earlier. So I do believe we will make the decision to limit public comment to 90 seconds as a way to move through this item and get us back on track. So Supervisor Adams, do you have any comments?
You know, I think maybe I'm going to wait until after public comment.
I haven't had it, Madam Chair.
Sorry about that. Okay, so Adams, so let's go in opposite order then. We'll start with Alejo and move through numerical order in that way. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I hadn't looked at the recommended list until yesterday. And with all the respect, and I had hoped that we could have started on a more a different topic so early in the year after just getting re-sworn in last week. But I do honestly just want to express that I don't think what we requested is reflected at all in the recommendations. It wasn't what we requested on the sheet that asked for input, nor did it reflect what we even expressed at our meeting last week. It seems like that entire process to list what committees we wanted to stay on and have us speak and deliberate last week was completely futile. It was like disregarded. For example, just on my committees alone, I mean, talk about having a lot of recommended changes. It's recommended that I be removed from LAFCO, on the committee that I expressed that I wanted to remain on very vociferously, as well as Cannabis Committee. Removal of me being on the Military and Veteran Affairs, something that's very close to me, as my father is a veteran, and almost all my uncles, and I've specifically attended every single meeting, every event. Me and my staff, Javier, have taken that committee very seriously, and we want to continue working with our Military and Veterans Affairs Commission, and also HR Committee, which I've enjoyed a lot of the progress that has been Irma and her team have made. I didn't recommend getting off any of those committees. And then committees were put on me that I did not even request. Economic Development, 4 removals, 5 committees I didn't request. Economic Development, Arts Council, Children's Council, Parks Ad Hoc, Workforce Development Board. That's 9 changes just for me. Total, I think, recommended changes on committee assignments were over 30. And that's unprecedented, at least during my tenure on this board. Even when I was chair, I think I made a recommendation of total of 5 out of, I think, almost 60 committee assignments was being made. But here it's being recommended over 30. I wanted to speak to the housing being split up into 2 potential committees, as I continue to think that there's not a need to remove housing out of the Health, Housing, and Community Service Committee, because housing is just not about affordable housing. Housing is about all types of housing that we need to build in Monterey County. For example, even including ADUs. I have a referral that's been out there for 4 years to bring a template for ADUs modeled after Santa Cruz County that still hasn't even been finalized by this board. And also workforce housing, as we've already advanced more than any other county in the nation. We've advanced more employer-sponsored housing anywhere. But it also could include teachers and classified school employees as workforce housing for future potential projects. And we also know that you can't separate homelessness from housing. The answer to address homelessness is housing. So you can't say, I want to address homelessness, but let's put housing in a separate committee. They go hand in hand. Housing is the solution to curb homelessness in Monterey County. So I think that they should stay together. The other point I would make is that since we implemented housing being into this committee about a couple years ago, Supervisor Lopez and I, who serve on that committee, we have not seen a reason to separate that issue. There hasn't been a work demand or a work overload that couldn't be handled by this committee. But just in terms of policy and substance, it merits to remain where it is. Housing and homelessness go with health, and they go with human services. strategically, if we want to do this smart, it is important and imperative that those policy issues remain together, and to cosmetically just make it clear more to the public, I would recommend that we just simply add homelessness into the name and call it the 4-H committee, Health, Housing, Homelessness, and Human Services Committee. And I think that's going to be a smarter way to go. But in the spirit of trying to, we always know every time committee assignments come up, they're always controversial. But in this, they weren't last year because I think we got to a good place when Supervisor Lopez became chair, and there was not much changes, which is something I think we all requested. But I think in the spirit of trying to have us continue to focus on the right things and collaborate, I would recommend to my colleagues that each of our districts keep the same committee assignments. And I already make the suggestion that the committee, the health, that homelessness be added and make it into the 4-H committee. And the only new committee that would really be needed is the one that the chair recommended, which is the communications ad hoc committee. And there she recommended that she as chair and the past chair, Supervisor Lopez, remain on that committee. And that's what I think, so we can move on from this. I think that would be, make us all feel better, and I think more comfortable about the work that we do, the workloads that we have, and our committee assignments that are very important to us. So with that, I'll pass it back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. And was that a motion that I heard? Or just
I'm gonna
comment at this point?
Yeah, I'm just comment, Madam Chair.
Okay, great, thank you. So moving through, any other board members, would any other board members like to comment on the committee assignments as proposed? Supervisor Phillips.
Yeah, I kind of agree with Supervisor Alejo that a lot of changes on assignment just caused a lot of angst, and people have been committed working on those things. But I don't concur with the proposal of Supervisor Adams to make LAFCO a rotating one. It's always been one that impacts Salinas Valley much more than any place else, and that's the way it's been. So I don't concur in that. So thank you.
Thank you. And Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, at this point, I'm just gonna, share that I can't support the LAFCO rotation in terms of knowing that right now that's essentially removing, some representation there for the Salinas Valley, and next year that's also knocking me off. And that's just this idea that where the majority of the growth is happening in our community is in my district, and I'm saying that I'm going to give up that voice. It's not something I can support on behalf of the people I represent. In terms of the assignments, I also concur with, the flurry of movement comments that have been shared, but I'll save my recommendations till after we hear from the public in terms of what their comments may be.
Great, thank you. Supervisor Adams, would you like to comment now, or would you like to hear public comment first and then come back for your public comment first?
Thank you. Okay. I will listen to everyone's comments first, but I just did want to make a comment on LAFCO, just to clarify with Supervisor Alejo, or sorry, Bill Lopez, that he would remain on LAFCO with the suggestion that I made, because it would be the chair, the past chair as the two committee members, and then the incoming chair as the alternate. So I just wanted to make that clear. And the reason that I brought it forward is that LAFCO is such a politicized committee that I felt and believe still that the depoliticizing by letting everyone have a chance to serve for 3 years would be a more fair and a more, I think, robust approach to this. But I'll wait for my other specific comments until after public comment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So this is now the time for public comment on this item. This is public comment on the approval of assignments of members of the Board of Supervisors and county staff to serve on boards, committees, commissions for the calendar year. We are going to limit to 90 seconds so that we can hear as much public comment as possible. Typically we would break for lunch at noon, but we're going to move our way through this item. Are there any members of the public who wish to comment from the chambers? Yep, we'll go ahead and start with the chamber. So please approach, and you can use the microphone and speak for 90 seconds. Thank you.
Good morning. To get through this circuitous gauntlet of homelessness versus what a committee, what appointments, I would be more than happy for anyone to contact me. I'm leaving my phone number. I'm part of Project Room Key, part of Project Home Key. I've been with the Gathering for Women, for iHelp, part of Interim, Macombs, Behavioral Health, all of these different agencies. I'm acting today as an advocate for a couple who was in Project Room Key. The lady tested positive for COVID. In a nutshell, they were sent to South County, to King City, to a trailer to be in quarantine. Meanwhile, all of their thousands and thousands of dollars of belongings were taken from their room at Project Room Key and disposed of. I can't find out who the security agency was. If housekeeping took it, Interim won't respond. I'm talking to the head of Interim, Kevin Gass. I'm asking for help. I've called the governor's office, Jimmy Panetta's office. All roads lead here. So I'm appealing to you. I would love to be part of some kind of consumer advocacy council, so that those of us who can respond to others, because for instance, the Gathering for Women, they are advertising, and Dorothy's Place, with housings right in the heart of Chinatown, are advertising on National Public Radio. I have sent hundreds of people to agencies in the province.
Thank you. We do need to move on, but please leave your information so that we can follow up.
Okay?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else in the chambers who would like to speak on this item for public comment? Seeing none, we will be moving into Zoom. For anyone with their hands raised, I see Tammy Jennings. If we could unmute Tammy, allow 90 seconds for public comment on this item. Thank you. Tammy, you should be able to unmute your microphone and begin speaking for 90 seconds.
Thank you. Yes. Good morning, Chair Eskew and supervisors. First, I believe in the interest of fairness that the LAFCO committee assignment should be rotated. And number two, I would like to suggest please appoint Supervisor Eskew to the Monterey One Water Board. I believe your current representative should be removed from the board, who is Supervisor Phillips. He is impeding the Pure Water Monterey expansion, which is the most environmentally friendly, cost-effective, time-sensitive, truly logical solution to the county's water problems. It is not a one-sided solution that would help some and dramatically hurt others. Everyone in our county would benefit from the Pure Water Monterey or Pure Water expansion, not just Callum and Castroville. The EPA is using the state-of-the-art Pure Water Monterey project as an example of water reuse in our nation. Someone who can't support this, I don't believe should be appointed to the Monterey One Water Board. Please appoint Supervisor Eskew to the Monterey One Water Board, who I believe will represent us all. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next up, we have Esther Malkin, which will be followed by Sil Wellman. So Esther, you may unmute yourself and speak for 1 minute and 30 seconds. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Esther Malkin. I am the founder of Monterey Peninsula and now Monterey County Renters United, and I also serve on the board of the Housing Resource Center. And I would like to encourage the board to create a separate affordable housing committee than what they have currently, because yes, affordable housing and homelessness are connected, but affordable housing in and of itself is a very complex issue. And under even that, you have two separate branches. You have new development as well as renter issues that fall under affordable housing. When you're talking about the 3H committee, the rehoming of homelessness is different than what an affordable housing committee would be in charge of looking at. My opinion is that you have to plan now for the ramping up of the level of worsening home affordability crisis that's coming our way. And if we don't start thinking outside of what the status quo has been, we're not going to have a good enough idea on how to move forward. And this was the case even before the pandemic. So I strongly suggest creating a separate affordable housing committee, because it is such a complex issue and it would be short-sighted not to. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for watching the clock. Next up, we have Phil Wellman, followed by Melody Crislock. Phil, you've been permitted to unmute yourself and speak for 90 seconds. Thank you.
Thank you. Phil Wellman, Carmel. As an enthusiastic supporter of the Pure Water Monterey project, I have attended many of Monterey One Water Board meetings over the last year. I've been saddened more than once by Supervisor Phillips' attitude and many attempts to kill the expansion of Pure Water Monterey. While most of the peninsula's political leadership and its 2 water districts now oppose CalAM's desal and favor the expansion, Supervisor Phillips has stubbornly continued to demonstrate an obvious bias in favor of CalAM's desal and against his own agency's project. For an issue that requires an understanding of the water challenges this entire region faces, he has often refused to accept facts and shown a lack of respect for the tireless work of Monterey One Water staff and the Monterey Peninsula Water Management District have worked so hard to find a cost-effective solution. I highly recommend that Supervisor Phillips be replaced by Supervisor Askew on the Monterey One Water Board. She has shown a long-standing concern for water issues for both the Monterey and Salinas communities, and most importantly, has demonstrated a continued willingness to work with her colleagues in a spirit of partnership and goodwill to find equitable solutions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. Next up, Melody Crislock, followed by Michael Bayer. Melody, you should be able to unmute yourself and speak for 90 seconds. Thank you.
Melody Crislock, Public Water Now. In the interest of the whole county, we ask that you appoint Supervisor Askew for your representative to the Monterey One Water Board. Your current representative, Supervisor Phillips, should be removed from the Monterey One Board. He is obstructing the Pure Water Monterey expansion. He has been openly hostile and intimidating to the staff of Monterey One. He has promoted CalAM's false claims in order to discredit the expansion of Pure Water Monterey. Before you make this appointment, I have a question for this board. Can you tell me what population is your appointee to the Monterey One Board supposed to represent? It's not the county. Can Supervisor Phillips point to a map and tell us who he actually represents as your appointee? It appears that the person you appoint to this board represents about 300 Monterey One customers in the unincorporated area south of Delray Oaks in District 5. If this is accurate, has Supervisor Phillips been representing their interests in opposing the Pure Water Monterey expansion? Would you please look into this? It's been clearly shown that the Pure Water Monterey expansion can meet the peninsula's future water demand without desal. The expansion has plenty of legally available source water and can withstand a 5-year drought, yet Supervisor Phillips continues to lead CalAM's effort to block this urgently needed water supply. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And again, thank you all for watching the timer. Okay, let's see here. So next up we have Michael Bayer, followed by Marley. Michael, we are giving you the permission to unmute yourself and speak for 90 seconds. You may go ahead.
Good noon, everyone. First, I'd like to briefly say I do support the idea of rotating LAFCO. I think it's really important. Might also stop the balkanization around all the issues. And I agree with putting homelessness and affordable housing into two separate categories. They're two huge issues, and some people are very interested in homelessness and others are very interested in affordable housing. And so I think it'd be more efficient. I want to briefly, I sent some written comments into the board today during the meeting, and I want to highlight those. There was a recent article in the Monterey County Herald from the 7th that talked about the acrimonious votes and the number of 3-2 votes that happen in this county. And I just want to look at the votes of actually what put you guys in your seats. District 1, Louis Alejo received 6,754 votes at his last election. John Phillips received 6,584 votes in his last election. And Chris Lopez received 4,273 votes in his last election. Wendy Root Askew received 18,417 votes in her last election, and Mary Adams received 25,728 votes in her last election. That's a big difference. And what I suggest is that I want to appeal to Supervisor Alejo and Lopez to consider the interests of the entire District 2, 4, and 5. These are the ones on Monterey 1. And please consider those interests, all the people that are impacted. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Michael, Marley, you are up next. You should have permission to unmute yourself and speak for 1 minute and 30 seconds. Thank you.
Mill Valley. Please appoint Supervisor Askew to the board of Monterey One Water. Years ago, people felt desal might be the only answer for our water needs, but now, instead of a desal plant that may worsen both global warming and saltwater, there's a better answer. I'm hearing a button that I don't understand.
Sorry, you're okay, Marley. You can continue speaking. We just had a timer malfunction. Please continue.
Okay, now there's a better option, the Pure Water Monterey expansion. I hope you'll read my letter and listen to other speakers to learn more about the expansion. But today I'd like to talk about why Supervisor Askew is the right choice for the M1 Water Board. She has the energy, skills, intelligence, and work ethic we need to think outside tired old boxes and come up with better solutions for everyone. Now is the time to think of things we have not yet dared to imagine. Remember, this is the county that taught more than 100 million reluctant Americans to eat broccoli regularly. Supervisor Askew has the can-do spirit that we need. She will ask the right questions, foster win-win thinking, help everyone climb past outmoded hostilities, and build the kind of future we all need. Please appoint her to the M1 Water Board. Thank you.
Thank you, Marley, for your comment. Next up, we have Wayne Kelly, followed by Emily Ham. Wayne, you should be able to unmute yourself and speak for 1 minute and 30 seconds. And again, I just want to thank everyone for so carefully monitoring the clock in your comments.
Hi, thank you. I appreciate the chance to talk. Really appreciate all the work that y'all do. And I just wanted to say that I spend a lot of time with the water issues in the area. I'm very interested in it and concerned. And I've been to many of the meetings for the M1 board. And I've been a little frustrated with the current person, Mr. Phillips, that is representing. I feel like he works against the interests of the Monterey One board, which he's been appointed to represent. And I just feel that Ms. Askew would be an excellent candidate from what I understand. And I would just appreciate that consideration. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Wayne. Emily Ham, you're up next, followed by Susan Schiavone. Emily, you should be able to unmute yourself and speak for 90 seconds.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Emily Ham, and I'm with Monterey Bay Economic Partnership. We just want to comment that we would support the formation of a separate committee focused specifically on housing supply. But whatever the committee structure selected is, we would like to strongly recommend that the board develops a 3-year action plan that outlines policy changes and investments needed to achieve the county's regional housing needs over the next cycle. As you know, the county county has had a poor record of meeting the RENA goals over the 2014-2023 cycle, with no units approved for very low or low income households. We commend the progress that you have made over the last 4 years in employer-sponsored housing, with pulling together scarce resources to combat the pandemic, and building strong partnerships that have resulted in, the Regional Housing Trust Fund. But despite this, there's a lot of work that needs to be done. We continue to lead the state in the percentage of homeless youth and overcrowding housing conditions that threaten our long-term health and economic recovery. The county has really excellent staff and several high-capacity nonprofits and housing developers that are ready to move forward with projects across unincorporated areas targeted for housing growth. So please leverage those resources and develop a 3-year action plan to meet our housing goals. And as always, the MBAP housing team is here to assist the county with meeting its goals wherever possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. Susan Schiavone, followed by Wallace Notley.
Thank you, Susan Schiavone, Seaside. I support the rotation on LAFCO. I think this would be much more fair. The commission has become top heavy with representatives from the areas of the Salinas Valley by a ratio of 5 to 2. This commission makes land decisions for the entire county, and many impact South Salinas, Marina, and Seaside as planned transportation corridors and developments grow. Please balance the parties of interest and reinstate the District 4 supervisor. Our district should have input on these decisions because they affect our quality of life and ability to live here. In regard to Monterey 1, I strongly support Supervisor Askew. Supervisor Phillips has politicized and weaponized the SEIR process for the Monterey 1 expansion to force the desal plant as the only option for the peninsula's water supply. Cal-Am would provide Castroville with 700 acre-feet of very expensive desalinated water for $100 per acre-foot and force peninsula customers to subsidize it at $6,000 to $8,000 per acre-foot. He disregards the existential threat to low-income residents. Seaside has a per capita income under $25,000 per year and simply cannot afford to double or triple its rates. The county needs to help Castroville with seawater intrusion, but not on the backs of peninsula users. The peninsula should not be forced to do a desal plant we don't need to solve a seawater intrusion problem we didn't create. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments, Susan. Wallace Notley, you're up next. You should have permission to unmute yourself, and we will follow up with Anna Thompson.
Yes, good afternoon. Walt Notley, Carmel. For some inexplicable reason, Supervisor Phillips is blocking Pure Water Monterey expansion, siding with Cal-Am. He is subjecting Monterey Peninsula residents to more than double water rate increases to our already most expensive water in the nation. If Cal-Am's desalination proposal starts operating, Marina, a lower income community, will surely experience saltwater intrusion into their sole potable water source. Most Monterey Peninsula and Marina residents and citizens across the nation are just barely or not even making ends meet because of this lengthy pandemic. Also, Marina and Monterey Peninsula residents will be directly affected with the most environmentally destructive operation in this area. For these reasons and many more, I support Supervisor Ruth Askew as a supervisor's representative on the Monterey 1 Water Board of Directors. She will ensure all area residents and stakeholders are justly represented. Thank you.
Thank you, Wallace. Next up, we have Anna Thompson, followed by Grant Leonard. Anna, you should be able to unmute yourself, and we have 1:30 on the clock. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Anna Thompson. Our peninsula needs a new source water. The expansion of the Pure Water Monterey is feasible and it will provide enough water to lift the moratorium on growth and protect the Carmel River and the Seaside Basin. Yet, Supervisor Phillips continues to block this urgently needed new water supply for the peninsula residents and businesses. I do not know why Supervisor Phillips is obstructing the expansion, but I do remember him saying in one of the Monterey 1 Water Board meetings that he will not allow Castroville to be pushed under the bus, not on his watch. I ask, what does Castroville have to do with whether or not the expansion is feasible and whether or not should be certified, the SER should be certified? Since Supervisor Phillips vowed to oppose the certification of the expansion, regardless of what the facts are, I strongly believe that the position of the Monterey One Board of Directors should be held by a more objective supervisor, someone who has the best interests of all our communities instead of Kyle Lamb and a few special interests. Please appoint Supervisor Askew to the Monterey One Board Directors. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for your comment. Next up, we have Grant Leonard. I do want to just mention for anyone who is on Zoom who would like to speak, if you could please raise your hand so that we can track however many comments we have left. And anyone who is participating via phone who wants to raise their hand, please press *9 now so that we are able to call on you. Moving on to Grant Leonard, the timer is set. You may begin speaking.
Good morning, Chair Askew, members of the board. Grant Leonard from Castroville. I want to speak today to say I'm very supportive of creating some more attention for affordable housing, whatever form that takes. I think it's a great idea to have the county have a committee that focuses on affordable housing for Monterey County. Additionally, regarding Monterey One Water, I would just remind the board it is a regional board for Monterey One Water, and it's meant to reflect the different regions it serves and have a balance. Monterey One Water does serve Moss Landing, Castroville, Baronda, and portions of Salinas, all of which are included in District 2 of the Monterey County Board of Supervisors. It also oversees the Castroville Seawater Intrusion Project. For those reasons, I think it makes sense to have Monterey One Water continue to have a balanced board with equal representation, including for the disadvantaged communities in North Monterey County. And for that reason, I think it makes sense to have the District 2 supervisor continue to serve on the board. That said, of course, Wendy, I think you make an excellent candidate as well, but this is really more an issue of equal representation on that specific board. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. Our final public comment for today will be Beverly Bean. Beverly, you have been given permission to unmute yourself and speak for 90 seconds. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Askew. My comments refer to the Monterey One Board and Supervisor Phillips' obstruction of the expansion. I particularly direct my comments to Supervisors Alejo and Lopez. It was a great time in the history of Monterey County when we went to district-wide elections so that Latino population, the majority, would have an equal voice in what goes on in the county. That was justice. Now we have a blockage of the expansion by someone who is doing this, Supervisor Phillips, to provide water to Castroville. Why should the Monterey Peninsula residents subsidize a problem that was caused by overdrafting by agricultural interests? It is not our fault. It is the fault of the agriculture interests. It is not justice that this project be held hostage, and Supervisor Phillips should know better. We need a representative on that board who will serve the interests of justice for everyone in this county. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments, Beverly. I will now, seeing no further hands raised for public comment and no one in the chambers for public comment, I will close public comment, referencing again that we have received a handful of written documentation to the county in regards to this item. That is all on record. And for anyone who has additional thoughts or comments, you're welcome to send an email to cob@co.monterey.ca.us for distribution to all board members. So now that we have closed public comment, I will bring it back to the board for any further comments, questions, or action. And I see an order of hands raised. Supervisor Alejo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, thank you to all the members of the public who commented and shared their perspectives. That's always welcome here. But I did want to just speak up, and I think some of the comments made about our colleague Supervisor Phillips are unjustly or unfounded, and I think they undermine the goals that were stated. I think you might disagree with somebody's votes or opinions, but doesn't mean that he's not doing a good job. In fact, Supervisor Phillips, a retired judge, former prosecutor, has dedicated his life to public service. And I think we've all witnessed his dedication, his hard work, and his commitment to his constituents. And so when you're trying to aim for a goal, but you do it in that fashion, I think you're undermining what you want and the way you want to convince the majority of this board to go. I also take offense to a comment that was made about our districts, our congressional districts, our state senate and assembly, boards of supervisors in each of the counties, and city councils that have district elections all do it the same way. We all represent the same amount of people, the same. That's what reapportionment is about. Some districts might have more citizens. Many of our districts in blue collar working class communities have more undocumented residents, more lawful permanent residents, maybe perhaps a lower number of voters, but each is equally important to be represented. Yes, sometimes the districts that maybe are more white or more affluent have a higher voter turnout per research that has been done on this topic, but it doesn't mean that any district is any less, or that the voter turnouts in our district were any less than any other one in Monterey County. We represent everyone equally as one person, one vote under our United States Constitution, and each deserves to be represented whether they could vote or not vote. So I just wanted to address that particular offensive comment. But I wanted to make a motion, going back to my original comments, that I think in the spirit of starting this out to avoid the tension that has been caused here, I would recommend that each of our districts maintain their current committee assignments designated to those districts, that the Health, Housing, and Human Services Committee, the title be amended to include homelessness. So it will now be called the Health, Housing, Homelessness, and Human Services Committee, and that we approve the Communications Ad Hoc Committee with the recommendations by our chair of Supervisors Ruth Askew and Lopez. That would be my motion today, Madam Chair.
Second.
All right, we have a motion from Supervisor Alejo and a second from Supervisor, did I hear Lopez, to maintain the current committee appointments by district, adding homelessness to the Health, Housing, and Human Services Committee, and adding an ad hoc COVID Communications Committee consisting of the former chair and current chair. Any further discussion?
Yes, Madam Chair.
There's still comments.
Yep, sorry. Okay, very good. Okay, so continuing on, we have a motion on the floor, and we will go to Supervisor Lopez next, and then Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to call out that same comment. In representing my district, I think calling out numbers of how many people voted, I've heard that argument made before, and I just, it's something that I find offensive. I represent a district where a lot of people can't vote, but they have a voice. That's the idea behind equity. And so that's why I sit here, and it's representing them and their needs. And so I just wanted to make sure that that thought does not go uncalled, called out, because I think it's extremely necessary for our communities to recognize that it's part of this conversation that we're having nationally. That being said, I also want to say that I support the motion, obviously, is put forward, and I did just want the clarification out there, which I'm hoping that Supervisor Alejo will agree to, that the LAFCO seat will not be rolled. Again, I know that the current proposal is to leave me there for a year, but so many of the projects with the expansions of the cities that I represent are not going to be done within a year. And so I cannot agree to be removed and remove my community's voice from those conversations that are going to be coming over the many years as all the growth that's really projected in Monterey County remains within my district. So that's the reason that I've voiced support and seconded the motion.
Yeah,
with that, I'll yield the floor.
And you're correct, Supervisor Lopez. It does not include that. The motion includes keeping the current assignments to LAFCO, keep them as they are.
Thank you.
Okay, and next we have Supervisor Adams. Thank you for your comment, Supervisor Lopez.
Thank you. Thanks. I'd just like to make one comment again, and that is back to Supervisor Lopez, that as I understood the language, Supervisor Lopez would remain on LAFCO. You would not be going off LAFCO. You would be staying on LAFCO. That's what would happen for 1 year. Right, exactly. And then you would go to, then it would go to the next person, which is a fair way of looking at it. But I appreciate that we have a difference of opinion here. But I would like to make a substitute motion, because as someone who is on the two side of this, contrary to what some of my colleagues have said, I'm not satisfied, and I'm not happy with the recommendation to keep everything as it is. There are some committees that are extremely important to my district that are not being, and those committees are not having representation from my district. As an example, I have a lot of people who would very much like to see me serve on the Cannabis Committee, which is a committee that I very much would like to serve on. And I, at one point, was on that. And again, in the 2 to 3 vote, I was bumped off that committee. Unfortunately, that means that a lot of the people who strongly support the issues that I support with cannabis and ensuring that we're having a really strong cannabis economy are being shut out of decisions. And that is not a very good situation to find anybody in, especially when we're looking toward an economy and toward an industry that has got some very difficult challenges at this point. I would like to have a different approach to this. It's really going to be difficult. I mean, I can look to County Council for help, and I would certainly look to my County Administrative Officer for help as well. There are some things that I think we could change more gracefully than just everybody go back to exactly what we have, which is not satisfactory to at least me, and I expect probably to my other colleague on the board, my other female colleague who also is on the 2 side with me. And that is that there are probably changes that we could make where we could come to a 5-0 agreement. But how can we do that? Can we stand here and say, okay, so John, if you would be willing to take this one back, would you be willing to give up this? Wendy, how would you feel? Louisa, could you take this and I'll take that? Is that what we will be sitting here doing? Because in my opinion, that's the only way that we can really come together in a very collegial and supportive way. Not you win, I lose, but we all win. But we all have to give a little bit. When I made my comments early in this meeting today about what we saw in Washington, D.C. and the need that we have locally to take the responsibility of trying to come to agreement, that's what I'm seeing here today. So I look to our county council, and I look to our chief administrative officer and ask you for help. What can we do now? How can we come to some kind of opportunity to move this one, move that one, but not just blanket the whole thing? Yes, no. Have you some suggestions to help us get past this?
So just for process, so Supervisor Adams, I heard you start a substitute motion, but I'm not sure what that motion is. Are you asking for help from the CAO and County Council to formulate that substitute motion?
Well, yes. How about that? We'll say yes. That's exactly what I'm doing.
Okay.
Madam Chair, a point of process. It's not the job of our CAO or County Council to make a motion and kind of try to read into the mind of our respected colleague. If there's a substitute motion that needs to be made, it should be made, and not put that burden or responsibility on our CAO or our county council. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Mr. Supervisor Alejo. I appreciate it. So my substitute motion will be that we revisit the process that we're going through right now, so that we are not having a circumstance where it's all in or all out, but that we will be able to come to an agreement among ourselves by everyone giving a little bit to get something that would satisfy everyone. And I would need to have a second on that motion.
So I'm not clear. So could you restate the motion? I'm not clear on the motion.
I would like to move for us to put forward a process where we have the opportunity to discuss among ourselves a different approach to the current committee assignments being proposed.
Okay. In just for clarification, in this conversation right now, are you proposing that we look at one or the other and have a conversation about one or the other proposals?
What I want to see is that we have a conversation that will not have one or the other, but will come up with a blending of the two, so that what is currently being proposed, what is being proposed and what is currently happening will be put together, and we will come up with a third option, which is something that we would work on as a group, 5 of us, so that we will be able to come to agreement and we will all be able to vote yes on this.
Okay. I'm just trying to make sure we're clear on that. I'm clear on the motion. I think I would agree. Could I just get a comment from County Council real quick?
Thank you, Honorable Chair, members of the board. The only way to have that is an open session. You cannot do it outside of open session without violating the Brown Act. So there is a motion and a second on the floor. I assume that Supervisor Adams is making a motion that we expand the debate, expand the debate amongst the supervisors about what positions get filled, either today or come back at another time. That's not clear to me, but that's the only way to have the process that Supervisor Adams is describing is here in open session on some day, whether it's today or another day.
So you need a second, Supervisor Adams, and I would be inclined to support a process by which we can engage in conversation. Maybe what we're proposing is, and maybe it would help to know which, whether you're proposing a conversation about changes to the status quo, as Supervisor Alejo has proposed, or if you're proposing a conversation about the proposal that I put forward and a change to that. Can you clarify that? And then I'm prepared to support that.
Right. I am actually, what I'm proposing is that we essentially do what our county council has indicated, that we have further debate, and hopefully rather than debate, we have further concurrence, and that we would be able to do this. And I would have to say we would have to do it at a later date, that we would keep the status quo until we return on January 26th, when we would have further debate on how we can come on what the committee assignments will be for the year 2021. And I must say that when I came on the board, there were 2 new members, and I did a very thorough months-long study of the committee assignments, and came back with a program that worked very well. I was able to work together with county councils, the county administrative office, to be able to come up with a solution that everyone agreed on. It came out to be a 5-0 vote, and since that time, it has not been the mode that we completely throw out the chair of the board's recommendation. And I would not want to be on the side that would vote to make that statement moving forward. I think the chair of the board is an important position, and that person has certain, I think we need to give certain credence to that position, and to throw out her very thoughtful recommendations, I think is uncalled for. So what I would prefer that we do is come back in January 26th for the next scheduled board meeting. And at that point, see if we are able to come to concurrence on the committee appointments, which would be a blend of the two things that we have putting forward now. Take some of the recommendations and not take some of the recommendations. That's what I want to see happen, quite frankly. I don't know, Les, I have to look at you. Tell me how I can make that happen.
You would make a substitute motion, see if it gets a second, and then thered be a vote on the substitute motion.
So I make a substitute motion then that we postpone, that we trail this item to January 26th. And we will have the opportunity at that time to be able to come up with a solution to this, a concurrence of the committee appointments.
Okay, so as much as I would like to second that motion, I think that it is, that we do need to move forward with some sort of decisions about committee assignments. And so, and maybe what we do is we agree to engage in some ongoing conversation this year about what committee assignments could look like and how we may make some trades in the intermediary time between now and next January when new assignments are recommended. So is there any other second for a motion to delay this? Okay, so I see hands. If someone could just speak up if there's a second on this motion. Otherwise, we will continue the conversation around the current motion. Supervisor Phillips.
I don't have a comment under there. I just apologize that my presence on M1W caused so much angst to your calendars. But you can see how politicized it has become with the water wars of the peninsula being thrust on M1W. So, but having said that, I have no other comment.
And Supervisor Alejo, and then Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, I just wanted to add on LAFCO, it's not a politicized committee at all. Having served as an alternate, even though when I was an alternate, I didn't have a vote, I attended every meeting. And now as a voting member, that committee has no drama. I mean, in terms of running efficient, quick meetings, the executive director has really created a lot of collaboration among the members. So anybody who's attended that meeting can attest that it's not politicized at all. That I just wanted to state that for the record. Going back, since the substitute motion died for lack of a second, and we're going back to the original motion, I did forget to include in my motion item F, 18F, which is to also, so my motion should consider the recommendations by the chair to disband the Fort Ord Committee, the Ad Hoc 2020 Census Steering Committee, and the COVID-19 Non-Hospital Medical Personal Services Ad Hoc Committee as well. So I just wanted to make sure we included that in the motion. Thank you.
And the second
Thank
stand.
you, Supervisor Alejo, for adding that. Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, I just, I think my concern was more to the comments about extending out further. I know I've got committees that I'm working on where folks are saying, should we schedule them or not? Should we move or not? What's going on? So waiting a few more weeks isn't something that I'm interested, only because I think we have work to do as a county and it's time to get to work. So with that, my comments are wrapped. Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you. Okay, so I will make a few final comments. Again, I thank everyone for engaging in a conversation about this. I do agree with Supervisor Mary Adams that our current assignments are not equitable in terms of how they divide workload amongst all 5 districts. It's a concern and one of the reasons why I brought forward the recommendations that I did. Having said that, I most committed to just ensuring that we are getting the work done, and that when we are assigned to a committee, we're not simply waiting for staff to bring things to us, but we are aggressively moving forward with the work of our county and the work of advancing the policy areas that we've been assigned to. So I would just ask, on behalf of all of our residents, that we that as we commit to these assignments, that we do also commit to doing the work. The one question I would ask, and maybe Supervisor Adams, given that we do have a motion on the table, if there were any specific changes that you wanted to ask for consideration. It doesn't sound like there's consensus to move forward with any changes to LAFCO. It doesn't sound like there's an interest in creating any kind of housing standalone committee. I'm hearing those things. If I'm wrong, let me know. But if there is any specific other changes that you think we may want to discuss before we take action on this motion.
Yes, I very much would like to be appointed to the Cannabis Committee.
And okay, hold on here. I see a bunch of hands raised, but my Zoom has quit telling me who is raising their hands. So supervisors, if you have any, Supervisor Adams, anything in addition to that you'd like to put on the table for?
I'm going to take it one at a time.
Okay.
Madam Chair, the motion, I do not accept that as a friendly amendment to the motion on the table. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Supervisor Adams, anything else that you would like to put on the table for consideration?
I guess I'm just still sort of speechless, quite frankly, because of the inequity of this. And I would prefer to see you on LAFCO, and I would prefer to see you on Monterey One Water. But I know that it's pointless for my even saying these things because I know I can count.
Supervisor Phillips, you had indicated that you had an interest in budget. Would you be interested in trading budget for Monterey One Water with me? Supervisor Phillips?
No.
All right. Did you have any other comments? I saw your hand raised.
Well, only, I mean, Supervisor Adams said, everybody was agree with her appointments. I didn't agree with her appointment. She bounced me off LAFCO for the first time, and it was always a north-south one. But she did it, and I didn't complain about it, and I voted for it. But that's how it was. But we've said we want to get everybody's input this time. We got input from everybody around, and so here we are. So.
All right. And Supervisor Phillips, do you have any changes that you would like to see from the status quo that you'd like to put on the table?
Well, I did see that. I'm not so sure that housing and homelessness maybe shouldn't be. They go together in some ways, but there's two separate big things. That's the only thing I could see. I can see the logic in saying, well, let's separate those out and have one directed towards housing and one homelessness. Like I said, Supervisor Alejo's right. They are connected, but also there's a lot of issues that are different on them. So that's my only thought on that.
Sorry about that. I'm conferring over here. Okay, thank you, Phillips. Supervisor Lopez, do you have any changes that you would like to request or put on the table for consideration of committee's assignments you'd like to see made different from the status quo?
No, I think I've seconded the motion, and that represents my feelings. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And Supervisor Alejo, are there any changes that you would like to see from the status quo that you would like to put on the table for consideration?
No, Madam Chair, just to speak to my colleague Supervisor Phillips' comments, I would agree with you on the housing, Supervisor Phillips, if there was actually a demonstrated workload need, but we haven't seen that. I think Supervisor Lopez and I can attest, we want more issues of housing to come forward to our committee. So just workload wise, there hasn't been any demonstrated demand or evidence that you need to keep a separate committee for it. And also want to address the same point you did, that when Supervisor Adams came in, committee, I pretty much got the committees from my predecessor, but committees were also taken away. And at that time, it doesn't mean that we were all in agreement or that it was a perfect process either. But I pretty much got all the committee assignments that of my predecessor, except for a few that were removed. But I do want to talk to you about the issue of equity. Equity does not mean taking away a committee from another colleague and then claiming that's equity. That is not. So I want to make that absolutely clear. Keeping what we have is fair. We worked hard to get the committee assignments we have now. We worked on those well. We're contributing. We're moving policies and projects forward in those areas that are important, and we want to follow them through as they're still in process. But I just want to be clear: equity does not mean give me what you have, and that all of a sudden means fairness. It doesn't. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. Equity is also not being able to represent your constituents because there is a block of people who will not let your ideas or your thoughts or your wishes go forward. And I also want to say that when I came in 2017, you all agreed to the changes that I proposed. There was a 5-0 vote on that. You agreed to it. And that's the issue I want to say. But forget all about that. I want to go back to Supervisor Phillips and my agreement with him that when you look at affordable housing, that is really nestled more in the Community Human Development Department. And when you look at homelessness, that's nestled within the Social Services Department. And to mix the two together, I don't think makes a whole lot of sense. I think that as far as staff work goes, it would be more reasonable to keep all of the human service issues together, health, homelessness, and human services, under Department of Social Services. In the 15 years that I had led United Way, I can tell you from experience that that is exactly the circumstance. You need to work with homelessness in a different way than you work with affordable housing. And you're dealing with a different group of people in a different approach. So I would support Supervisor Phillips' comment that we have the two separated out.
Supervisor Alejo, would you consider a friendly amendment to leave the status quo, adding homelessness to health, housing, and human services, adding the ad hoc communications, adding the items in number F, and allowing for the creation of a housing committee? Is that something that you would be willing to consider?
I do not accept that as a friendly amendment, Madam Chair.
You do not. Okay.
Is this fair?
I'm sorry, Supervisor Adams?
So is it possible that I can make a substitute motion now?
You could, yes.
Well, I'd like to make a substitute motion that we.
Madam Chair,
Supervisor, no, there
already made a
can't be
substitute
two
motion.
substitute motions. The substitute motion did not get a second, so now it's time to vote on the primary motion.
Okay. So clarification from County Council, we cannot make a substitute motion, so we can either continue discussion or we can move forward on this particular motion that is on the table. Any further conversation from the board? Any further discussion? My final comment would just be to the Health, Housing, Homelessness, and Human Services Committee that I would just ask you to work to show leadership and to really not wait for staff to bring housing issues to you, but to convene those conversations and find ways to support the pipeline projects that are in the works, to raise that as an issue for our county, to bring recommendations for policy back to the board, and to work with MBEP on the 3-year plan that was suggested in public comment. So it's just a request as you continue that work. But having seen no further comment, I will call for a roll call vote on the motion. Just to reiterate, it's a motion to maintain current committee appointments, adding homelessness to the Health, Housing, Homelessness, and Human Services Committee, adding an ad hoc COVID communications committee consisting of the former and current chair, including the items in 18F, deleting ad hoc committees that are no longer needed, including the Fort Ord Committee, the Ad hoc 2020 Census Steering Committee, and the COVID-19 Non-Hospital Medical Personal Services Ad hoc Committee. Could we call for a roll call vote, please?
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
No.
And Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
I will vote aye. So we are needing to break for lunch so that everyone can get some protein and continue making good, thoughtful decisions. We have a number of items that will need to be pushed until later in the day. So I'm suggesting that we delay item number 20 and item number 21 until after the, as well as general public comment, until after the COVID update, which people are planning to come onto our meeting at 1:30 to watch. Can I just announce that, or do we need to take action on those changes?
We probably need at least 45 minutes to maybe an hour for finished closed session, Chair.
Right.
Okay,
I
so we're
don't
being
think you
told
need a
to-
motion. You can just make
Okay,
that.
so we're
as
being told that
instructed.
there's an hour's worth of additional closed session information. I do know that there are a lot of people that we've been telling should come back to our meeting at 1:30 for the COVID update. So having moved morning items into the afternoon after the COVID update, we will recess to closed session with an intent to come back as close to 1:30 as possible and head back into closed session. Nope, okay.
As a suggestion, we could come back in half an hour and then finish at the end of the meeting if you would prefer to come back at 1:30.
Yes, I would, so
Okay.
that folks from the public who want the COVID update at 1:30 can
All right.
plan on that as a time certain presentation.
All right.
And with that, we will recess to closed session. Morning, I appreciate it.
Now it's connecting. You are using the computer audio escape. The meeting will resume shortly. So now you're in.
Okay.
Okay, so yeah, you can't just.
We can hear you. You're not on mute. Your mic is on.
Thank you.
I'll be there. I just connected.
Okay, all right. So.
Hi, Betty, you have a hot mic.
Oh.
Well, it's a little odd because, you know, I would normally, sorry.
Okay, following some technical difficulties, we are returning to resume the January 12th Board of Supervisors meeting. And I guess we'll reiterate our previous points. We had a very full morning. We are running behind. If we could call for a roll call.
Good afternoon. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Alejo, Phillips, Lopez, and Adams appearing via video conference, and Chair Supervisor Root Askew appearing in person.
If we could get an announcement from our Spanish interpreter of services by Jocelyn Martinez.
Jocelyn Martínez, intérprete de español. Se les avisa que hay interpretación en vivo vía Zoom. Si selecciona el globo abajo de su pantalla y escoge la opción de español.
Thank you very much. We're so pleased to have you here. Just again, reminding everyone to stay safe from COVID. If you are in the chambers, please do keep a mask on and maintain your social distance. We will be moving into, for the sake of schedule agenda changes, we are pushing, we're going to proceed with our COVID-19 update for the public who's counting on a 1:30 briefing, which means we will be pushing items number 19, which is general public comment, to items 20 and 21, which are public hearings, until after the COVID briefing, in between item number 23 and 24. So with that, I will introduce Assistant CEO Nick Chulos and ask you to introduce our briefing on COVID for January 12th.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have 5 items that we would like to brief the board and the public on regarding the COVID response. The first will be a public health update by Dr. Ed Moreno and Christy Michi regarding metrics, testing, and vaccine updates. The second will be an update from Dr. Gray of Natividad Medical Center regarding the status of hospital operations. The third will be a report coordinated by our Budget Director, Ezekiel Vega, and there'll be several different departmental presentations as part of that report about projected expenses between now and the end of June of this year in terms of COVID response. There'll be a brief update from Gary Millay, our OES manager, regarding the Homes for the Harvest program. And then finally, there'll be a brief update from Nick Pasculi of TMD Creative regarding COVID-19 pandemic communication updates. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. Good afternoon. Nick, can you hear me?
We can hear you perfect, Dr. Moreno. Thank you so much for joining us.
All right. Okay, Chair, can you see my presentation?
We can, bright and
Okay,
clear.
very good.
Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Ed Moreno, Health Officer and Director of Public Health. So I will spend some time talking about metrics and vaccines and some data today. This is something we haven't shared in a while. This is the blueprint metric with the thresholds for a variety of actions that the state can take for a particular county. And as you can see, the first metric is adjusted case rate. The state just started releasing some of this information again. So we're at 84.3 per cases per 100,000, which well exceeds the various thresholds for the tiers. As people may recall, the tiers that we were following just a couple of months ago. And the test positivity rate also exceeds 20% for the entire county, exceeds the tier 1 threshold, and 28.6% for our most vulnerable communities also exceeds the threshold. So this is information that appears that the state is going to be providing updates once again for each of the counties. Unfortunately, this is this trend as depicted here for our county. This is just our county, and here's the 84.3 per 100,000. So you can see this is where we were hoping to get down. We were getting very close to getting into a different tier 2 down here in late October, November. But as in Monterey County and in California, the case rates continue to rise, unfortunately, due to increased spread, of COVID-19. And this is the positivity rate placed on a graph that we've used before, just adding the newest positivity rate. So that means that every time people get tested, there's a greater likelihood that they're going to test positive in Monterey County. And again, that's just because of the significantly increased amount of transmission that's going on in Monterey County. Similarly, we have, this is the total number of cases, not a rate, but actually the numbers. And I've mentioned this dip before, but the numbers since the holiday season, the testing has resumed, and we're seeing the higher numbers of cases in Monterey County again. And again, this is trying to smooth out the curve using seven-day averages. It is a little smoother, but it does show that we're still at very high rates here in Monterey County. And this is the hospitalizations here in Monterey County. This one is more reliable in the sense that it doesn't matter how many people you test. People who have COVID amidst significant transmission are going to get sick, and some of them are going to have to be hospitalized. And so this is the census for COVID patients in Monterey County. We had a very sharp rise in December, and then but now we're seeing that it may be slowing. Hospitalizations, as reported by the hospitals, are still increasing, but not as the rise isn't as rapid as it was in November and December. As a result of the decrease in ICU bed availability in Monterey County and in the region, the state, as you know, put the region, including Monterey County, into a regional state health officer order effective December 17th. The order as written remains in effect for a region for at least 3 weeks, which was around January 8th, but it remains past the 3 weeks indefinitely unless the state actually first releases its regional 4-week available ICU capacity projection, and then the state will, based on that projection, will determine whether or not to release the region from the order. If the state health officer takes no action, then the region remains in the order. So there is no date on which it ends unless the state health officer says that it's going to end. This is the where the metric for available ICU capacity has trended along the orange line for the entire region of the Bay Area, which includes Monterey County. And the overall trend is consistently downward. We got very close to 0, but the most recent one that's released today is around just under 5% here. Let's see. Do that. So, but the overall trend, supervisors, is downward. And if we get to a point where there is no, as calculated by the state of California, no ICU bed availability across the region, then the state may implement a health officer order upon the region stating that there are no elected surgeries in the region, which includes our 4 hospitals in Monterey County. And the reason for that would be to postpone an admission and a surgery and a post-op hospital stay at hospitals, so that those beds and the staff that otherwise would have cared for those patients would be available for critically ill individuals with COVID-19. And this is the ICU bed availability as calculated locally, but as always, our hospitals are the best source of what's actually happening and how COVID-19 is impacting our hospitals. I'm moving on to testing now. This is a table which shows over approximately a month and a half, excuse me, the testing numbers are now for testing sites in Monterey County. These are actually OptumServe sites. They are OptumServe is a company that has contracted with the state of California, and we initially received a site in Salinas and another site which we moved to Seaside, but now we have Castroville and Soledad, and these are totals for each week, and we're doing quite well here in Monterey County with the utilization of our sites. I do understand that we have had some challenges as we get further into this COVID pandemic, and the transmission increases, affecting more and more people, including OptumServe employees. And so we continue to communicate frequently with OptumServe in the state of California, who contracts with OptumServe, to let them know what we're experiencing here in terms of staff at OptumServe side having to leave work, not feeling well, or not showing up for work, and the resulting cancellation, closing of clinics, and cancellation of appointments. So we know that that's inevitable in a pandemic. Every agency, every sector is being impacted, including our testing sites. And so the best we can do at this point is continue work with OptumServe and CDPH, California Department of Public Health, to make sure that they continue to work on having reserve staff available to come in and reopen a clinic should they have to close because individuals are sick at the site. This is some information that we're sharing that shows the month of December, the test positivity rates by zip code. And we've selected a few samples to give to you based on these are examples of some of the higher case rates we have in Monterey County. And also, these are the case rates in the various zip codes you see on the left, the case rates in the second column. In the third column, you can see the test positivity rate for the month of December. And in the last column, supervisors, you can see how the case rates have increased. So for example, 93926 area code has in December had a test positivity rate of 44%, but that's an increase of 13% from the month of November. So it would have been approximately 31% test positivity in November. It's jumped up to 44% in December, an increase of 13.4%. So these are significant increases in test positivity rates from November to December in these particular zip codes. Another indication that the transmission has increased tremendously, and the test positivity rate in these particular areas mean that there's 44% of individuals in the month of December that were tested in these zip codes were testing positive, a very high number. And again, this is the other additional positivity rates as well. And you can see these are also having increases. All of these have increases in test positivity rates going from November to December. This is another way of looking at data. This looks at distribution of COVID cases by age. Supervisors, this is looking at all cases, for example, in March, all the cases and dividing them by age. The blue is 0 to 17, orange 18 to 24, for example, and then at the top of this bar is 65 and older. Regardless of how many cases we have in March, we can divide it up by age, and we can see what proportion each age group plays in this, occupies the total number of cases. As we moved through the summer months, you can see there was pretty much consistency going from across the 65 and older and all these age groups. There was pretty much some consistency through September, but in October and November, we start to see somewhat of some changes. For example, the 65 and older age group here is representing more than 10% of the population of the people who test positive, whereas since May, that group represented less than 10%, and now it's representing a greater proportion of the cases. So that's of concern, because this age group is the age group that's just by age is at the greatest risk of having serious illness. We're thinking in public health that the reason we're seeing more in 65 is because there's so much transmission of COVID-19 in the community that it's more and more difficult for an individual in this age group to completely isolate away from, not isolate, excuse me, completely avoid being in contact with individuals from other age groups. And so there's more transmission into this age group. causing a greater proportion of the cases to be in this age group. This is, let's see, Christy, this is, this is by race ethnicity. I apologize, I had a little difficulty looking at my entire screen. So again, in the month of, in the summer months, we were seeing that the green portion of the bars, Latino population, and this is based on what people tell us, share with us about their race ethnicity. But as we get into November, December, we see that the Latinos still make the greatest proportion of cases in Monterey County, but the proportion decreases a little bit, and we're starting to see a little more. If we look down at the bottom of these bars in October, November, December, a little more representation among Asian and Pacific Islanders here as well. And this is a self-reported occupation among people who have COVID-19. And as we were in spring, we can see that a large proportion, almost half of people with COVID-19 said that they had, who would share what their occupation was, were in the ag sector. And as we move through the ag season, the proportion of individuals that admitted that they work in ag has decreased significantly. The ag season has slowed down. Many people who work in ag have moved out of the area, that may be contributing to decreased number of cases. But we do see that in December, we saw a tremendous increase in proportion of cases due to those in correctional settings. That includes both the people in housing correction and also employees. And we do know that our facilities, our California Department of Corrections rehabilitation facilities down in Soledad were having significant outbreaks and continue to have a high number of cases in the month of December. And so they are overrepresented in the month of December among cases based on settings, based on settings. And the Department of Corrections also has their own healthcare outpatient, primary care outpatient departments, and they also have their own public health department who've been following guidance to trying to prevent spread of COVID in the workplace, and also following guidance to isolate, quarantine, and cohort as necessary to try to reduce further spread. But they're, as like many other agencies, they're being significantly impacted by COVID-19. And then I believe this might be my last bar graph. We're looking at by region, and we have, one moment, we have North County in blue, and the peninsula in orange, and we had some stability in terms of proportions, but as we got to the end of the summer, into the fall, we start seeing that a greater proportion of cases are coming from the peninsula, which is orange, and also the North County, which is blue, and the somewhat decrease in the proportion coming from the Salinas area. So there's a little bit of different changes in this, and I think it might be due to the fact that we're starting to see greater rates of COVID in those areas that we hadn't seen as much before. Moving on to the COVID-19 vaccine update. We have, we're following the California COVID-19 vaccine plan. This isn't a plan that was developed by Monterey County or any particular county. It was developed by the state in conjunction with, in consultation with local health directors and health officers. We are in phase 1A, and there's 3 tiers. And my update today is to share with you that we are in the progress of vaccinating tier 1 acute care facilities and hospitals, skilled nursing facilities that are in the process of getting vaccinated through the pharmacy program. Our paramedics and EMTs were the first to get vaccinated at our Monterey County Health Department clinics. Dialysis centers are also staff are getting vaccinated, and some of our residential, we're in the process of providing access to residential substance use and mental health facilities. In Tier 2, we are trying to expand the availability of the vaccine. We are in planning in some of these facilities, but we are definitely in progress in making vaccine available to some community health workers, our own public health field staff, our primary care clinics. Many of them have received vaccine and are vaccinating and will be giving the second dose of the vaccine. And we are also in progress of vaccinating individuals who work in outpatient mental health agencies. And finally, Tier 3, this update includes our specialty clinics are now getting greater access to the hospitals who have agreed to take vaccine in excess of vaccine necessary to vaccinate their own staff. They ordered additional vaccine, and we approved additional vaccine to go to some of our hospitals so that they can invite staff from some specialty clinics to come in and get vaccinated. As far as laboratory workers, I'm in communication with the Laboratory Association for California and working with them to get laboratories staff in for prepared to get vaccinated. We've been working with the Dental Society for the Monterey Bay Area, and they assisted us in getting information to dentists to enter our portal as the first step to getting access to vaccine appointments for dentists and their staff. And I'm in the process of working with the Pharmacy Association, similarly, to get some of our smaller private pharmacy staff in line to get vaccinated, as well as working with the larger corporate laboratories like Quest and I'm sorry, not Quest, CVS and Walgreens to find out what we can do to get them vaccinated as well. And we are communicating with mortuaries as of today, the mortuary directors, funeral home directors, to let them know what the process is for them to get their staff into line to get vaccinated. So that's it for Tier 3. So there's still more work to do in Tier 3, but we're going to continue to make progress on a daily basis on getting those in Tier 3 in line to get vaccinated. The next tier will be Phase 1B. We're getting a lot of inquiries, as you are, I'm sure, to get these individuals vaccinated. That would be individuals 75 years of age and older, and individuals at risk of exposure who are working in education, childcare, emergency services, which includes police and food and agriculture. So that will be, and Supervisor, we are waiting for official guidance from the state, a guidance document that we and other counties can use to guide us through vaccinating those in Phase 1B. And then finally, when we get through 1B, or most of Phase 1B, we'll move to 1C. And similarly, we'll be looking to the state to provide a guidance document that we can all follow to get to individuals in other age groups, individuals with medical conditions that put them at risk for severe COVID-19, and then other essential workforce workers who are at risk of exposure in these various essential workforce categories. There's been questions about how much vaccine has been allocated, how much has been, how many people have been vaccinated. So our team was able to spend some time looking at systems that are available for us to try to estimate how many people have gotten vaccinated. So we have a total of, here on the first column is the 2 types of vaccines that we have. The second column is the type of distribution. The feds are still distributing first and second dose shipments to states, which then make that available to us. So we've had 5,800 doses of Pfizer for first dose, 3,900 doses for second dose that have already come in. And similarly, 9,700 doses of Moderna for first dose and 4,700 doses of Moderna for second doses, which brings us to a total of 24,000 doses in Monterey County. Total vaccinations, we have 2 ways of estimating that. One is through, actually, I'm going to move on to another slide. And this one Before I get to that, I can also share with you who's been receiving the vaccine in Monterey County. So you can see, I won't go through this, but you can see this is the, on the first column, these are the agencies that submitted orders for vaccine. And the second column is the number that they submitted and the number that we approved them to receive. This is total thus far. It includes either Pfizer or Moderna or both, depending on the size of the agency. It also includes both their first doses and second doses if they've received second doses. There's two ways for us to determine how many people have gotten vaccinated. One is to look at the inventory that is remaining. So for example, if Big Sur Health Center received 100 and they had 50 left in inventory, one could estimate that 50 people, up to 50 people have been vaccinated with their first dose. We wouldn't know for sure if that was their 50 people or fewer than 50 who, because some of the vaccine was given as a second dose. But the inventory may help us. At this time, we only have, we're here, the Monterey County Public Health Bureau, with 6,000 doses received. We're looking, the folks that can give us the inventory are not available today. They've been vaccinating people this week. So when they find a break from vaccinating people, they'll be able to get on the system and tell us how much inventory we have left. So we'll be able to get that, but what we don't have access to, supervisors, is the reports of inventory by all these other organizations. That's because the state system only allows an agency to look at their own inventory. So we'll be looking at ways to make requests to these agencies to provide us with inventory reports so we can get an idea of how much they have left. The other way to estimate how many people have gotten vaccinated is to look at the California Immunization Registry, or CARE2. And we did take a look at that, and we can see that when CARE, the Immunization Registry, acknowledges that an individual has been vaccinated, it tallies that vaccine in the count. And we can see that some organizations that haven't received vaccine and have been vaccinating don't have, so for example, the first two rows, there's nothing in CARE about anyone being vaccinated, although these agencies have been vaccinating. As far as the hospitals, we know that Trump has received 6,000, and the system is reporting 2,500 doses being administered. But when we look at NMC, they've received 4,700, but only one is recorded in CARE. So there are limitations, and we know that NMC is doing a great job of vaccinating their staff and looking to vaccinate others as well. So there are limitations to this, but according to the CARE system, about 7,600, approximately a little over 7,600 vaccines have been administered. And finally, there are some that have been entered. That this last column here says unknown, either when a dose was administered, and the almost 1,800 doses, a dose was administered, but an organization was not entered, or it's unknown. And so some of these maybe have been given by some of these other organizations, but at this point, we don't have a way to tell in the state system. So there are definitely some limitations in trying to estimate how many vaccines have been administered using the state immunization registry. Let's see, I just wanted to remind folks that we in conjunction with our partners have already begun and continue to provide vaccine to those in phase 1A through our points of distribution. This was a photo of the first one that we had out at CSUMB, and it was for EMT and paramedics, many of them working for fire and also for ambulance companies, as well as those that vaccinators, those that were going to in turn go out and vaccinate at pods in the future. So we had some good turnout there. Another group way of vaccinating is through our retail pharmacy partnership, and apologize, not ours, it's the state's retail pharmacy partnership. So the federal government and the state are working to get vaccine to Walgreens and CVS, and in two parts. Part A is intended to get vaccine to skilled nursing facilities and assisted living facilities. And there will be 3 vaccine sites clinic date set, one for the first dose, one for a second dose, and a third for a catch-up dose. And the last time I gave a presentation to this board, there were 11 of our 16 skilled nursing facilities in Monterey County had at least their first clinic scheduled. And I just checked with our public health staff, and they shared with me that more skilled nursing facilities have scheduled clinic appointments through either Walgreens or Walgreens or CVS. So we do know that there may be some skilled nursing facilities that don't have appointments set up, but they are moving forward. Those two pharmacies are moving forward. And they're focusing on skilled nursing facilities. And when they make progress with skilled nursing facilities, my understanding is that they'll move on to assisted living facilities. And the second part B, includes the following. I won't read them, but this is the following types of congregate living settings where the retail pharmacy partnership will move to vaccinate as well. As far as notification, outside of the retail pharmacy partnership, we are working through employers. We are contacting groups of employers as we move through the tiers in phase 1A. And as an example, we will we did contact primary care providers, let them know that there were opportunities for them to vaccinate by requesting approval to receive vaccine, and many of the larger clinic systems did receive vaccine and are vaccinating their employees. Another way we went through employers example would be the recently with dentists working through their dental society locally, are assisting us in getting information out to dental practices, who then can provide us information about their practice, and then we can send information back, letting them know that they can, how their staff can make appointments to get vaccine. It's very important in this particular phase 1A that the employers respond to us, because we need to know get an estimate of how many individuals in each of these groups in each tier are likely going to need vaccines, so we can make sure that we have enough vaccine to schedule enough appointments, and then invite an additional group to get vaccinated. So we are making, I believe, reasonable progress through phase 1A, and we are making some of the information available on our website. I think I shared this with the group last week, but this is our website. It has some questions that people might be interested in, but also this is the top part of our table, which shows which tier we're in, and then the status for each of the groups in each of the tiers in each of the phases. We also have on our website and also through social media, we've been updating through a simple diagram where we are, and we have everything that's checked here shows that we're either vaccinating or nearly finished vaccinating or about to begin vaccinating. The process has begun. So we're making progress through phase 1A, and we are hoping that when we make significant progress through 1A, even though we haven't completely vaccinated everyone and vaccine becomes more readily available, we'll be moving into phase 1B here in Monterey County, which is a much larger group of individuals. So we will need more vaccine coming into Monterey County in order to accomplish this. We will also need to continue to have participation by our colleagues and other agencies that are providing either a location, security, police, workers to guide cars or individuals through the vaccine clinic, vaccinators, people to observe people got vaccinated for 15 minutes. We need we'll continue to need a lot of support from our partnering agencies in order to schedule these clinics, particularly when we get into phase 1B, where we're probably looking at much larger clinics for larger groups of people, where we're getting hopefully over 1,000 people a day at a clinic coming through and getting vaccinated. We have that also in Spanish on our website and through social media. And I think I'm almost done. I'm just going to finish here by sharing what our chair mentioned this morning and our CAO mentioned this morning is that we do have a town hall meeting coming up on Thursday. This information is available for signing up is available in English and Spanish. It's also on our Monterey County Public Health website. It's from this Thursday from 5:30 to 6:30, and there's a way to link into the webinar or to call in by telephone. And we are encouraging folks to email Julie La Paz with questions so that we can hopefully take a look at some of those questions and be prepared in knowing what people are interested in, what issues they're concerned about, and try to tailor the presentation discussion to address as many of the concerns and issues as possible on Thursday evening. So that's my presentation, and I'll stick around and be available for questions.
Thank you, Dr. Moreno. That was a lot of information. You always deliver quite a bit at our 1:30 briefings. Do we want to continue through the rest of our content and go to the board for comments and questions? Why don't we just continue through? I think we have next up let's see here, the state of the regional stay-at-home order and Natividad Hospital update.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair Askew and Supervisors. Gary Gray from Natividad. I'll just give you a quick update. As of this morning, we had 65 COVID patients in our hospital. This number is 3 to 4 times larger than the surge that we experienced last summer. Given the prevalence of COVID in our community, resources remain constrained, especially personnel. To clarify the vaccine, we ran a CARES report during Dr. Moreno's presentation. We've delivered 2,112 individual doses of vaccine. That includes both a combination of first and second doses. On the hospital front, we have 21 patients in contingency beds. We had 1 ICU bed available this morning. That's 1 traditional ICU bed available this morning. We continue to test all patients at time of admission, and we continue to provide both risk-based and random testing of all of our staff to try to control exposures in the workplace. That concludes my report. I'm happy to stick around for questions.
Thank you so much for joining us today, Dr. Gray, and thank you for caring for all of our patients at Natividad. Do we have an update from Ezequiel Vega about COVID-19 departmental expense report?
Good afternoon, Supervisor Askew, Board of Supervisors, members of the public. My name is Ezequiel Vega and I'm the Budget Director. So next, we're gonna have a presentation from various departments about the projected expenditures that are to be incurred between the period of January of 2021 to June 2021. And this is as a result of a request that was made by the Board of Supervisors in late December in one of their meetings, since they had been receiving numerous requests for funding for continuation of COVID-19 response strategies for the county. The Board of Supervisors had requested that the CAO's office work with departments, getting a survey of information from the departments, where departments provide their financial data on how, on what strategies they believe were the most critical that needed to be continued for that period of January through June 2021. And the PowerPoint that you will see in a minute is the one that each of the different departments that has provided data is going to make a presentation specifically about why some of the items that they're requesting are important to continue to be funded. So let me share with you on the screen that specific PowerPoint. So does everyone see the presentation on the screen? I hope that you do. It looks like you do, that's good. So this is just a summary overall of all the different departments that submitted the specific information. Not all of the departments on the table itself are presenting information. Those departments that are not presenting have indicated that it was not necessary to present, either because funding was identified or because they believe that they will be able to manage some of these expenses within their specific budgets. So with that, this is the order of the presentation from the different departments. We will start with the health department, go on with social services, and go on the list all the way through water resources. So without further ado, we'll jump in with the health department, and I believe Elsa Jimenez is on the line to make that presentation for the health department.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair, members of the board, and the public. Before I get into going over my presentation, Ezequiel, can you set it into presentation mode, please? Great. As Ezequiel mentioned, I'm going to be providing you a high-level overview of our projected ongoing expenses between January and the end of June of the current fiscal year. As you know, the health department is critical in our county's COVID-19 response efforts. And unfortunately, the work could not cease come December 31st. Overall, we anticipate an expenditure level of about $8 million. Through various funding mechanisms, we're able to recover about $1.4 million in revenue, therefore resulting in an almost $6.6 million estimated gap in funding for ongoing COVID-19 response efforts. Next slide. This is a breakdown in a little bit of a descriptor by each of the strategy areas. I won't go into detail on all of them. Obviously, you know that from the beginning, we've had to redirect many of our health department staff from their regularly grant-funded programs, as an example, to help in our COVID-19 response efforts. And so many of those staff continue to be redirected to serve in our COVID response efforts. Contact tracing, case investigation, that is an instrumental public health core strategy that initially, when we had a few cases, even up to 100 per day, was a manageable task. But even with our current heightened increase of cases, it is still a critical public health strategy that we need to continue to implement. And so we need to continue to have our contract with Maxim Healthcare, who is providing nurses to serve as case managers, and then continue the assignment of temporary personnel that the county has been able to secure. As you can imagine, with almost 500 new cases a day, we're not making contact with every case or every contact. And so we are prioritizing based on those individuals that are higher risk of developing complications or potentially even succumbing to getting COVID. Our public health lab continues to be instrumental in our local testing strategies. And as such, even though their ask is over $1 million, they're able to recover some with revenues for billing. Some of our local partners are submitting samples to us for testing. And so the 571 is the resulting funding gap. Additionally, they have been key in purchasing refrigerators and freezers that are needed to be able to store public health's allocation of the vaccine as it comes in. We've also included a request to continue some strategically located VNA pop-up testing sites. Those did stop at the end of December, and we do not have any planned right now, but we found them to be very effective in terms of really getting into those communities that are identified as census tracts in the Healthy Places Index. And so we would like to continue to implement that strategy. Additionally, we have some money in there for being able to go to a congregate living center and being able to perform testing of the residents and the staff. And clinic services, our county clinics continue to be instrumental in making vaccination available. And so that's the amount that they're not able to recover through their revenue streams. I'll only highlight a couple more on here. In terms of vaccine administration, we are asking for some money for clinic services to be able to support our county-wide vaccine strategies, both in terms of vaccinating their own staff, vaccinating other county staff, and hopefully being able to help support some of our community-based clinics. I will tell you, going back up to the testing services, the VNA is a key player in terms of our flu clinics. And so we are in conversations with them about being able to have them serve as community vaccinators. And so even though I didn't ask money specifically for that, I would like to repurpose some of the testing dollars to be able to support a contract with VNA to help us deploy community testing vaccine clinics. As Dr. Moreno indicated, once we get into phases 1B and 1C, is we really will have, thousands and thousands of residents eligible in those phases. And so it would be key to expand the number of vaccinators we have in our community. And then lastly on this slide, our stipend program ended on December 30th, and we were able to enroll about 300 individuals. Again, those are 300 individuals that were able to receive $1,000 stipend if they followed through and isolated at home as required. We would like to ask for continuation of that program to be able, again, to provide monetary support to individuals that are finding themselves forced to go to work, even though they have COVID, because of no replacement income being an option for them. Next slide. Ezequiel, next slide. Oh, thank you. Just a few other strategies. We would like to continue to have our two temporary analysts continue to enforce the county's face covering ordinance at a cost of about $100,000. You might recall that we are in partnership with our libraries and distributing hotspots for families in need. And so we would like to continue that loaning of a hotspot program through the end of the year. And then in public communications includes, continued work on modifications to our county website. It also includes a continuation of the contract with United Way to support their 211 call center staff. It includes money with CRLA to be able to continue their COVID-19 hotline, and again, being able to help our residents who are due employment benefits, lost wages, health benefits, etc., continue that effort. Admin support is for those staff in our human resources, information technology facility. So this is really the proportional share of our administrative overhead that's related to COVID. And then just a little bit of money to continue to purchase necessary materials needed to keep our workplaces safe. And that is the end of my presentation, and I'm happy to take any questions at the end. Thank you.
So at this point, we will ask the Department of Social Services. I believe Becky Cromer will be taking the lead of that presentation for that department.
Good afternoon, Chair Askew and other board members. We would like to respectfully ask that we have 3 programs that have funding gaps. And so we're going to step through those. The first one is the Great Plates program. This is providing restaurant meals, 3 meals a day to seniors. This is a FEMA-funded program that is on a month-to-month extension, and we were approved through February 7th so far. There's about 296 seniors that are being served, 5,900 meals weekly. And since we started this program back in June, we've served about 131,000 plus meals. Again, this program has only a county share of 6.25%. And we did discover a small portion of funding that we can put toward the county share of $85,338 from the Aging Disability Resource Connection. This is money that came down from the CARES Act directly for this funding stream, and it will fund 2 months worth of the county share. And let's go to the next slide, please. So I provided a breakdown of what the cost of this program is. So if you look at the column that has total, this is based upon 300 clients. So your weekly cost is $138,000. A monthly is $594,000. And then I went ahead and costed out for what 6 months would be. I have the breakdown of the estimated FEMA cost and state share and our county share. I apologize for this. On the 6 months, the $417,000, that is a combination of the county share for serving 6 months worth of meals plus a 2-week cost of the program to ramp it down. And so the actual county share of costs for 6 months is $225,000. So I'll talk about that later in the options below, but we're requesting to continue this program. And so I've provided 3 options for the board to consider. The first option is just continue the program and through March 7th. And that's contingent upon FEMA extending the program to March 7th. They usually let us know a couple days before the end date of the last time they approved it. So we're good through February 7th. So we should probably hear from them a few days before if they're going to extend it a month. And so this would have no cost to the county because we would be able to fund the county share with our ADRC CARES Act funding. Option 2 is to continue the Great Plates program even after the FEMA support ends and continue it for as long as you want. And I just wanted to point out that if we did that without any FEMA funding, we would be looking at $594,000 of county share of cost. Option 3 is requesting that the board support the Great Plates program as long as FEMA is supporting the program. And we're estimating out through June 30th. We would also ask that if the FEMA stops funding the program, that you provide some county dollars to ramp down the program so we don't leave the seniors stranded with very short notice. Because again, we don't know when FEMA is going to stop. They just tell us 2 days before if they're going to extend it out a month. So to do a 2-week ramp down, or we could do a 1 week, your 1 week cost would be $138,600, and a 2 week is a total of $277,500. So this was kind of the option that the department was recommending. And so the total funding gap is $417,337. Next slide. The second program that we have was a spinoff of the Great Plates program, and we called it the CARES Meal Program. This was serving seniors that were in a lower income level that didn't qualify for the Great Plates program. And the reason they didn't qualify is the state had said, you know, they qualify for the Meals on Wheels programs and they qualify for CalFresh. And the Great Plates program was serving the next income level up. We knew that there were some seniors that were not being served by the Meals on Wheels programs, and we wanted to reach out to them to help them in sheltering in. And so we were using the CARES Act money to do this program. And we had served 78 seniors is what we're currently serving. And we deliver about over 1,500 meals weekly. And since we started the program in October, we've delivered 14,407 meals. And again, this program is not eligible for FEMA dollars. And so the program did end December 30th when the CARES Act funding ended. And so we're seeking direction if the board wants to continue this program. And I have a funding breakdown on the next slide. So because this is all 100% county share. I gave a breakdown of what the costs are weekly, monthly, 3 months, or 6 months. Again, the program ended, so for us to start it back up, I was doing an estimate from January 18th. And we thought that we should coincide this and work in tandem with the Great Plates program, because we're using the same restaurants that are delivering those meals to. And so we were estimating through March 7th would cost us $258,720. Just in case you guys chose the other option with the Great Plates also. The next option is that we restart the program and we continue it on until the Great Plates program ends. And again, you know, we don't know when FEMA will end the program. So it could be 3 months or 6 months. Or number 3, you restart the program and you just commit to funding it all the way to June 30th. Those were the 3 options. Next slide. Our third program is our Project Room Key. We did come to the board in December requesting 6 months worth of funding, and we were approved for to move forward with just doing a 2-month contract. And these are the services that are where Coalition of Homeless Service Providers is operating our Project Room Key, and they have subcontractors that assist them in this project to support the participants in the program. We are, let's see, we have a 6-month cost of $2.2 million. And we had reported out in December that we had received a disaster response emergency operations grant from the state for $456,000. And at the time when we came to the board, we weren't for sure how long, again, FEMA was going to support this endeavor. We did receive a letter from the state that, again, the state was required to submit requests to FEMA every 30 days to get reauthorization. And they did send out a letter to at least commit to the end of the COVID-19 emergency event. They would be authorizing FEMA dollars. Again, my crystal ball is lurky on this, when that's going to end. So again, next slide. So we currently have a contract in place for almost $457,000. We were hoping that that would last us through the end of February. It looks like it probably will not make it. We'll run out of funds probably in the first 2 weeks of February. However, some of these costs are going to be reimbursable with FEMA. And we can also use this grant monies toward for helping them to get into housing. So there's some rental assistance in there. So so the options that we have here today are: 1, we end the Project Room Key services as soon as we exhaust our funds with the grant that meets the county's share. Again, we do estimate we'll have some FEMA dollars for reimbursement. However, they're not guaranteed, and I imagine we don't know when they'll come in. Option 2 is to support the Project Room Key program through June 30th. This gives us time to, they're working hard in placing these people, but we did do an estimate for 6 months, and the county share of costs would be $288,000 959. I see I have a discrepancy here. I do apologize for that discrepancy. I will defer to, I'm going to defer to our spreadsheet, and it is the one that's in the funding chart above 288,959. And that's all that we have are those 3 programs. Thank you.
Thank you, Becky. So now we will transition over to the Sheriff's Department.
Thank you, Chair and members of the board. John Mino. We'll just start this first slide. I understand there's a lot of numbers on there and they're a little bit small, but that's the total. If you look at the middle column, you can see the total need from January to June of about 7.1 million, and then the column next to it shows that there's about 5.4 million that has identified funding, and then the final column shows the gap. So if you wouldn't mind, Ezekiel, bump to the next slide so we can just focus on the ones where we don't have funding. Thank you. So just quickly on this slide, some of the things, as far as overtime goes, we've had a couple of outbreaks. We had one serious outbreak of our staff in the jail, and as the board is well aware, with minimum coverages and having to meet all of our obligations, not just for COVID, but for under our litigation, we can't just not fill some of those shifts. So when we had those, we saw a bump in overtime. We're currently having an outbreak in our central patrol station, which causes the same thing. And then the other piece related to overtime has been in our coroner's unit. And this is 2020 has been a very tough year for a lot of our people in Monterey County. And from a coroner's perspective, just to give you a basis of comparison, in 2019, we had 1,008 coroner's cases. In 2020, we had 1,410. So we've seen a 40% spike in coroner's cases in Monterey County. And looking at our daily situation report, we know that 232 of those have been attributed to COVID, but that means there's another 175 out there that aren't. So 40% increase in the coroner's work, and a lot of that leads to call outs and folks being out. So that's part of what drives the overtime. You can see the other ones. I won't get into the weeds with some of the other pieces of this with the approved leaves. You can see the testing costs. We're very grateful Public Health was able to take care of all of our testing without passing that cost on to us early on. Starting in January, they need to do some cost recovery. We get that. That's the $171,000. We think that's a really important piece of maintaining our response to COVID. We all know the congregate living scenario in that jail, and making sure that our people are COVID-free and not potentially introducing it to the inmate population is a really big piece of this. You see the $150,000 for coroner's body storage. We've been shopping for storage options for many months. Cal OES actually really came through for us, and just this last Saturday we got an OES portable morgue here delivered to the county. So right now that's on loan for free for 90 days, but we're just trying to play for the long game here. Hopefully we are over the worst of the surge, and we're not going to need the additional storage. With all the additional coroner's cases this year, and then everything has slowed down due to COVID. So from the time somebody passes to the time they are either buried or cremated, it takes longer. And so there's been a lot of pressure on the mortuaries. There's been a lot of pressure on the morgue space in the hospitals. And then on our fixed morgue here at the coroner's office, there's the capacity is a part of that. Again, we've had 40% increase in coroner's cases in 2020. So that's part of it. And then the slowdown because of COVID is another part. So we're still trying to play safe and make sure that once this loan from OES is done, we still may need the additional storage space. And then further down, the coroner's autopsy cost, you can see at $153. That's another one where the way our contract is with the forensic pathologist, that is a per person. Anytime we have to do an exam on a decedent, there is a cost associated with that. So with the tremendous uptick in coroner's cases from 2019 to 2020, and right now we're not seeing any slowdown. the state OES coroner's liaison that we work with all the time, their predictions are for anytime there's whatever the number of positive cases are, just shy of 1% of those positive cases are going to potentially turn into a coroner's case in the future. And so just as a glance, today we had almost 1,100 new cases. So, in 2 weeks, that's potentially 11 deaths in that day. So it's a very trying time for the people we serve, and our coroners unit has been reeling this entire year. So those are the bulk of the costs that are unfunded. I'm happy to answer any questions about any of the other categories. Thank you.
Thank you, Under Sheriff Minnie. So we will move on to the County Administrative Office. We have a couple of sections on this. We will move to the EOC and OES section. That is something that Bruce Succo, I believe, will be presenting. And then we will also have a section for the Workforce Development Board, which will have its own presentation as well by a separate presenter. Bruce?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Supervisors. My name is Bruce Succo. I'm the Finance Chief for the EOC. And a couple things to go over with you today. The alternative housing sites, internal use for the EOC and the United Way call center, all are receiving FEMA funding, and as you could, the funding there is the estimated expenditures through the end of June. The sum of identified funding is the FEMA share, and the gap in the funding is the county portions. As you can see there, those all total up 841,000, with the county share of that 210. The Cal OES line for the temporary staff, that had come before you last month, and that one, the FEMA share 128 and a 42,000 would be the county share at the end, and then. Most of the other EOC activity has already been briefed to you for Great Plates and whatnot. And that's all I have for the EOC side, and then the Workforce Development Board will be handled next. Any questions, please let me know.
Thank you, Bruce. So we will move on now to the Workforce Development Board presentation.
Good afternoon, Chair Eskew and County Board of Supervisors. Chris Donnelly, Monterey County Workforce Development Board. We are looking at asking the board for additional $1 million for the small business relief grant. With the short funding, we have about $127,000 to $130,000 what is left in our rapid response layoff aversion fund. So that leaves us a shortage of about $873,000 if we want to continue with it. And I've made presentations last year about the number of people being laid off and the impacts of COVID-19. With shelter in place, and we're seeing more and more businesses in Monterey County that are being desperate in need of additional funding to keep their businesses open and to ensure that they have funds to keep open. They're laying off more and more staff. We just got a notice from Ventana Big Sur that they're laying off majority of their employees. We're getting other notices of other small businesses that are closing. You walk downtown Salinas, and majority of small businesses are looking at either closing or have been shut for a while, but we're looking at additional funding. So there's information in terms of with Monterey County, we've only seen about 49% of the job lost from February to September that is coming back, and that's primarily in leisure and hospitality. We look at the unemployment rate increasing for December up to about 11.9% from 7.7% due to shelter in place and the information we're receiving. Just give an update in terms of where we are with the 2 rounds of fundings that the board approved for us for the small business relief grants. Out of the original $1.268 million, all about $15,000 has been sent. We received 152 applications. We funded 126 businesses with the CARES Act funds that we received of the $1.2 million. The additional cannabis funds that we're looking at a second round of funding starting information going out on February 8th with a 2-week application period. And we hopefully that we'll be able to spend the other funding that we received as the cannabis funds. But We'd like to see that additional funding is set aside for the small business relief funding to continue past our second round of funding, because we know that more and more businesses in Monterey County are really feeling the effects. There's only the funding that came from the state in terms of the small business grants. We know that only 17,000 businesses will be funded in California. And hopefully that some of those in Monterey County. We keep on receiving requests on a daily basis for businesses to see if we're going to have another round of funding, and also to look at other opportunities for funding that we could do through our other grants that we're receiving from the Department of Labor. If there's any other questions, I'll be having more to take them later.
Good afternoon, Chair Askew, Supervisor Sean Ellerby with Resource Management Agency, or should I say former Resource Management Agency. If you recall, the Resource Management Agency was dissolved on November 30th, 2020, and replaced with the creation of two new departments, Housing and Community Development and Public Works, Facilities and Parks. However, at the time of the dissolution of the RMA, the board approved the two departments continue to operate under the former RMA fiscal structure for the remainder of fiscal year 2021. And so the numbers that I'll be presenting to you today are our estimates from January through June 30th of 2021 in the four categories that you see before you. The first category being improving the telework capabilities for staff. We continue to run into issues of needing to purchase equipment, whether it be laptops or monitors and cables and docking stations for staff to work from home, especially as the increase in COVID cases are going up. We're seeing a need to continue to have our employees work from home, as well as we have several staff members supporting the EOC.
Hey,
and
do you have a minute?
I do.
All right, we're back at East Garrison.
Sorry about that. So we're on line two. We have several employees supporting the EOC operations. As you can see, the cost there for $383,000. We're also still purchasing personnel protective equipment for the staff that's in the office and out in the fields with regards to face coverings, cleaning supplies, plexiglass protectors. And then for the public health expense, this is also related to expenditures that we've incurred and continue to have to incur for changing of signage out in the parks, closing down and putting up barriers in the parks area, as well as putting in signage, as well as for multi-use facilities, bringing in increased day porter services from the custodial staff for cleaning the high-touch areas, as well as bringing in specialized cleaning when there has been a potential exposure within the workplace. The total request for the RMA is $479,358. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. So we will move on to the Probation Department. I believe Chief Keating is here to present. I don't hear anyone, so maybe they have trouble unmuting themselves. So maybe we'll move on to the next department and come back to this. So let's do the Public Defender.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, Chair, Supervisors, and members of the public. Susan Chapman, Public Defender. We have approximately $47,000 that we have projected cost for COVID-related expenses that include increased costs for interpreting, for supplies, and also for temporary staffing. However, we believe that we can manage these related expenses within our current budget. So I will be available for any additional questions if anyone has any issues. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that. So we will check back with Probation. Is Probation available now?
I am, thank you.
All right.
Sorry about that.
Good afternoon, Chair Rudascu and members of the board. I'm Chief Probation Officer Todd Keating, and as you can see in the slide, the Probation Department's COVID-19 projected expenses primarily consist of overtime coverage at Juvenile Hall and the Youth Center. The Probation Department has been hit relatively hard as of late with leaves of absences due to COVID-19 related reasons. To illustrate this recent surge, during the first 6 months of the pandemic, we had a total of $135,000 in overtime costs, compared to November and December, where we had $160,000 in such costs. Our projection is based on a continuation of that trend as the whole community continues to grapple with the pandemic. The Probation Department intends to mitigate these COVID-related expenditures by reassigning non-institutional staff to cover some shifts when possible, and other savings associated with regular operational expenses. We also hope that we are through the worst of the holiday surge and that the vaccination rollout will help mitigate the need for overtime coverage over the next several months. And with that, I thank you, and we'll take any questions that you may have.
Thank you for that. So we will move on to the Monterey County Free Libraries.
Thank you, Hillary Thayer, Library Director. Our projected expenses for the next 6 months, primarily staffing, and this is now staffing diverted strictly to COVID services. We did end our mask making staff in December, so this is more working being diverted by the EOC, assisting at test sites. The facilitating distance learning use of our library by mail service is up over 250%. So that is entirely postage and materials for mailing library items. The day porter, we are projecting starting in April. This is presuming we can get the public back into our libraries, or at least some of our libraries, to add cleaning and day porter services. And then PPE ongoing for use by our staff as they provide service. We are carefully managing our budget, anticipating if we cannot provide support these expenses within budget, we may have to go into fund balance. Thank you, and I can answer any questions.
Thank you for that. So we will move on now to the last department that is making a presentation today, the Water Resources Agency.
Good afternoon, Chair Askew, Board of Supervisors. This is Brent Buki, General Manager of the Water Resource Agency. So our ask is for $50,000 for the next 6 months, 25,000 of that being supplies needed for PPE, messaging equipment for essential personnel operating our critical infrastructure, the high hazard dams, flood control pumps, and emergency flood operations. And the additional 25,000 is for salaries for those tasks, updating the required plans and managing exposures. I'm available for any questions you may have.
That concludes the presentations from all the different departments. So at this point, I will just make a couple of final points to the board members. I know there's a lot of information that was presented to you by departments, and I want to reiterate that unfortunately we don't have ongoing funding to be able to fund all these different requests as a county. As you are aware, the only funding sources that we have available for this type of requests are one-time funds in the form of contingencies, cannabis, and also the strategic reserve. So the Board of Supervisors at this point, we will request that you provide direction to staff as to how would you like to proceed to evaluate this request that you received from departments, whether you would like to provide direction today, whether you would like time to evaluate that and maybe come back at a future date to provide direction, or what is the direction, what the board would like to do.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone, for the detailed presentation. I think what we had sort of been on a path here was to finish out our final Homes for the Harvest and TMD messaging update, and then we will circle back and have a fabulous discussion about everything we've heard the past hour and a half. So we would welcome Gary and Annette for a Homes for the Harvest update next.
Thank you, Chair Askew. This is Gary. Can you hear me?
We can. You're ready to go.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. just to recap, as you know, the Homes for the Harvest is a program that is a collaboration between the state and the county, in which the state secures hotel rooms for our agriculture industry that need to be isolated, and then the county provides all of the other services that are similar to what we provide for the Project Room Key. And we have been in the past waiting for the state to actually secure contracts with local hotels so that we can officially initiate this program, and any of the agricultural workers that we were housing in Project Roomkey could then be moved to Homes for Harvest. And I'm happy to announce that as of yesterday, the state secured contracts with 2 hotels in Monterey, and they continue to seek additional contracts in other parts of the county, such as Salinas and South County. And so we are now in the program, and any people in the agriculture industry can be in the intake process to be part of Homes for Harvest.
Fabulous. Thank you so much for that. Does Annette have anything to add?
The only thing that I would add is that we have been in contact with all of our state legislators on this issue of trying to get the local hotels signed up. And they've all been very responsive and are at the ready to assist us in any way that they can.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you for all of your work on that. Finally, we have a TMD update, and then we will have some conversation. So Nick Pasquale, do I see you on the line?
Yes, good afternoon, and thank you very much for your time today. Just to get everybody up to speed on what activities we have presently planned, right now we're focusing primarily on getting messaging out about testing. About 90% of our efforts are testing focused. We are going to be shifting gears here in the next couple of weeks, pushing out messages about what to do if you test positive, and specifically providing tips for treatment at, if you're at home and recovering at home, and how to safeguard others in your family and the members that are caring for you and living in the same household. We also, based on some new zip code information that we received yesterday, we are refining our digital retargeting campaign, and we are bolstering our efforts in those zip codes that are most highly impacted, meaning those zip codes that have the highest percentage of test positivity rates. Our digital campaigns have been tracking very, very good, in particular in our Spanish-speaking communities. We're based on research that we just received yesterday, our campaign is performing at about 17.84% times the national average for similar campaigns, which means we're getting a very, very high penetration in the Spanish-speaking community that are using digital devices for things like shopping on Amazon, social media, and surfing the web. At the present time, we are also working on an Indigenous campaign. We have completed our first Traquibajo spot with regard to testing, and that has been provided to some Spanish-speaking radio stations in our area that have Indigenous programming. We do not have in our market an Indigenous media network at all, neither radio or television. So there are a few radio stations in our market that dedicate a half hour of programming on Sunday afternoons for the Indigenous community. And so that spot has been sent to those appropriate outlets. We're working on another one with regard to What If You're Sick, an animated spot, or PSA, I should say, that will be used by the community health workers as well as by the community-based organizations to help spread the message of the appropriate things to do if you're sick or if you test positive for COVID. And then we are also very involved with the activities of the Community Foundation's COVID-19 Collaborative. We had a meeting yesterday. There are a number of people from the county at that meeting, as well as myself. And so we are working on implementing some of those suggestions from that collaborative in order to amplify our messaging and make sure that we are reaching as many people as we possibly can. Truly, this is a work in progress, and the priorities of messaging change rather frequently. So we are working very, very closely with the health department, with Natividad Medical Center, and obviously with the county administrative team, making sure that no stone is left unturned. That's my report for this afternoon. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer those.
Great, thank you. And thank you again for all of the work that you've done to help us get communication out into the community, Nick.
Thank you.
Okay, is there anything else, Nick Chulos, that we need to go through? Okay, so there's a lot of feedback requested from the board, specifically in regards to the COVID-19 departmental expense report. I think what we'll do, unless there's a specific request, CAO McKee, for how you receive that feedback, we'll just go through and have supervisors share some initial responses, and then if you're looking for specific action.
Well, let me just chime in here.
Okay, thank you.
We understand that the board hasn't had the opportunity to really receive this information ahead of time, and so it was more of doing giving the board a general overview of these needs. Supervisor Parker, before she left, had recommended that we look at these expenses, especially related to COVID, in a strategic way and not do the piecemeal. Recognizing that each one, when you come in a piecemeal fashion or even in a whole fashion, they all look needy, and everybody wants to support them. So we had Mr. Vega and then all staff from the different departments provide this general overview today, so you get an understanding of the magnitude of what we're looking at. And we would appreciate any general direction that you want to give today, recognizing that any specifics as far as what your approval of any funding or funding sources would have to come back, because it isn't identified on the agenda in the way that I think would be appropriate for that, and also to give the board more time to digest some of the specifics that we're talking about. And so we'd be happy to bring that back with more specifics, but we are looking to see if there's any general direction from the board at this time.
Fabulous, thank you. And with that, I will come to the board, my colleagues, and see if anyone would like to raise their hand to share thoughts, questions, comments on this item.
Madam Chair, this is Supervisor Alejo. I just want to make a brief comment that I'm glad that staff is letting us know what they need. This is a time of crisis, a time of great need, and I just want to express that if we have that money available in order to save lives of our residents and try to prevent more people from getting sick, they need resources to do the work. We asked for them to do many different things, but in order to do that, they need funding, they need those resources, and we need to get them out as soon as possible. So when this comes back, I look forward to entertaining those and also signal to our staff, we're here to support them. We want to be successful. We want to combat this virus. And I think our residents, if they see us not keeping the money in an account when we have it, but rather put it to use, I think that would be very much appreciated. It's a time for continued leadership and to get those resources out during the worst possible time in our nation's history in terms of a pandemic. So thank you for everyone's presentations.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. Supervisor Phillips, would you like to make any comments or ask any questions?
Well, I have some questions and comments that I wanted to focus on with Dr. Marino and the health people, but I agree. I think we have to allocate some money to some of these departments and agencies. Like our CAO says, we just got hit with this, so I'd like to take a little more time to analyze it, but clearly we're going to have to spend some money. We knew that, so.
Thank you for your comments, Supervisor Phillips. Supervisor Lopez, any questions or comments?
Not on this. I mean, I echo my colleagues' comments on the process here. I know it was a ton of information. I think CAO McKee for sort of lining up that comment in terms of, process today. I don't think we're in a position right now to make some of these decisions. We need additional information. And in terms of the overall ask so that we can actually sit down and spend some time considering them in document form. But I just like Supervisor Phillips have questions for Dr. Moreno. Is now the appropriate time, or would you like us to wait on those since we moved pretty far away from that presentation?
Yep, now would be a perfect time for anything on item number 22, including all of the information.
Okay.
Yep, go ahead.
Perfect. All right, then Dr. Moreno, I just want to say thank you for getting us that data in terms of the vaccines, where they sit and how many have been administered, and clarifying the fact that the data that we got there isn't the cleanest data, but it's what we have today in terms of the care system and the way that the vaccinations are being reported. My question is it's in the same vein, and it's a question that I sort of asked last week in a different form. But so if we have a clinic and vaccines are taken to the side of that clinic, if they need to be frozen again, is that, or put back in the freezer? Are they stored in a freezer on site while the clinic is ongoing, or are they removed, and does that diminish half-life? I'm back to that concern about making sure we don't waste a single dose. I know that that's a priority for you, and I just want to hear from you sort of what that process looks like so our community is assured.
Supervisor, I'll do my best to answer that question, and I'm hoping maybe Christy Mishi might be on the call, but we have, I'll do my best and try to keep it brief. We have two vaccines. We and other agencies have one of two vaccines or both. The Pfizer vaccine is stored in an ultra low temperature freezer. And it can stay in that, the longest shelf life is as long as it stays in that freezer. The manufacturer and the FDA have given very good guidance on how to maintain the vaccine. And once we take the vaccine out of the freezer and it comes to room temperature, then there's a different amount of time that we can keep it chilled, not as frozen, but keep it cool. And then we have to bring it to room temperature. Once it comes to room temperature, that's it, we have to use it. So we are, when I say we are, immunization coordinators and immunization coordinators at all of our countywide and at all of our primary care clinics who have familiarity working with vaccines, have been given the information, should understand how to keep the vaccine in a place where it has its longest shelf life, and only move it to the next level. For example, from Pfizer freezer to a Pfizer vaccine coming out into refrigerator and then finally room temperature. Only when we're absolutely sure that there are appointments and individuals ready to take that vaccine. The other strategy that we have is to make sure that when we schedule clinics, we try to schedule clinics within, I think it's 5 to 6 days of the next clinic, so that if there's any Pfizer vaccine left over, we can bring it out to the next vaccine, use that vaccine clinic, use that first, and then start with the next batch of vaccine that's been taken out of the freezer. So there's several strategies in place to make sure that we're utilizing all the vaccine, and hopefully we don't have to discard vaccine. And finally, if we have a very short time period to use the vaccine, we will contact whoever we have available on a short notice to come in and get the vaccine, so that we don't have to throw any vaccine away, or we don't have any vaccine that expires. I know that the Moderna vaccine can stay refrigerated stay chilled for quite some time. I think it's up to 6 months. And so we, and again, the vaccine coordinators for the variety of healthcare facilities throughout the county will look at that guidance and follow that. One last thing I'll say is, when I mentioned just now the vaccine coordinators, there are vaccine coordinators in many clinics throughout the county. Some of them have received COVID vaccine, who again go through annual training through the state on how to properly store and monitor and vaccine when it's stored, and how to respond when an alarm goes off on a refrigerator stating that the temperature has gone too high or too low. They do this training every year, and they monitor the vaccine on a daily basis and have systems in place to notify a point of contact in their organization in case there's the temperature goes too high or too low. So I'm sorry, it's about as brief as I can't keep it. I just want to see if Christy Mishi is on, if she had anything else to add.
Thank you. I think you covered it really well. The other thing that I'll just add is that the vaccine is being transported in very specialized coolers. So it is, they're meant to maintain vaccine temperatures for out in the field. They're designed especially to move vaccine out for those kinds of events. They have temperature loggers on them, so they're constantly being monitored and observed so that we don't have any waste of vaccine.
Thank you, Dr. Moreno. It sounds a lot like what happens when we move produce across the country out of the Salinas Valley in terms of tracking temperatures and making sure things stay where they need to be. I really appreciate that. And I just want to, it's my final comment, give a thank you to Gary Millay over at OES and his entire team for helping us get the conversation on housing for the harvest moved so quickly, and to Nick Chulos and everybody who participated. And lastly, I can't make this comment without thanking Jennifer Coker from the MCCBB, who reached out and kind of started this conversation with me and got the ball moved so quickly. So thank you all for helping to make sure that resource is available to people in Monterey County. We really appreciate it. And with that, I'll turn it back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, and thank you for the excellent questions, Supervisor Lopez. Supervisor Adams, any questions or comments regarding any of the COVID information that we've received in our briefing today?
Thank you very much for the opportunity. And thank you, staff, for the work that you have put into this. I appreciate getting to get a heads up essentially for the additional funding that's going to be needed. And of course, it'll be difficult to find, but I appreciate getting the overview today. I think actually the thing, though, that people are more concerned about than anything is simply the vaccine. And I appreciate the sort of the update on how we're going to be looking at it. I think from my perspective and the perspective of the district, that is really the driving issue here. As soon as we can get people vaccinated, we're all going to be able to get the economic engine running again. And it's such a key part of our future. So whatever we can do to help in getting the vaccine out, please know that I'm sure that everybody stands ready to go. I have had several retired doctors who have approached me to say that they would like to volunteer to help with giving inoculations. And can you just give me an idea of where I should suggest they start as far as wanting to volunteer in this capacity?
Actually, Christy, I know you have a little more familiarity with the HR website for applying for volunteer positions. Could you go ahead? Thanks.
So in advance, we realized that we were going to need lots of help with the vaccination efforts. And so we worked with our HR department to open up a recruitment on the HR employee recruitment website that says Health Department Volunteer. And what we would encourage folks to do who are licensed medical providers or people who can administer vaccinations, who want to assist with this effort, to go online to the county's website, go to the HR page, and under Job Employment Opportunities, look for Health Department Volunteer and apply as a volunteer. Include your licensure status, that you're a vaccinator. If you're bilingual, include that information if possible, and we would be happy to reach out to you and coordinate on how you can assist with our vaccination efforts.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Thanks very much for that. We'll promote that in our e-letter that we send out. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor Adams, for more excellent questions and great information. I'll make a couple comments. Let's see here. I do feel that there remains a fairly urgent need for communications capacity within the county. The community and the public that I'm hearing from, via text, via social media, via, conversations on the phone or in Zoom meetings, people are desperate for additional information that's provided in their language and in the way that they consume information. Simply posting something on our website is not enough to communicate with the people in our community. So I've urged and will continue to suggest that we continue to use the media as our partners to deliver information. That may mean offering more one-to-one interviews so that reporters have all of their questions answered and can report critical information out back to the community. I think that having communication staff that's assigned to fully engage in social media would be a critical piece to help stop rumors from spreading and to help ensure that people have their questions answered and know where on our website to find the information that they're looking for. And I do also think that having some sort of staff translation available that's on staff and available to translate information back out into the community on a, as needed live time setting, as well as providing some Spanish language expertise in all of our communications would be critical and necessary and needs to be prioritized when we're thinking about the additional expenditures specific to COVID. I would ask again, I think, for clarity around who in the health department team is working on the local distribution efforts, some sort of org chart or some sort of just description of all of the different positions and people who we have working on our vaccination task force, I think would be a huge relief to people in the community who are not aware of the internal workings of public health and would really value knowing who's doing what and that there are people actually working and planning and coordinating. We've had a couple different instances with confusion around COVID vaccine clinics. There was some stuff that played out this weekend as well as some stuff playing out this morning. I think, acknowledging that we're making imperfect progress moving forward, the way that I see it, people are really excited to get vaccinated, and I think that's a fabulous situation. But I do think it's also another example of that our community is really good at communicating in ways that they know to communicate. So we need to figure out how to get into that mechanism of communication and let people know that how they will be informed of their COVID vaccine when the time comes so that they know what to watch for. In terms of the departmental expenses updates, I really appreciate the information. I just have a couple things that I do want to make sure we're moving forward pretty aggressively on. With the Great Plates program, as far as it, and what I've understood, there are people who are income qualified for Meals on Wheels, and we have additional folks who are qualified for a donation-based Meals on Wheels program. So I think as long as FEMA funds are available, we should be willing to continue to commit our 6% portion. But I do think that it's urgent that we start thinking about how do we start transitioning people who are receiving that program into a more sustainable option. Same thing with the housing programs that we have, really thinking about not waiting until the funding ends before we're thinking about investing in additional case management support or rental deposit support or whatever that sort of longer term. I think it's time now that we need to be thinking about how do we transition past some of these, and then how do we also make sure that all of the folks who are in these programs are in our priority ranking for getting their COVID vaccine so that they can begin to go back out and to shop for food or to look for housing if that's what they need to do. But do definitely think that we need to have a broader conversation about this and look forward to bringing it back and getting some additional detailed information about some of the specific requests. But I do see, those are my comments. I see Supervisor John Phillips has his hand raised, so we will go to Supervisor Phillips.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a question. We're still doing the testing, but people are losing interest in the testing as we look into getting a vaccine. Are we still pushing both the same, or are we directing some of our resources away from the testing and into vaccines? And then the second thing with us going through and now in the 3 stages of 1A, and as we approach 1B, we know it's going to be a pretty big undertaking. Are we getting ready for that? Are we behind? I saw something come in that Fresno is already looking about their vaccines for their ag workers, and we don't seem to be near there yet. So there's kind of a Cobb Project question. So thank you.
Madam Chair, I could start to answer the first part, and maybe Christy could address the second part, which is the on the vaccine clinics. But as far as testing and vaccinating, I'll just kind of complete the picture here. Our public health staff have been involved in working to coordinate and expand testing access. So that is one of our responsibilities. And although we're not conducting most of the testing in public health lab, we are still doing quite a bit in our public health lab. So we still have a significant role to play in there, but our partnering agencies and the state have really ramped up to provide additional testing countywide. So we're not necessarily redirecting or our focus from testing. That's still an important strategy for members of the public to understand whether or not they're infectious, and then to take action. And then also, we also have a process where people can self-attest to say that I finished my isolation, and the employers can accept those attestations. So we've been able to somewhat streamline the process. The other part is when we get a positive test reported to us, as you all know, contact tracing is one of the, case investigation and contact tracing is an area where public health has been working and dedicating quite a few staff to work on that. So as we move into vaccinating, some of our staff are a few of them moving from case investigation over to the clinics to actually vaccinate individuals. And one of the, when we look at this from a public health perspective, we have known all along that the number one thing we have to do, if there's no vaccine, the number one thing we have to do in our community is to limit the transmission of COVID-19. That's the public health approach, and that is through socially distancing, physical distancing, face covering, staying at home, washing our hands. Secondarily, if the cases occur, then yeah, we do provide as we can information to people who have COVID-19. But ultimately, how we're going to really make a dent in the case rates and transmission is to get people vaccinated so that they don't get sick from COVID-19. Even if they are exposed, they won't have developed symptoms of COVID-19. And so to some degree, we will, in public health, we'll need to begin to dedicate some of our limited resources over to vaccination. Fortunately, those in a few of the folks that are working on the planning for the vaccination clinics and the communication with various employers, letting them know that it's their employees' turn to schedule an appointment. Some of them can focus most of their time on that and they're not taking time away from case investigation. So that's a good thing. We have another group that can dedicate most of their time to this without having to pull away from testing or from case investigation and contact tracing. So we're doing what we can. We're judiciously reassigning and reallocating staff within our health department to get the greatest public health benefit out of the resources that we have. And with that, I'll see if Christy might talk a little bit about clinic strategies.
Well, before you go there, Doctor, is the state, I think you mentioned when we were talking about it in another location, but do we know exactly how much vaccine we're going to be getting next week and the week after, or is that something that you find out about in a day or so?
We find out typically on Tuesday, and then we get the final confirmation Thursday morning, and then we place our order by 5 o'clock on Thursday. So that gives us a couple of days to begin to finalize orders from our healthcare providers in the community that have been approved to receive vaccine. It also gives us a couple of days to begin to finalize our plans for clinics in the next week or two. But then we get the final confirmation Thursday morning or Thursday afternoon, and that's when we know for sure how much we're going to get. So it's a week by week basis. And on the, I'm sorry, Supervisor, but at the state level, there's quite a bit going on at the state level that has to be dealt with before they can give us a final. And that is, the state has to decide how much vaccine is needed by corrections, how much is needed by state hospitals, how much vaccine is needed to reallocate to the retail pharmacies who are vaccinating our skilled nursing facilities. So all of this has to be decided at the state level before they can give us an estimate on Tuesday. And then when they finalize it, then they give us the final on Thursday and we submit our orders.
Thank you, Doctor.
And I can't, I'm sorry, the rest of your question. I really can't commit to any allocation a week in advance. We really have to wait to see what the state tells us.
Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we'll go to public comment on this item. And so this is for public comment in regards to the COVID-19 presentation that the board just received. If you're on Zoom, you may use the hand raise feature. If you're calling in, you may press *9. We will unmute you. And again, in the interest of time, I'm going to limit comments to 90 seconds so that we can try to keep moving forward today. We will start with Kim Stemler. If we could allow Kim to unmute herself and speak for 90 seconds. Thank you.
Hi, this is Kim Stemler. I'm the director of the Monterey County Vintners and Growers Association. And I actually had talking points already. And I'm not going to use them because frankly, I'm shocked by the lack of coordination. I'm shocked that we haven't already brought all industry together to talk about how we're going to roll out these vaccinations. I know we're starting very slowly to do this, but I can't tell you how shocked I am when I know there are people losing their lives. There are people without jobs, and we have not prepared enough. I know the state and the federal government have failed us, but we still need to step up. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for bearing with us on the timing of today's presentation as well. Next up, we have Marlene. We will allow you to unmute yourself and 90 minutes of public comment. Thank you. Hi, Marlene. You should be able to unmute yourself, and it's not 90 minutes of public comment. We'll do 90 seconds. Thank you.
Yes, are you speaking to me?
I am. You are ready to go. We are accepting your public comment now.
Oh, thank you. I wanted to comment on the vaccine situation. I was confronted today with an email that said there's an opportunity to sign up for a vaccine this week. Two of my friends forwarded it to me. It had been forwarded by many people. And so I signed up or attempted to sign up. It was very laborious. And by the time I got to the end of it and answered almost impossible questions, it then told me, sorry, there are no appointments available. It was a complete runaround. And the appointments were scheduled every 5 minutes at CHOMP, supposedly. Now, two of my friends do have appointments and they are scheduled to go in on certain days, on Thursday, I believe. And they were able to make their appointment through their iPad. I'm using a laptop and I got very, very tangled up in the various questions that they required a front and back picture of my insurance card, even after I told them I had Medicare. And they asked me for various things that shouldn't have been asked. It's very laborious. If this is real, it's through something called CalVax, whatever CalVax is. And it just was very inefficient looking. And the appointments are scheduled every 5 minutes.
Thank you, Marlene. We're out of time for public comment, but if you would like to send an email to us at cob@co.monterey.ca.us, we could definitely follow up with you.
Thank you very
so
much
for participating in our meeting today.
Thanks.
Is there any other public comment in the audience or any emails to be read into the record? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Oh, I'm sorry, there is more public comment. Janine, you're going to be given permission to unmute yourself and speak for 90 seconds. Thank you.
Great. Hi, I'm Janine Chigrad. I'm the chair of the Monterey County Hospitality Association. And I just want to say that our industry is prepared and wants to partner and do some large scale vaccination test sites. So whatever it is that we need to do to help and collaborate with you, we just want you to know we're here for you, and we want to be a part of the solution, and we want to be a part of making sure we vaccinate as many people as fast as we can throughout Monterey County. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the incredibly generous offer. I know we know how to find you. Next up, we have Charles Meyer. Charles, you are allowed to unmute yourself, and we have 90 seconds on the clock.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to talk. And Dr. Marino, thank you very much for your presentation, specifically on the graphs. They're very informative concerning the history of the COVID-19 here in Monterey County. However, looking forward and learning from history, we don't seem to be doing very well in this county as far as controlling the infection rate throughout the county, especially in the city of Salinas. Secondly, you mentioned that you hope to get to a rate of vaccination in the Monterey County at about 1,000 people per day. We need to expand beyond the, I would call it small thinking that we are doing right now about this COVID vaccine that we have in front of us right now, and expand to a point where we can deliver at least 3,000 to 5,000 doses per day to the individuals in this Monterey County. Right now, you've got more vaccines sitting in the refrigerator than you have in people's arms. This is not acceptable. There's got to be a program that we can accelerate the vaccination rate and within this county into the future. At present, we're not going to be out of the vaccination business until 2022 at the earliest, given the projections you just gave. I appreciate your work. I appreciate your assistance. I know it's a monumental task, but we're at war here, and we need to bring all the guns forward to support getting people vaccinated.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your comments. We're out of time for public comment. The alarm is going off here in our chambers. But thank you so much for participating. If you have additional information that you'd like entered into the record, please do email us at cob@ca.monterey.ca.us, and we will definitely receive and consider additional comment. So seeing no further hands raised on Zoom, I will bring this back to, we will close public comment. I will bring this back to the board for further discussion and action. I would suggest that we informally request that our CAGO return to the board with more detail about the departmental expenses that are requested so that we can take formal action and determine how to move forward. But unless there's additional comment or question from the board, we will deem this report accepted. Seeing no hands raised from the board, I will deem this report accepted, and we will continue on with our agenda. Let's see here. We are moving on to item number 23, receive an update on the development of metrics for the Community Outreach and Education Pilot Project. And we have a 15-minute presentation from Rosemary Soto. And again, I am watching the time, and we are, if we could keep it to a 15-minute item, that would be fabulous. Rosemary, you're up.
Okay, good afternoon, Madam Chair and supervisors. It looks like my camera is not working, so okay. I wanted to first of all thank everyone for the opportunity to bring this item back. It is really important to us to share where we are with the work that has been done to develop the metrics, both short-term and long-term. So I do want to also share that one of the key areas that we found is to be also as important is to also track the process. And so here we have a bit of a timeline that walks us through from the start of our work to support the local community-based organizations that had already been doing quite a lot of outreach and education in the communities and help to formalize and augment and enhance those efforts. We also spent a great deal of time during a research and review process, seeking lessons learned from other counties, as well as launching into a training, utilizing a curriculum that was that we obtained from Fresno County, which was developed with community. It has been a cornerstone of our work here to ensure that every step of the process in the development of this project be community-centered, community-driven. So that has been a critical part of our work. We also immediately after our community health workers were trained, they began to provide outreach at testing sites within a couple of days of being trained. We do again appreciate the Board of Supervisors for making a $4.9 million investment in this project to carry us through for the next 6 months. And we also launched a CHW stakeholder convening to share in the curriculum and the information that our pilot project outreach workers are doing along with other CHWs in our community that are focused in other aspects of health. So again, trying to tie and make any connections of dots between the work that CHWs are doing throughout the county. We went through a few phases when it came to identifying the metrics and developing the metrics. In the first phase, which was throughout the months of December and currently ongoing, researching what are the best practices for these CHW programs, and also identifying what are the data, specific data sets that are most feasible for collection, and beginning to conduct those collection processes for developing the metrics. In our phase 2, which we are currently in, we continue to collect and report and on the data that has been identified in phase 1. As well, we developed and we continue to develop the training, and we test data collection tools and protocols, working collaboratively with the CHWs, with the coordinators, as well as with the clients to identify what works best. And then the third phase, which we anticipate will take us into the month of March throughout the rest of our period, is to collect, analyze, and report the data from the first 2 phases, as well as identify what are those continuous improvement of the data tools that need to happen. And there needs to be a continued adaptation process for the tools and protocols as needed. I will then also pass this on to my colleague, Dr. Krista Hani, who will take us into the first set of data that we have, and she'll provide a breakdown of what that looks like.
Thank you, Rosemary, Madam Chair and Supervisors. We are giving you today an overview of the process data that we've been collecting across our 8 organizations. We have trained over 58 of those with at least 6 hours of training, and we have several more hours that we're planning. But across the organizations, they have even more community health workers that are working, many of them working virtually. Some of them are also working out in the community. That includes coordinators within the organizations. We've had a number of planning meetings. And then so the work has been across online phone work, as well as social media outreach, and being at the 3 of the testing sites routinely every day in the month of December, and then also doing the door hangers and other work at some of the apartment complexes, focused primarily in the 93905 zip code. So on this sort of tree here to show that effort across multiple organizations, we have over 2,500 people have been reached. And actually it is much more than that, because that doesn't include necessarily the town halls or platicas. One of them alone had 600 views on Facebook at the time, with Dr. Moreno giving a great presentation just on the general COVID pandemic, and then also how to be prevented for yourself and your family. The door hangers were connecting people to resources. We'll hear a bit more about that later. A lot of social media posts, WhatsApp, and then phone calls. And I will say that a goal for us with this project and moving forward with the expansion is really to get working with people to get them into self-isolation, giving them the supports they need to be isolated or quarantining and staying there. And you can already see that with the phone calls, we have a number of people that were provided with financial service information across the community organizations, and of those, a number of them, 81, were in self-isolation and were reached with rent mortgage supports, and 50 were reached with legal supports by a couple of the partners. Next.
Okay, and so now we are moving into the expansion of the project. We currently have 95 community health workers who are in the onboarding process to be hired and trained. So we're well on our way to meeting the expectation of 100 community health workers to be continuing on this work. The role is primarily, remains the same. We want to make sure that this is consistent throughout our entire process. And that is to promote and assist the community with setting up testing appointments for testings, and we might move on into vaccinations as well. And we assist with the navigating access to resources that are needed for adequate isolation and recovery. And that ends up being the real core of the work, and including, it takes us beyond the education and promotion, but really doing a lot of the deep work of communicating and assisting our community members. And again, being deployed into the communities with the HPI census tracts, as well as testing sites and other key identified areas that would be most needed. In one of the framework, the performance measurement framework that we are utilizing here, we found that this is a logic model in our literature that will guide our CHW expansion. It'll focus on this framework, which is it was published recently, just last year, and it was developed from an exhaustive and critical assessment of CHW programs worldwide by panel experts. The framework includes a measurement domains and associated proposed indicators to focus on CHW programs on aspects that are amenable to and critical for the purposes that ensure the program's effectiveness. And it also affects health outcomes where CHWs are part of a greater system. We know that the framework structure uses the most common input process and output outcome logic model approach. And the 4 areas that you see here are inputs, programmatic processes, community health systems and performance outputs, and then finally you have your outcomes, which are your overall improved health outcomes, reduction in the spread of the virus, and so forth. Now, the specific measurements within each of the domains and subdomains are defined under each of these categories, as you see here. The framework also balances the short-term demand for data to inform those programmatic activities with the long-term data that's needed to understand how effective this program is. And as well, it'll look at, it provides the dozens of potential metrics that can be used at the CHW client or patient, whichever term we choose to go with, and then the community level for tracking the progress. One of the most important and key areas that we really favor in this framework is the fact that it also embraces the core concepts of equity, of gender, and accountability. Having this is key in terms of equity for CHWs and the equity of the service delivery as well. The project also commits to disaggregation, is committed to disaggregation by equity promoting variables such as those zip code and census tract. Again, the data is driving the deployment of the resources and the effort. The accountability is for us as well to the CHWs and to the community, and it's reflected by our co-creation of this project, of this program, and including the metrics being something that is developed together with our CHW leads and our community-based organization leadership. Krista will now take us further into the in-depth in terms of the metrics and process and outcome metrics.
Yeah, so there's a variety of metrics that we are considering that are coming from that framework model. I'm also sharing with the community health worker stakeholder organizations another list of metrics that come out of Michigan and are also really about going beyond that traditional approach of just summarizing secondary data and really involving the stakeholders in, as Rosemary mentioned, that co-creation of what you're tracking. And a really important part of that is that value that what we're tracking reflects the point of view of those who design and conduct it. And every week in our meetings, we're moving forward in this process with the stakeholder groups, the CBOs. But here you can see that we're focusing on some of those client or CHW level data in order for us to track not only how many are involved, but then their understanding of the education they're receiving, and then the number that had been, then the number of people they're reaching with testing information and going forward as they start to identify people that are needing help and are calling them back. Those are some of our process metrics. We have more that we'll be considering as part of this, and we do want to hone in on some key ones, and then working with the organizations where we'll be collecting these likely through Qualtrics. There may be another software that we use, but Qualtrics is one that we're looking at and has been used by other CHW programs in other counties. And then where the CHWs and the coordinators could collect the information on a form or on like a Chromebook, like we have from the census, that we could then have that data more in real time and track and look at where our impact is with the number of people that we're reaching, and if we have to modify that based on the data that we're getting on testing and case rates by the zip codes. Next. And then that leads to the longer term outcome metrics. And again, getting those people to people who need self-isolation and quarantine supports, and having successful referrals and getting them those supports. So that would be at the client level. Ultimately, again, reflecting back to that zip code level or census tract level, looking at testing, case, and vaccination rates, just to see how we're reaching in with that CHW work and having more of that care management and wraparound approach with the people who do need it. What's also really important here, and I've mentioned, is that besides the quantitative data, there's the qualitative, and we have been starting to work on collecting that weekly in our meetings. And we think it's a really important part of that process to guide and do those systems tweaks, creating the outreach information and guiding it to be more effective, and hearing from the on the ground or the ground truthing from the community health workers. And I'd like to say that that's been for me a really enjoyable part of the process, is getting to know the community health workers and the coordinators and having them be part of this process for the beginning to develop not only collective metrics, but then develop further for the expanded project. Rosemary?
Thank you, Krista. Now, for this last piece that we'd like to share with you, supervisors, is something that brings us back, always keeping us at the core of this work, and that includes making sure that we are implementing and we are utilizing the core principles of governing for racial equity, and that is that our work in every aspect of the development of this project is rooted in community and community-driven processes. With that, we want to invite our partner, Sofia Cuentas. She is a community health worker. She's a dynamic leader in her role there with building healthy communities and Mujeres en Acción. So we want to invite Sofia to share a few words in regards to community impact. Sofia,
thank you, Rosemary. And good afternoon, Madam Chair. I am the part-time CHW coordinator for Building Healthy Communities and Mujeres en Acción, two organizations under Action Council. Half of my time goes to the coordination for BHC, and the other half goes to coordination for Mujeres en Acción. We currently have 2 CHWs working with BHC and 5 for Mujeres en Acción. Of those 7, 2 are assigned to the test site at Cesar Chavez Library in Salinas, 2 at the test site Castroville Library, 1 at Seaside High School, and we have 2 CHWs in South County focusing on community calls. Collaboratively, we have reached and provided resources to 1,164 residents with 137 community calls made by Mujeres en Acción. We have been able to reach this many individuals thanks to the effort and capacity of Mujeres en Acción. Through the outreach being done, we have provided 3 families with isolation support, assisted 43 individuals with food distribution and meal support, and referred 105 individuals to financial support services. The support we are providing to the community is beginning to be recognized as an asset. Even a nurse from a test site reached out to us regarding isolation support resources available to the community, and we were able to assist her in acquiring alternate housing. I would like to share a brief story regarding the door hanger activity that was done over the holidays. We had positive feedback from the residents from the residents in the 93905 zip code. They mentioned that they were unaware of resources available and even the location of free test sites. A family that tested positive for COVID at the apartment complexes didn't know what protocol to follow, and the CHW provided them with resources available, as well as the door hanger that included what steps to follow if you or a family member test positive. Lastly, we had a case where a family needed isolation support after both parents tested positive. They were living in a one-bedroom apartment with their 4 children. The mother had recently stopped working to care for her son who had leg surgery, and her husband was notified by his employer that he was not going to receive wage replacement while he was in isolation since he had used vacation time earlier in the year. The family reached out to one of the CHWs from Mujeres en Acción after hearing of our work in the community. They were unsure how to handle the situation since they were out of food and diapers and were considering going out and doing their own shopping. Thanks to the efforts of the community organizations, we identified funds to provide isolation support for this family. The CHW then delivered food and supplies, enough for them to remain in isolation for 2 weeks. I wanted to close with this story to remind us that the people disproportionately impacted by COVID are at the center of this work. Mujeres en Acción, in collaboration with BHC and the other community-based organizations, are working together to ensure that this is an equitable project. Thank you for your time, and I'm turning it over to Rosemary.
Thank you, Sophia. And supervisors, at this time concludes our presentation, and we welcome any questions or further direction.
Great. Thank you so much, Sophia. Thank you, Rosemary. Thank you, Krista, for all of the information and clearly all of the work and thought that has gone into preparing and launching this program. I'm going to open it up to my colleagues on the board for questions. Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. Rosemary, thank you for the really great presentation, for organizing it so well with Krista and with Sophia. It's good to get an idea of really what's happening on the street, so to speak. And I'm just wondering, do you have a projection of how many people you envision you will touch through the program? And I believe actually we should include the 100 workers, because clearly this is going to be a wonderful experience for them as well.
Yes, thank you, Supervisor. We are currently averaging at about 300 people contacted per week, and that is with each organization. So we have not totaled up what would be our projection for the period of the 6 months of the project, but we can definitely come back with that with a better projection. We will be coming back to you every month to share an update on the progress of the project.
Great, keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Supervisor Alejo.
I just wanted to weigh in and thank all the good work that has happened so far. Certainly, it's not just about contacts, but it's about the substance. Each follow through with each family, we got to just make sure that it's meaningful, it's substantive, and that where this program can show that it's really making a difference. The story so far, the numbers and the contacts so far are really promising, and I think that's what our community wants to see, that we're putting those resources, but this program is having its intended effect, and that some of the anecdotal stories of the families really put a human face to how easy something so basic could become something that's so critical to really making a difference in the lives and addressing particular challenges in those families. So it's reassuring to me, it's inspiring. Let's keep doing more of it, and I look forward to getting future updates on this. Thank you.
Supervisor Lopez.
I just want to thank everybody involved for the presentation, for the work that you've done thus far, and just encourage you to continue to push the vaccination education as well as we continue to move through this. But appreciate everybody's efforts thus far, and I know that you'll continue to keep us apprised of your successes and lessons learned, and look forward to continuing to dialogue with you as we continue to go through this together. Thank you.
Supervisor Phillips, would you like to add anything?
No, I concur. Maybe we can learn some lessons from them that we can use in some other segments of the community. So thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. And thank you to all my colleagues for your comments and questions. So I guess really ultimately the health outcomes are really what we're looking at in terms of, for me, in terms of measuring the program effectiveness. And so at some point it would be great to be able to track the COVID rates and the vaccine uptake rates and the increase in testing rates and the decrease in infection rates within the zip codes that we're really targeting. So thank you for this presentation today. Thank you for presenting to all of our city councils yesterday. And we do look forward to receiving another update. I believe in a month was what had been agreed to. Thank you. And I believe we are just accepting this report. There's no action required. So I will officially receive this report. Oh, I'm sorry, public comment. I almost missed it. So open meeting laws require that we conduct our business in public and allows us to bring in public comment for anything. I will go onto Zoom. Anyone who's in the chambers, public comment on this item. Anyone on Zoom, you may use the raise hand feature. If you're calling in from the phone, you may press *9. I do not see any public comment. I will give it one more moment. With that, I will close public comment. And we will move forward to receive this report. Welcome you back again in a month and move along to, let's see here, we were going to move and include item number 24 since it's also COVID related, and then maybe have a quick conversation about how we want to schedule out the rest of our items for this afternoon. But we'll go back to item number 24 here, which is adopting a resolution to amend Resolution 1066 and authorize the Office of Emergency Services to utilize funds approved under that resolution to reimburse costs incurred by the county departments for disaster service worker assignments as part of the COVID-19 response effort. Ezekiel, you are my presenter. Ezekiel Vega, our county budget director, will provide some additional information.
I was on mute, so sorry for that, for taking so long.
We've got you now. Thank you. Thank you for sticking around this afternoon.
Thank you. I wasn't fully aware that I was presenting this item, but I could give you the information that I have. So in essence, what happened is that the Board of Supervisors had approved an action in late December. That approval by the board had authorized the use of $171,000 for a specific purpose, which was in essence to hire temporary staff for one of the alternate housing sites. Later on, there was a request by the board to maybe reevaluate that and also to try to figure out a way to get disaster service workers or county employees that are currently hired by the county to perform as many of those functions as possible. So what this resolution is doing is to give the county flexibility to ensure that that funding that was approved by the board previously could be utilized for either any of the functions that the staff will perform that are county employees or any other options that the county may seem appropriate. So just an amendment to the resolution that was previously approved by the board. And that concludes the presentation.
All right, well, that was much shorter than what we had anticipated. Thank you. Do we have any comments from supervisors? Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. Yes, I do have a question. Just to be sure, I want to find out, Ezekiel, if this is just one-time funding, an expenditure, one-time funding for the time working as disaster service workers, but it is not for ongoing staff expenses or any other ongoing expenses. It's just a one-time use of the cannabis funds.
It's one-time use of cannabis funds. for activities that will be related to the response to the pandemic. So if employees have to be redirected from the libraries per se, and they have to lose funding for a grant or other funding that they had available, then this funding will be available to backfill that cost that the library is incurring for that response.
Thank you.
But it's one time.
Okay, that's all I needed to hear. Thank you.
Great. Any questions from any other supervisors? Otherwise, we will move to public comment. Any public comment on this item? Seeing no hands raised and seeing nobody in the audience, I will bring it back to, oh, I see a hand. Do I see a hand raised? My Zoom is telling me someone is raising their hand, but it's not telling me who. If any other supervisors have additional comment or question, please speak up. Otherwise, I will entertain a motion.
Lopez moves approval.
Well,
I believe I heard a motion from Supervisor Lopez and a second from Supervisor
Phillips.
Phillips. Thank you.
Yes.
All right. Let's go ahead and call for a roll call vote.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Root Askew?
Aye. All right. We are now circling back to items that we missed this morning. That would start with item number 19, which is general public comment. General public comment is a time for the public to comment on items which are not otherwise listed anywhere on today's agenda. Public comment today will be limited to no more than 90 seconds per person. And California's open meeting laws require elected bodies to conduct their businesses in public, meaning public meetings, and limits our discussion to items that are included on our posted agenda. So that means that if you do contribute public comment today, we may not be able to respond directly to your public comment. Is there anyone in the chambers or on Zoom who would like to contribute general public comment? Seeing no general public comment, I will close general public comment and move on to item number 20. Item number 20 is to continue to February 2nd, 2021, a public hearing to consider an appeal by Rosa Radner and Michael Smith for the July 30th, 2020 decision of the zoning administrator to approve a design approval for a fence ranging in height from 4 to 6 feet for property located at 99 2nd Street, Spreckles.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion from Supervisor Alejo and a second from Supervisor Phillips. I do believe I need to call for public comment on this item before we take a vote. Is there any public comment on item number 20 to continue this public hearing? Seeing none, I will ask for a roll call vote.
Supervisor Alejo?
Yes.
Supervisor Phillips? Supervisor Lopez?
Yes.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
Circling back to Supervisor Phillips?
I think is.
Oh, yeah, aye.
Thank you. And Chair Supervisor Root Askew?
Aye. So the motion carries. We will hear this hearing next month. All right, moving right along to item number 21, which is conducting a public hearing, closing the public comment period, and approving an amendment to the Monterey County's Community Development Block Grant 2019-2020 program, annual action plan to increase the amount available by $1,049,326 in additional CDBG coronavirus funding. And I believe we have a brief presentation by Housing Program Manager, Anastasia Wyatt.
Good afternoon, members of the board, Chair Askew. Thank you for having me here this afternoon to discuss additional CARES Act funding. This is CARES Act through the Housing and Urban Development Department, and we are looking to add additional CARES Act funding that were recently provided to us. So the $1,049,326 is being proposed for rental assistance. As you all know, CARES Act funding has come in for various programs, whether it's Economic Development Administration, Housing and Urban Development. There were the CARES Act relief funds that were discussed earlier with COVID. These funds that we're discussing today are through the Housing and Urban Development Department. We received a CARES Act coronavirus allocation back in May. This was programmed. This was the CARES Act Coronavirus 1 budget that was passed prior in May. And a lot of this funding went to food assistance, tenant landlord services, and to United Way to assist different people throughout the county who needed services so that they had somewhere to call to be referred for services. For this tranche of funding, this is the coronavirus 3 funding. There was no 2, so just to clarify, because it went from 1 to 3. These funds, we went to our Urban County Committee on December 18th to discuss options for funds. It was determined that the $1,049,326 was most needed for rental assistance programs at this time. We also came to the board with Department of Social Services December 9th to discuss all the programs that are currently going on for COVID-related housing and homelessness issues. And the rental assistance that came through CARES Act and through the Relief Act funds ended on December 30th. And in order to ensure that these funds were available to help people stay housed, the priority was set for rental assistance programs. And I will say in just this past week, Department of Social Services and Housing, we've all been discussing a special tranche of funding through the CARES Act through the US Treasury. And I've had several calls about this funding from various agencies throughout different municipalities about these funds. We are not sure exactly how much we are eligible for at this time, but it could be pretty substantial, at least the amount of money that we are looking at with this CDBG program. So we just did discuss this yesterday. Should we move forward with this recommendation? And because we don't know exactly when those funds will come in, we know that there's need for rental assistance now. We don't want there to be a gap in service to the community or a gap in funds that could mean somebody loses their housing or not if they don't have funds available. We still feel that this recommendation stands, even knowing that this additional funding is coming forward. And should the additional funding come forward, it is possible we could stop the CDBG funds, replace it with those other rental assistance funds, and take any additional CDBG that's left over and reprogram it if that is the will of the board. So that is our existing recommendation right now based on these, it's keeping up with all the CARES Act funding and new programs. We are continuing to coordinate interdepartmentally to ensure that we are looking at the gamut of need out there and really utilizing these vital funds to the most necessary projects. We have spoken to United Way, and this is a slide from December 9th that talking about that continuance of the rental assistance program. And these are all the partners with United Way who'd be able to deploy the rental assistance program. So that is all I have today. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation, and thank you for your flexibility with our timing of today's meeting. I will ask my colleagues on the board if they have any questions. Supervisor Adams.
Anastasia, thank you for that presentation. It's just such a great program. I really am glad that we're able to do it. Could you just give me an example of what you would plan to reprogram with the funding? You indicated that if the additional funds came in, you would reprogram this to something else. And I'm just wondering what the buzz is on what it is to which you would reprogram it.
At this time, we just learned about this additional funding yesterday. So I think what we would do is go back to the Urban County Standing Committee, if we were to reprogram it, look at the need at the, in whatever time frame, and how much funding there might be left if the additional funds don't come in, and there are some funds left over. So at this time, I would just say we will definitely consider everything happening, and it will come back to the board if we were to reprogram anything.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Adams. Any other comments or questions from members of the board? Seeing none, I'll go to public comment. Is there any public comment on this item? Conducting a public hearing, closing the public comment period, and approving an amendment to
approve.
okay. Hold on here, let's see. So we're going to do public comment. I have one public comment from Grant Leonard. And we're going to do 90 seconds again for this, just so we can keep our meeting moving forward. You should be able to unmute your microphone and submit your public comment. Thank you. Bear with us, Grant. We are giving you permission to unmute your microphone so that you may speak. Okay, you should be good. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. I just want to thank the board for continuing rental assistance. I serve on the board of directors for the North Monterey County Recreation and Park District, and we partnered with United Way on the last round of rental assistance, and we certainly look forward to continuing to serve the residents of North Monterey County with it. I just want to clarify whether or not this program will cover rent and utilities, or whether it will be limited to just rent. And again, one more time, just want to thank you for the opportunity to partner with the county and the United Way to continue to provide the services in North Monterey County. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you. Seeing no additional public comment on Zoom or in the chambers, I will close public comment, bring it back to the board, and pass the mic to Supervisor Luis Alejo.
I just wanted to make a motion to approve staff recommendation and to thank Anastasia and her team for bringing this forward. I think this is not only a big win to put the CDBG money to use for rental assistance, but it's good for the tenant, but it's also good for the landlords that are wanting to make sure they're also getting their payments during this pandemic. So it's a win-win, I think, for our community, and the money gets reinvested back into our county. So thank you for bringing this forward.
Fabulous. We have a motion from Supervisor Alejo and a second from Supervisor Phillips. Thank you so much. I did just have one final question before we move to a vote. Given the presentation we saw earlier today with some other housing funding needs, I just wanted to ask, is there any opportunity for any of these funds to be used to support the housing needs that were identified by any of our existing COVID housing programs?
Supervisor Askew, Chair Askew, I would need to look in further depth, but as long as the funds mainly serve low to moderate income populations, that is the goal. So we would need to look specifically at the program and ensure it would meet the need.
Okay, thank you for that. And I would just say that as we try to match up where the funds are needed and where we're having gaps in funding as much as possible, just as an ongoing request. But we have a motion, we have a second. Seeing no additional hands raised from the board, we've already done public comment. I will ask for a roll call vote.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye, thank you. So the motion carries, and we are now jumping ahead to item number 25, which is a public hearing to consider an appeal by Nina Beatty from the October 29th, 2020 zoning administrator decision approving a coastal development permit, adding a 12-foot tower extension for a wireless communication facility on an existing 130.5-foot PG&E steel lattice tower located at 745 Dolan Road, Moss Landing. We have a presentation from our planning staff, Mary Israel, Brandon Swanson, and Craig Spencer.
Good afternoon, Chair Askew and Board of Supervisors. My name is Mary Israel, County Planner. Can you hear me?
I can, thank you.
Okay, great. The project before you is a de novo hearing of the appealed zoning administrator decision of October 29th, 2020 to allow PG&E AT&T Mobility a coastal development permit. I can't see the PowerPoint.
Mrs. Israel, I believe, hi, this is Brandon Swanson. I believe you need to share your screen with the PowerPoint.
Oh, I thought they got it from me. Okay. All right, will do.
I can do it quickly if it's difficult to get there.
Nope, I'm doing it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, can you see this?
Yes, thank you.
Great. The proposed wireless communication facility would be located at 745 Dolan Road in Moss Landing. It's approximately 2.8 miles east of Highway 1. The parcel is mostly zoned rural density residential, maximum gross density of 5 acres per unit coastal zone. This slide shows the close-up of the zoning as a clip from Monterey County GIS to show that just the northwest corner of the parcel is zoned resource conservation, and the rest, including the area where the project is proposed, is rural density residential zoned land. This slide shows the site plan for the proposed project. You can see that PG&E overhead lines are the dominant development in the parcel. In a close-up site plan provided by the applicant and reinforced by an aerial photograph from Google Earth on the right, it's evidence that the proposed project site is associated with one of 2 steel lattice towers that are close to Dolan Road. The tower in question for this project is emphasized with an orange square. AT&T Mobility proposed to extend the height of this steel lattice tower by 12 feet, add 12 mounted antennae, remote radio units, batteries, and associated equipment, and construct a fenced equipment area on a concrete pad, including a backup diesel generator, and that area is outlined in olive. An existing dirt access road will be extended around the tower to the front of the fenced equipment pad, and that is now shown in ochre. The Dolan Road pavement is emphasized in gray. There is already a suite of antennae on the tower directly south of the proposed project's tower on the parallel overhead line. AT&T's project description narrative stated that it is not feasible to co-locate there with Verizon's antennae because the tower is already full. This slide shows the elevations. I'm just quickly showing this so that you see the existing height of the tower and the proposed extension. It also shows down on the bottom the proposed equipment pad and those elevations. This is the coverage analysis. The project is described to meet LTE 700 coverage needs of cellular users in the area who have currently have unreliable indoor and in-transit service. This slide shows these types of wireless coverage improvements in yellow and green. The application materials were reviewed by all the standard departments and agencies. In a noticed public meeting on September 16th, the North County Land Use Advisory Committee reviewed the project and unanimously voted to support approval 6-0 with 2 members absent. The PG&E AT&T Mobility application came on for public hearing before the Monterey County Zoning Administrator on September 24th and October 29th, 2020. Having considered all the written and documentary evidence, the administrative record, the staff report, oral testimony, and other evidence presented, the zoning administrator decided to approve the project as proposed with 12 conditions of approval. The decision to approve this project's permit was appealed by a member of the public who argued that her access to Dolan Road would be impeded by the proposed project due to her sensitivity to electromagnetic emissions, which she referred to as a disability that is protected under ADA. The appellant also contended the project should not be approved because the documentation of the application is flawed and the findings of the resolution are not supported correctly. Most of the pages of the appeal letter are arguments against each of the findings in the ZA resolution and their evidences. The appellant contends this project is not categorically exempt from CEQA because it is large as measured by the emissions area rather than small and meeting Class 3 exemption status. The appellant contends that county exhibited bias against the appellant in the process of public review and the decision on the project. Staff has reviewed the appeal grounds letter and has responded in the resolution and in line to the appeal grounds letter itself. County correctly adhered to Telecommunications Act statutes on local land use decisions on wireless communication facilities. County Council reviewed the TCA in respect to ADA, and there is no specific guidance for local jurisdictions to oversee the placement of wireless communication facilities on the basis of radio frequency emissions, or provisions for local jurisdictions to elevate the ADA above the TCA for land use decisions on such facilities. In fact, the TCA provides no state or local government or instrumentality thereof may regulate the placement, construction, and modification of personal wireless service facilities on the basis of the environmental effects of radio frequency emissions to the extent that such facilities comply with the Commission's regulations concerning such emissions. Our zoning code, regulations for siting, design, and construction of wireless communication facilities, mirrors that. The code instructs that wireless communication facilities shall comply with all FCC rules, regulations, and standards. I'm just going to move ahead for speed, but you can ask any questions about that after. Documentation of the application is sufficient. The attachments to the staff report include an updated RF report or radio frequency report and photo simulations for the project. The plans, project description, and application are complete. The findings in the draft resolution are sufficiently supported, including CEQA finding. The proposed project conforms to each requirement of the relevant sections of Monterey County Code and is not in conflict with any policies in the 1982 General Plan or the North County Land Use Plan. The categorical exemption to environmental assessments, such as Class 3, do not indicate that the purported size of a project's emissions area is relevant to the determination whether an exemption applies. This project, given its minimal impacts, will not contribute a significant incremental effect in connection with the effect of other past, current, or probable future projects. County has not exhibited bias against the appellant. Therefore, for the reasons given in this presentation and elaborated on in the resolution, staff recommends that the board deny the appeal by Nina Beatty of the October 29, 2020 Zoning Administrator project approval. This project involves the construction of new small facilities. California Environmental Quality Act, Guidelines 15303, categorically exempts the construction and location of new small facilities or structures. Therefore, staff recommends that the board find the project categorically exempt. And based on the proposed plans and reports, staff analyses, and findings, staff recommends that the board approve the project as proposed with 12 conditions of approval. This concludes staff's presentation, and I'm available for questions.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much, Mary, for that presentation. As a point of order, do we go to board questions first, or do we go to the appellant and applicant? Okay, let's move right ahead to the appellant, to the applicant to present. You will have 10 minutes. This would be Gas and Electric, Tom Johnson with TSJ Consulting, Inc. as the agent. If either the applicant or the appellant has time left out of their 10 minutes, they may choose to use the rest of it for rebuttal if needed. We will be monitoring the clock and save that time for rebuttal if you have time left. All right. So we will turn the microphone over to Pacific Gas and Electric, to Tom Johnson, for up to 10 minutes to present. Thank you.
Great. Good afternoon. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes. We can, yes, thank you.
Great. Thank you, board and planning staff, for the time this afternoon and your presentation, Ms. Israel, as well. As Ms. Israel pointed out, this is a project on an existing PG&E tower. It is consistent with similar uses where wireless providers utilize this infrastructure for development of their wireless network. The ZA did approve this project under 2 meetings, as was mentioned, and the second meeting was due to just kind of addressing some of the comments and concerns that were brought forward by Ms. Beatty. At that time, the responses were sufficient for the ZA to approve the project. One of the instances for, let me back, AT&T is constantly in development of enhancing their network service. This is, really prevalent in the times that we're in right now, where we've got COVID on the forefront, and we've got workers and school children remaining at home, utilizing network infrastructure on a daily basis. And a lot of areas such as this have limited to no service at all. This facility right here is structured to enhance and bring that additional service that is much needed to the community, as well as to the residents in the surrounding area who are constantly fighting for just some sort of connectivity. On top of that, AT&T is constantly monitoring the network usage and looking at the gaps in service throughout Monterey County and trying to figure out ways to continuously enhance the service, not just for this area, but throughout the county as a whole. We have agreed to, at the last zoning administrator hearing, we did agree to the conditions of approval that were issued by Mr. Novo. And we have 2 other speakers associated with this presentation as well that I would like to bring in. The first one would be Betty Saxon with AT&T External Affairs.
Good afternoon. Hi, this is Betty Saxon with AT&T External Affairs, and good afternoon to all of you supervisors. I'm sorry we still cannot be in the boardrooms and that we can see face to face, but nonetheless, we have to continue to try to cover and do the work that we need to do in order to serve our community. 3 of the reasons that we are asking that you deny the appeal and grant us access to build this aspect of our network is, number 1, FirstNet. FirstNet is an augment of band 14 for first responders, so that first responders can have that extra connectivity in case of disasters. And as you know, our county went through several disasters just this past summer. The second aspect, as Tom mentioned, is in education. We were specifically asked by the Monterey County, North Monterey County School District as to what could we do to help enhance the connectivity. So needless to say, not only were we providing the hotspots, but we also needed additional coverage. So this particular site will actually serve an area that's underserved and was noted by the coverage maps that needs the additional coverage. And then lastly, the business community, as they continue to move back and forth along Dolan Road, the ag community, they need access to communications in order for them to deliver on time. So we ask that the Board of Supervisors deny the appeal and allow AT&T to move forward. Now, we do have also one other speaker, but I think we're going to leave him for rebuttal.
Yes.
So we will then go ahead and listen to what the appellate has to say. from an AT&T perspective.
Thank you. Thank you, Betty. Thank you, Tom. We have about 5 minutes left on the clock for you all for rebuttal if needed. Our applicant to be called next is Nina Beatty. And we will make sure that Nina is included on the panelist list. Nina, you may unmute yourself and you've got 10 minutes. Nina, do we have you on the line? I see you on the line, Nina Beatty. This is your opportunity to speak as the appellant. Are we able to unmute, or is that? Nina, you will need to unmute yourself in order for us to hear you. There is a mute and unmute button on the Zoom call. For me, it's down in the lower right left-hand corner, depending on what technology you're using to call in. There is someone on a phone line. Could that be? We're going to check and see, checking with extension 902 to see if that might be Nina. If this is you on the phone, you have to push *6 to unmute yourself if you're at extension 902.
Can you hear me now?
Is that you, Nina?
That's me.
Oh, good. Fabulous. Okay, we've got you. We can hear you, and there, we have 10 minutes on the clock for your comments now. Thank you.
Okay, great.
And Nina, just to be clear, if you have any time left out of your 10 minutes, you may choose to use the rest of that time for rebuttal if needed, and we will be monitoring the clock. Go ahead.
That's fine. Thank you. First of all, I want to state that I will be addressing the people's laws today, state and federal, as an ordinary person, not an attorney, from the vantage point of what can be seen by a plain reading of the text. For legal advice on telecommunications law, I encourage the county to contact, for example, Andrew Campanelli, Scott McCullough, and Jeffrey Melching. Melching co-wrote the amicus brief in support of San Francisco in the T-Mobile versus San Francisco case. I belatedly realized you did not receive my full appeal with documentation. The letters to the zoning administrator were not included by staff. This again is a clear violation of my due process and is another example of the bias and lack of fairness by county staff. I sent you yesterday the full appeal documents with references to state and federal laws. And I want to also state on the record that the applicant did not reveal until just a few minutes ago that this is for FirstNet. That's nowhere in the project documents, and that's a very important part of this whole project, and one that if I had known, I would have had a chance to respond to more thoroughly. In the response by staff, they mischaracterized the Telecommunications Act and the Americans with Disabilities Act and claimed preemption of TCA over ADA. I provided evidence from the TCA itself that it does not, quote, modify, impair, or supersede other laws under Section 601(c)(1), no implied effect, and C is titled Federal, State, and Local Law. This act and the amendments made by this act shall not be construed to modify, impair, or supersede federal, state, or local law unless expressly so provided in such act or amendments. And staff could not find the section of the TCA. I had to send it to them. Also, 47 U.S.C. 414, remedies in this act not exclusive. Nothing in this act contained shall in any way abridge or alter the remedies now existing at common law or by statute, but the provisions of this act are in addition to such remedies. Also, the ruling in G versus Faye School specifically cited Section 255, entitled Access by Persons with Disabilities, which and said is clearly directed towards telecommunications providers and manufacturers of telecommunications equipment and mandates that these entities ensure that equipment and services are accessible to disabled individuals. County staff appear to be challenging federal and state civil rights laws, including the ADA and Fair Housing Act. These laws flow from the U.S. Constitution and its 14th Amendment Equal Protections Clause. Excuse me. Staff's spurious and specious claim that environmental effects somehow has anything to do with civil rights laws has no basis. Staff have provided no evidence that the TCA written by Congress preempts or nullifies the ADA. If Congress nullifies or preempts civil rights laws and 14th Amendment protections in the TCA, Congress must say so plainly and clearly and expressly. In contrast, Congress has said in the ADA, Section 35.103, Relationship to Other Laws, Section B, Other Laws, this law does not invalidate or limit the remedies, rights, and procedures of any other federal laws or state or local laws, including state common law, that provide greater or equal protection for the rights of individuals with disabilities. The FCC is under Congress's rules and mandates, such as the ADA and the Fair Housing and the TCA. Therefore, the FCC cannot have intended that I was to sicken because that isn't lawful. When no disabled person is around, companies can do what they want. The applicant's business plan could have included me, but it did not. It is a brittle business plan that cannot accommodate me. The ADA states, Part 35, non-discrimination on the basis of disability in state and local government services. Under Section 35.130, general prohibitions against discrimination. A, no qualified individual with a disability shall, on the basis of disability, be excluded from participation in or be denied the benefits of the services, programs, or activities of a public entity or be subjected to discrimination by a public entity. These services include public roads and the public's right-of-way, which the county has a responsibility to ensure are accessible. And the Ninth Circuit Court opinion in Barden v. Sacramento plainly said, the Department of Justice codified rules enacting the ADA Amendments Act in 2016 emphasized the broad definition of disability and the primary object of ADA cases, as county councils aware. I won't go through these laws except to say that the broad purpose that's cited in Section 35.101 says that it prohibits discrimination on the basis of disability by public entities. And the broad coverage, the primary purpose of the ADA Amendments Act is to make it easier for people with disabilities to obtain protection under the ADA and reinstates a broad scope of protection. The definition of disability in this part shall be construed broadly in favor of expansive coverage to the maximum extent permitted by the terms. The primary object of attention is whether entities covered under the ADA have complied with their obligations and whether discrimination has occurred, not whether the individual meets the definition of disability. The county appears to be doing what Congress expressly condemned in the ADAA. Congress's intent was clearly stated by the DOJ in its codified rules in 1991 in response to a request to add a specific disability. It's unnecessary to add the term, in this case, traumatic brain injury, to the regulation, which only provides representative examples of physiological disorders. I'm running out of time, so I'm going to keep going, and I have submitted most of this information to you in other letters. The applicant did not demonstrate any willingness or ability to accommodate me. The TCA and Congress preserve local authority. Staff exclusively focused on Section B on regulation and ignored Section A on decisions. This is a critical distinction. Under 332C7A, preservation of local zoning authority, nothing except as provided in this paragraph, nothing in this chapter shall limit or affect the authority of a state or local government or instrumentality over decisions regarding placement, construction, modification of personal wireless service facilities. Subsection B is on regulation, which are blanket rules affecting all decisions and all projects. Decisions are different. B3 states that denial shall be in the record and the county has authority to deny. B4 concerns regulation on the basis of environmental effects, not decisions. B5 is on the limited legal remedies of the expedited 30-day legal review of decisions. It's impossible for a general rule to cover all the situations, hence the critical role of governments to make local decisions based on local circumstances. The California laws include full and free use of the streets and highways, which for me include Highway 1, Highway 156, as well as Dolan Road, and the prohibition that telephone companies can incommode the public, which was affirmed by the California Supreme Court in T-Mobile versus San Francisco, that local governments have authority to prevent those impacts, and that lines of equipment can not just affect travel, but cause negative health effects, and that local governments are forbidden from yielding to the PUC their police powers to protect the public from the adverse impacts of utilities operations. This is an adverse impact for me. There's spurious and specious claims made by staff that there's no connection of electromagnetic sensitivity with cell towers, besides being disabled by sensitivity to EMF emissions. For me, it's always an individual case that EMF emissions from various sources, including Wi-Fi, smart meters, cell towers, and cell phones, cause disabling health effects for me. And EMS was recognized in a 2017 resolution by the county. The Access Board developed specific recommendations for construction and modification, and they included cell towers in their verbiage in that report. The claim is that there's no ADA provision or regulation for cell towers, and Judge Willman in his G versus Faith School talks about that this has to be accessible to the public, to people who are disabled. The staff are ignoring the primary object, which is should be whether that they have complied with their obligations. And for the CEQA issue, I have addressed that this is the hold action and it's not exempt from CEQA. Krista Hani from the Health Department based her comments on 2 negative reviews that she really, despite other reviews and studies, Sweden recognizes electromagnetic sensitivity agencies like the Access Board, MIT, University of Texas, San Antonio, University of Wisconsin were all involved in writing that report. Boston and Philadelphia sent comments on this real medical condition to the FCC. It's recognized by Social Security Administration, the Department of Labor, the California Department of Motor Vehicles. LAUSD has given disabled accommodation. HUD has recognized environmental illness. There are just so many different issues with this. Finally, that this is FirstNet. FirstNet, I'll tell you, is injuring me in my home right now. And my city ignored the impacts to me. It's 2 miles away, and it's intruding into my home and causing an exacerbation of my disabling health effects. And the applicant refused to do any accommodation for me, has now proposed a second one in downtown Monterey, which is closer. And I have no protection about this because my city has abdicated its dual regulatory role. And I'm asking the county not to abdicate its role and to protect me and my access to public roads and my access to my doctor along those public roads, because that's my access to my health professional. So I have much more that I can tell the board, but 10 minutes is just simply not adequate for me to express this, especially since the reports were only released to me noon on Friday for me to respond to all the pages of comments by the county. So
thank you, Nina. We are out of time for the applicant. We will move into the rebuttal. For the appellant, the applicant has 5 minutes. 5 minutes left on, 5 minutes and 16 seconds left on the clock for rebuttal. So we will proceed with PG, Pacific Gas and Electric, AT&T, Tom Johnson with TSG Consulting as the agent for 5 minutes rebuttal.
Yeah, we would actually like to turn that over to Bill Hammett.
All right. You may proceed.
There we go. Good afternoon, Chair Askew, supervisors. My name is Bill Hammett. I'm a registered professional engineer in the state of California. I manage a firm of 18. We're located up in the Sonoma County area. Regular part of our professional practice is the calculation and the measurement of radio frequency exposure conditions. It's been my principal focus for 35 years. In that time, we've done more than 20,000 site evaluations, and McGraw-Hill has published my book. I want to just briefly indicate that I concur with staff's presentation, particularly with regard to the federal preemption, to the extent that the facility complies with the federal safety guidelines. That issue, the issue of consideration of potential health effects, is preempted by an act of Congress. I also want to assure you that I've done an independent peer review of the filing that was submitted and is attachment C in your packets for the RF exposure compliance study. I concur with the findings completely that it will comply with the federal safety standards, and that is the threshold condition that it needs to meet. I didn't see anything in the appellant's material or comments that would rise to anything that needs a specific rebuttal. So I'll turn the rest of my time back over to the applicant unless there are questions that any of the supervisors have for me.
Great. I guess just only one point as a rebuttal. Hi, this is Betty Saxon again, External Affairs, and that's in regards to FirstNet. AT&T was awarded the contract by FirstNet Authority, which is a national organization, governmental body. We were awarded that contract, and as a term of that contract, all of our towers were either upgraded to include FirstNet, and then therefore all of the new site builds will have to also include that. Those were terms of the federal contract that we won. And also the state of California abided by and opted in for FirstNet. So we're within compliance. Thank you.
And this is back to Tom Johnson. I just wanted to reiterate that we have agreed to the previous conditions. We do request that the board deny the appeal in front of you right now.
Thank you. Does that wrap up the remaining comment from our applicant?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
It does. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, I will bring this back to the Board of Supervisors for any comments or questions. If you would like to speak, please use the raise hand feature. I do see that Supervisor John Phillips has his hand raised, followed by Supervisor Adams. So Supervisor Phillips.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, this is in my district, and I know the location, and I drive by it quite frequently. I drove down there and looked at this when this was coming to us. It's aesthetically fine. It's on an existing PG&E tower. It's providing wired internet, and it's something that we need desperately out here. I mean, my office had to set up a table out in Casterville so that some of the kids would have a place so they could do their homework. This is what we're pushing for out here, and the state and Supervisor Alejo has been the big push of getting internet access for everybody. So for me, I really want to thank AT&T for stepping up and doing this for us. And I would, we need about 15 more of these towers out here in North County, and anything we can do to get those. And I would note that where I live, just an hour, a mile and a half away from this, the appellant lives on the Monterey Peninsula. So I would like, since it's my area, I would like to make the motion when the time is right, when we've heard from my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Adams.
I just have a practical question. Can anyone tell me who the zoning administrator was for this hearing?
Yes, it was Mike Novo.
Thank you.
Any other supervisors with comments or questions? We will go to public comment on this item. Anyone who would like to make public comment on this item, please use the Zoom feature to raise your hand or press star, oh goodness, it was star 9 if you are on the phone to raise your hand. Seeing no public comment, anyone in the audience? Don't see anyone. We will bring it back to the board for action.
So is it time for comment, perhaps?
It would be, yes. If you have additional comments or questions, please.
Yeah, I do just have a couple of comments, particularly to Miss Beatty. I have heard her and have spoken with her a number of times. I just want to say that I'm sensitive to the issues that she faces. And honestly, I cannot support her on this because the law just does not appear to be on her side. And I feel that I would not be able to support her on this, but I really do want to applaud her, her stalwart nature in continuing to fight a battle that she rarely wins, but which really means a significant amount to her and her health and well-being. Thank you.
Any other board comment? Right, I would be happy to entertain a motion.
Move staff recommendation and grant the application, deny the appeal.
Lopez seconds.
Right, so we have a motion from Supervisor Phillips, a second from Supervisor Lopez to approve the staff recommendation. If we could call for a roll call vote.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye, thank you. With that, the motion carries. And we will move on to item number 26. Is there a staff announcement regarding item number 26?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Brandon Swanson with Housing and Community Development for Monterey County. I believe the planner, Joe Sedor, wants to make a short presentation.
Okay, thank you.
You know, it looks like looking at the side here, it looks as if Mr. Sedor's audio might be gone. But I guess what I can do it for him really quickly, very briefly. This was set for appeal before your board. Just recently, in the last couple of days, we have received written confirmation from the appellant that they have withdrawn their appeal. So at this point, the item will go back to the original hearing body and the original action will stand. So there's no action needed from the board today.
All right, thank you very much for that update. Seeing that this item has been withdrawn, we will move along to item number 27, which has some audience members who have been incredibly patiently waiting here with us all day today. So we have item number 27 is a public hearing continued from October 20th, 2020 to consider an appeal by Don and Barbara Chapin from the August 12th, 2020 Planning Commission decision denying an application for commercial cannabis retail activities, commercial cannabis non-volatile manufacturing activities, and cannabis cultivation within an existing greenhouse and associated buildings in the farmland zoning district located at 115 and 115A Monterey Salinas Highway in Salinas. So with that, I believe we have a presentation from Cheryl Koo, Monterey County Senior Planner. Cheryl, we will pass the microphone to you.
Thank you, Chair Askew. Good afternoon. I'm Cheryl Koo with the Monterey County Housing and Community Development Department. The item before you now is PLN 170296 Cabrera for the ownership of the Chapin Living Trust. This project is located at the current site of McShane's Nursery and Landscaping Supply. It's right off of Highway 68, about half a mile south of the city of Salinas. And the project was before your board on October 20th. It was the appeal of the Planning Commission's denial of the application. And the Planning Commission had denied that application due to an inconsistency with zoning. The farmland zoning does not allow cannabis retail sales. That hearing concluded with the board continuing the item to a date certain of January 19th. Of course, since January 19th, hearing was rescheduled, it is before you today, January 12th. So the board continued the item in order to allow staff some time to go and discuss with the applicant the different options in order to be able to move the project forward. And at that October 20th hearing, the staff did present three different options if there was a desire to move the project forward. One was a zoning code amendment to change the cannabis regulations. One was to rezone the property, and one was to apply a special treatment area. So staff has discussed with the applicant, and the applicant has agreed to go ahead and submit an amendment application to ask for that special treatment area to be applied to their property. What the special treatment area does is allows different uses in a specific area due to unique conditions from what's otherwise allowed in the surrounding land use designation. So in this case, this specific area would be allowed to have cannabis retail sales, whereas the surrounding land use designation does not allow that. Applying a special treatment area does have a long process to get to that point. It requires a general plan amendment, a zone change, and it's a project subject to CEQA review. So I wanted to provide just a little more detail about what that process will look like and kind of a rough time frame. General plan amendments are limited by state law to 4 per year and by county policy to 2 per year. So we need to try and align the time frames to allow us to get to one of those scheduled meetings, which hopefully would be in October. So what would happen next is the board would remand it back to the Planning Commission, and they would make a recommendation. As soon as we could get to the Planning Commission with this item would be next month in February. From there, the Board of Supervisors would need to initiate the process. So that could take place potentially in April. And that would allow about 4 months for planning analysis and the CEQA review to take place in order to get on the Planning Commission agenda with the general plan amendment in August. And then that could allow the Board of Supervisors to consider that with the general plan amendment in October. And we would bring a package to include the general plan amendment, the zoning amendment, and the amendment to the cannabis regulations in Title 21. So this is kind of a best case scenario timeframe, assuming everything goes exactly according to plan. This is as ambitious as possible. There are 2 different options for a special treatment area, and today staff is seeking direction on which of the 2 options to go with. These have to do with the scope of the special treatment area. So the subject property is outlined in red, but there are additional commercial businesses also in this general area south of the city of Salinas, and there are other existing legal non-conforming commercial businesses that exist today in the context of the broader farmland zoning designation. So the special treatment area could be limited specifically to that subject property, or it could include these other additional existing businesses. And these are all off of Hitchcock Road and Highway 68, about 250 yards north of the subject property. They include businesses such as a gas station, convenience store, a car wash, a nursery, a music store, a seed supply company, as well as other businesses. So the question before your board to provide some direction to staff is whether to include just the subject property or this entire area. I wanted to add, from a good planning perspective, staff does feel that including all of the businesses is a good idea. It would be sort of a cleanup item because we do have these non-conforming uses all in this area. And what they could do is recognize all of them without allowing for further expansion. So it is a kind of a good thing to do from a planning perspective. However, just considering the time frame for this particular property and getting this project to a point of approval, it would greatly increase the time frame in order to include all of these businesses. These are various businesses with various property owners. Staff hasn't reached out to any of them yet, so the discussions that would follow that, as far as the idea of having a special treatment area and how that affects their properties, ensuring discussions and research, and all of that would be a part of the environmental review as well. So we'd be looking at probably a greatly extended time frame if all of the properties are included. So for that reason, staff recommends, in the interest of moving this project along, for right now, to go ahead and pursue the special treatment area just for the subject property. And there is still an option. The board could still choose to direct staff to pursue creation of a broader special treatment area in the future by adding it to the work program as a long-range planning effort. With that, staff recommendation is to receive the update on options for the amendment of the general plan and zoning for this application, to provide direction on pursuing a general plan amendment and zoning amendment to add a special treatment area overlay for a parcel or parcels along State Route 68, including the subject parcel, and to remand the application back to the Planning Commission. That will conclude this presentation. I'm available for questions.
All right, thank you very much for the presentation. We will move right along to our presentations from both our applicant and our appellant. And I'm not sure who's listed as what. County Council, could you, I have both, the Chapins are listed as both the applicant and the appellant.
Madam Chair, if I might, this is Brandon Swanson with the RMA or HCD. They are both the appellant and the applicant in this case.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
You're welcome.
All right, so we will allow 10 minutes for your initial presentation, 10 minutes for your next presentation, and any time you have left over, you may rebut anything that you've said in the previous presentation. So we'll pass it over to you. Thank you for your patience today as well.
Not a problem. Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate it. And in the interest of time, the applicants and the appellants are both here. Mr. Cabrera and myself, Don Chapin, are both here, and we concur with staff's recommendation, and we would ask you to move forward with a special treatment area and get the process started. We concur with staff's recommendation. Thank you.
All right, well, that was a fast 20 minutes after a long day. We will continue then to the Board of Supervisors for questions and comments on this item. Would anyone like to go first? Is there any public comment on this item? Since seeing no board members raising their hands, we will then move to public comment. So I have two speakers for public comment. We will limit speaking to 90 seconds as we have for most of the day today. If we could unmute the microphone for David Bunn to make 90 seconds worth of public comment. Thank you.
Yeah, hi. My name is David Bunn, and my family and I live off of Highway 68, relatively close to the property in question. And as I've spoken before at previous meetings on this, we're against the project. We don't think that a cannabis dispensary is something that will benefit the area as an entrance to Salinas and the surrounding farmlands. We also believe that there's a lot of cannabis businesses already going on. We don't need more of that in the area. And we also think it sets a bad precedent for land use. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Next up, we have William Shearer. We will allow you to unmute yourself, and we have 90 seconds on the clock. Thank you.
Hello, members of the board. My name is Will Shearer. Thank you for having me. I am an attorney with Walker & Reed PC, and we represent a group of Salinas Valley farmers and landowners who are very concerned about retail sale of cannabis at 115 Monterey Salinas Highway. We just first want to make a point about procedure, which is that the staff recommendation seems to be to send this application back down, be amended, but the current appeal is on the denial of the application, and we feel that the board needs to make a ruling first on that appeal where it stands before this can be sent back down for amendment. And beyond that, we would also like to, re-express our opposition to the plan in general. As has previously been pointed out, it is inconsistent with the surrounding zoning. I think there's a risk if you change just this property of spot zoning. And in general, by allowing this, you're expanding non-conforming uses in the general area, which is counter to both state and county law and public policy. That's really all I have to say. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your comment. And again, to both of our public commenters, thank you for your patience on the timing of this item today. Is there any other public comment? In the public, I see some public comments. You may stand up and approach the podium. We will allow 90 seconds for each public commenter. Thank you.
My name is Jim Bonnie. My family has owned the property directly across the street from the STA overlay area for 101 years. That's 120 Monterey Salinas Highway and 126 Monterey Salinas Highway all the way to Foster Road, the frontage on the west side of Highway 68, directly in front to Foster Road. I'm also speaking for John Patello, Patello Farms, and Robert Elliott, Eliaco Produce. They own and they operate farming and harvesting businesses out of my property. My primary concern is traffic. I project 10, 20, 50, I don't know how many thousand cars coming out. We have heavy trucks, lettuce trailers, tractors, sprinkler trailers, personal labor cars. There's probably 20 to 100 employees every day going across the highway there. The speed limit's 55. But everybody here knows it's way higher than that when you try to cross that highway. It's going to compromise the safety of the public going to and from the exhibit. It's going to my people entering the property and the predominantly Hispanic workforce that's leaving that property. I've already been sued once for traffic incursion with my semi trucks. I'm also concerned that there will be compromised drivers from that facility, maybe one, but it only takes one to cause injury and, accident, death, or whatever. So I recommend you, reject the STA overlay across from my property. Thank you.
Thank you. And I know we rushed folks who had prepared a 3-minute comment. So if you did have anything in writing that you wanted to submit, feel free to get it to the clerk here, and we can make sure that all of the supervisors receive a copy. Thank you. And there was another public comment, I believe, from the audience.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Chris Bunn. We also have property off Highway 68 nearby, the proposed project. Our concern is kind of overall for the whole county. To open up this property to special treatment is kind of cannabis creep. You would just allow more and more of this to happen throughout the county. And we have worked very hard in the county to prepare and plan for proper places for cannabis growing and distribution. And to start doing this, I think leads you down a very, very serious path with lots of people pushing for the same sort of treatment. And political pressure moves pretty quickly sometimes. So I would recommend that you do not approve the special treatment or even going in that direction. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Is there any other public comment in the audience? And I do not see any additional public comment online. So we will close public comment on this item, and I will bring it back again to the Board of Supervisors for discussion. Oh, I see a hand up from Brandon Swanson. We will bring it back to Brandon to add some additional context, and then we'll talk amongst the board. Thank you, Brandon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Brandon Swanson with HCD. I did just want to respond to a couple of the comments during public testimony, if that's okay. Just for the sake of the public, the process, I did hear a comment about resending it back to the Planning Commission. That would be sending back the special treatment area and the general plan amendment. That's part of the process. So essentially the board today, what we're looking for is for the board to give us direction on whether to include only the Chapin property that we're talking about or include other properties to expand the effort. But one way or the other, that process includes the Planning Commission. They make a recommendation to the board who makes the formal decision on the special treatment area. So that's part of the special treatment process. And as part of the special treatment area analysis, to speak to the question about traffic, we will be doing CEQA review, environmental review, and part of that will be a full traffic analysis. So those concerns that have been brought up will be analyzed as part of the special treatment area process. So they will not go unanswered and they will not go unchecked. We will do the proper analysis under CEQA for all those items as well. Thank you.
All right, fabulous. So for conversation amongst the board, I have Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. I just have a quick question for Brandon. Can you remind me, please, what the vote was at the Planning Commission?
It was a unanimous vote to deny the project. based on the fact that it was inconsistent with zoning. That was their main focus, because in the black and white of it, it's just not given the zoning on the parcel right now.
Thank you.
Any other board comment? I see Supervisor Lopez.
No comments, but it's been a long day. At this point, I'm comfortable moving this back to the Planning Commission with a recommendation that we look at just this property. You know, I know that we could go wider, but I know that some of the questions asked today will be answered through the process at the Planning Commission. I'd like to see this go through that process.
Second.
So that's where I am.
I'll second that motion.
Perfect.
Okay, so we have a motion from Supervisor Lopez. We have a second from Supervisor Alejo to proceed with a, it's not called a spot zone, it's called a
special treatment area.
Special treatment area.
Special treatment area.
Yeah. Sorry, thank you. A special treatment area that only includes the Chapin property. Any other comment or discussion from the board? I will. Yep, go ahead, Supervisor Phillips, and then I'll add my comments.
All right, sorry, I didn't raise my hand. Yeah, I would support that, and yeah, going back, and we tried to include everybody, would slow it down so much, and it's going to get slowed down anyway, especially with us losing two of our key people in what used to be RMA. So I would support the motion. Thank you.
Okay, so it appears to be a foregone conclusion. However, I will add my comments. I just want to commend our county planning staff for the excellent planning work that went into the initial report to the board. I think that it's important that our planning commission staff, our planning commissioners, are also to be commended for making sound planning decisions that are consistent with the laws and regulations as we have them in place. My reading of the October 20th board report explains that the timeline for the creation of a special treatment area that would include the existing commercial properties in the area would be around 1 to 2 years, which is fairly similar to what I saw proposed today. I do think that it's important that we support our staff in recommending and then doing the work of good, thoughtful planning. So I would be comfortable with a special treatment area so long as it did include the larger area. I'm really uncomfortable taking one-off properties to make these kinds of fairly significant changes, and the precedent that it potentially sets for us in the future with other planning requests, and the reality that it essentially undermines the work that our planning staff and planning commissioners are doing. So those are my comments for the record. I don't see any other board members who would like to speak. So with that, we will move for a roll call vote on our motion and second.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
And before I vote, I just might just say, in looking at this property has been used for commercial for the last 60 years. So that's why I'm voting aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
I'm voting no, and it's because I really cannot support spot zoning in our county.
And Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
And my vote is no. However, I would have been willing to consider a different option. Thank you. Okay, so this does not require 4/5, so this is a motion that carries, and we have completed our business items for today. Thank you all for persevering through a long meeting. Do we have a readout from closed session by our county counsel?
Yes, thank you, Honorable Chair, members of the board. There was no readout from closed session for the Water Resources Agency, but I do have 4 matters to announce with respect to Monterey County. First, the board agreed to a settlement of a grievance by Unit S concerning holiday pay for the nurses at Natividad. Second, the board ratified the use of incentive pay at Natividad for nurses and respiratory therapists in light of the current pandemic staffing needs. The board also approved a side letter with SEIU regarding layoff procedures in light of the RMA dissolution. And finally, the board authorized the Human Resources to go forward with the creation of a new temporary nurse class to help with staffing needs during the pandemic. That concludes my report out. Thank you.
Thank you. So I guess with that, we will adjourn the Monterey County Board of Supervisors meeting. I didn't actually reconvene the Water Resources Agency so that you could do that readout. Would you like me to reconvene it so that you can have a readout?
Thank you, Chair. There's nothing to report out for the Water Resources Agency.
Thank you. And we will adjourn the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency. I wish everyone a safe evening. Thank you.
Long agenda. You did a good job, Madam Chair.
Oh my goodness, Supervisor Phillips, what in the world is this?
Herding us cats is tough, you know. So.
Holy cow! And it's hard too because I can't see anyone's faces or where you guys are at. I'm like, hello.
Have a good evening.
Thank you. Thank you all.